Maar nog kunnen we dus niet vanwege... Ouais. Et c'est pas les développeurs en ligne. Non.
Oula, ah oui, c'est vrai que ça se remplit.
Les gens râlent.
Ça?
Trying to that one broke. One still hasn't even arrived, and one has one. Currently stealing downstairs.
Est-ce qu'il est reparti en haut? J'ai vu son à droite. Je crois qu'il est pas encore passé.
Thought I'd take the opportunity to say hi. Don Peter is the. We saw each other across the table. Exactly. Yeah, looking forward to that. Yeah, of course.
Happy with the event?
I arrived yesterday evening.
Okay.
Also looking, you know, I see other joint undertakings and so on. Not only the ones which are under transport, but also the ones which are run commission. And not everything is run as efficiently and as well as this one. No? It's really like also looking at financially, looking at the delivery and everything. It's And also you can really feel that it managed really to bring the industry together, and this PPP concept really works here.
Good morning, how are you, sir?
How are you, sir?
And it boosts the competitiveness of industry as well. So we can already see that during the deployment phase of SESAR 1, we can see that the industry has been winning a lot of tenders in the international competition. So it's already, I mean, evidently, it's there already.
My message also in the commission's message was all the, we have to consolidate and do everything that's in our European scale. But since this job is so complex because of our own, historical or other particularities, we are then really equipped, uniquely equipped, to export this division anywhere in the world. Absolutely. Where the particularities and complexities are nowhere near as complicated as they are in Europe.
In Africa, we can do stuff by that.
Exactly.
We can deal with your complexity.
Exactly.
I mean, this is really what it's all about.
This is something that we really So see you. Oh, thank you very much. So see you before November.
Yeah, absolutely.
What I will do is that I will briefly introduce the session, the speakers, and then move to the podium. Make many slides. Last slides. They should be loaded and stuff.
How are you?
Okay, good morning everyone and welcome to this second day in Amsterdam for the SESAR Showcase event. I'm very happy to see that we still have a number of you with us. We have as well two other rooms where the presentation from the auditorium will be live streamed, and we have as well the live streaming on the internet. So welcome to everyone that is following us on the internet. And don't forget as well to use the SESAR application in case you want to get connected, ask questions, or know more about the speakers and the presentation. So welcome again, everyone. I'm very glad that we can start the day with some keynote address from the head of cabinet of the Commissioner for Transport, Mrs. Bulc. I'm really glad to have here with us today Mr. Maciej Zakonczek. Matej, I really appreciate the time that you took to be with us today. And without waiting, without more transition, I welcome you on the podium. Thank you, Matej.
Thank you, Florian. Good morning to everybody. First of all, allow me to thank you to organize this amazing event. It's really basically your dedication and the dedication of your team that was able to put an event like this together. One of the first events, and I'm really happy and proud that I can be here and greet you, all of you, on the behalf of Commissioner for Transport, Violeta Bulc. First of all, I would like to also thank for the presence of all of you. Whether you are from the member states or institution, an airport, airline, air traffic service provider, military, member states, heads of institutions or agencies or regulatory bodies. The SESAR Showcase has something to offer to all of you. I know that you're all busy people, so the time that you're spending here today is very much appreciated. I hope you will find the event valuable going forward. Now, European aviation has been a success story. It contributed to more than 110 billion euros to the EU GDP and is directly employing over 2 million people. However, aviation is facing a new competitive challenges in a rapidly evolving global markets. And that is the reason that Commissioner Bulc launched the EU aviation strategy in December to ensure that European aviation continue to reach its new heights. And although many of you are very familiar with the aviation strategy, let me just remind you of the 4 key elements of the strategy. The first one is to reinforce our ties with the external world. That's why we have proposed the Comprehensive Aviation Agreement with the countries outside the EU, and just a week ago at the Transport Council, the ministers confirmed, and we will start negotiations with the countries such as Qatar, United Arab Emirates, Turkey, and the ASEAN countries in the following weeks. The second is to complete and to strengthen the EU internal market. The third one is to continue to ensure the high standards we have for passengers, for the environment, safety, security, as well as for our workers. The fourth and the final element is the innovation and investments. Now, the work of SESAR joint undertaking is essential to all of those 4 objectives by developing innovative services and the solutions. Now, to give you some facts, since 2006, the European Union is funding SESAR project, the technological pillar of the Single European Sky initiative. The EU has funded 30 million of 60 million euro for the initial SESAR definition phase, as well as the ATM master plan, 1.2 billion of 2.1 billion euro for research and innovation for SESAR 1, and 585 million of the 1.7 billion for SESAR 2020 program. And the third point is that SESAR project is a particularly important to Commissioner Bulc, and it's sometimes she's very much promoting it tirelessly both within and the outside EU. Only after 1 month in the office, she has signed a 3 billion euro partnership agreement for the development of those initiatives that will be in total bring over 30 billion when the industry contribution is accounted. So we have recently visited a SESAR joint undertaking together with Commissioner Bulc, and we were both very impressed by SESAR's contribution to R&I program. The Commissioner wanted a clear and accessible overview of all solutions produced in order to promote them inside Europe and beyond. She is pleased that a catalogue of such solutions now exists in the form of SESAR Solution Catalog, which is being presented today. This will help to expand SESAR deployment across the world and help the SESAR joint undertaking to reach its full potential. The catalogue contains concrete operational and technical challenges that would contribute to meet the SESAR objective to reduce cost, reduce CO2 emissions, and to improve safety and increase capacity of the ATM network. We have to act now to make these changes happen. If not, the catalogue will just stay on the shelves and remain a list of aspirations. Now, reflecting on the success of where we are today, we have to remember that the SESAR joint undertaking, its members and aviation community contributing to the success of SESAR should reflect on what was achieved in the past 10 years. a lot of efforts have been made to modernize the ATM in Europe. SESAR solutions can potentially result in the creation of 300,000 new jobs and to achieve more efficient use of our airspace and at the same time helping decarbonize aviation. A key instrument to achieve this objective was the partnership approach. You have demonstrated that public-private ventures involving all operational stakeholders can bring the added value to this sector. Another groundbreaking aspect is the SESAR joint undertakings relationship with the Professional Staff Association, where the fifth pillar of the SES is applied in both successful and a very practical way. The SESAR front-end users of the ATC system, together representing with over 220,000 pilots, air traffic controllers, as well as engineers worldwide, have provided invaluable operational expertise through the program, as well as independent feedback on the validation process. Now, looking at the future, the further R&I is needed to provide the new solutions for the emerging challenges. For example, if we want to unleash the full potential of drones, then in the context of the revision of the EASA basic regulation, which is currently being negotiated, more work is needed to ensure drones are integrated in the European aviation and the ATM. That would not only ensure the support of the growth of this expanding market in Europe and beyond. A priority for Commissioner Bulc is also the concept of urban skies. And we are working with SESAR on how the lower levels of our airspace can be constructed. With the rapid evolution of drones, we need to ensure that they are safely integrated in our airspace. But now, of course, let me be very clear, we are having some challenging times ahead. In particular, I would like to mention 3 areas. First of all, the SESAR joint undertaking will have to increase the outreach of SESAR solutions with operational stakeholders, in particular the airports, international, hub airports, regional one, as well as small airports. Of course, the second phase is the extension to the external relation to our external partners outside the EU. At the same time, the industry should maintain its efforts in the standardization and the deployment of those solutions. Secondly, the synchronized deployment of some of the solutions is regulated through the pilot common projects and coordinated by the SESAR deployment manager to maximize the benefits of all operational stakeholders. Based on the outcome of SESAR 1 program, the Commission is planning to propose in 2017 a second common project to ensure a synchronized and timely deployment of a new, most mature SESAR solution and an increase of the ATM performance all over Europe. The third area needing the further work is on the research solution to the threat of the cyber attacks on the ATM. Of course, that comes with the increased digitalization. I'm confident the European industry can play a strong role in those areas, keeping in mind that SESAR's role in the European aviation strategy is not only through the innovation pillar, but also in exporting most innovative solutions to other regions outside Europe. This is especially important as other regions are set to grow significantly faster than Europe in coming years. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to see that you have gathered here today to witness the SESAR Showcase. The success of the European aviation sector will depend on the willingness of all players in the aviation ecosystem to collaborate. Finding innovative solutions ahead of the competition will allow Europe to remain competitive. A sustainable air transport sector will allow Europe to maintain its position in international aviation, benefiting citizens, industry, and driving jobs and growth. If we succeed in delivering, and having listened to you and looking some of the examples of what you are doing, we can ensure European aviation stays ahead of the curve and delivers for its people. And just on a very personal note, I came to this office of Commissioner Bulc when Commissioner came, so in November 2015, and of course, having known nothing about aviation, having known nothing about transport, but being there only, of course, with our political hats. But of course, relying on you and your expertise to show us the ropes and to look at the ways of how we can deliver something better for European transport and specifically for aviation as today. It was quite a challenge, I remember, in the first days when we had to learn about all the things that you're doing. First of all, we had something called SESAR, which we really didn't understand why something named after the Roman emperor. Then, of course, we figure out it's Caesar, not the Caesar. So these were all the learning curves that we were going through. Then, looking at everything that you're doing, you could not just feel inspired by your work and the work that you're doing to make European skies more efficient, green, and better for all our users. But then, once we understood that, we also understood the potential that you can bring not only for Europe, but also for the rest of the world. The complexity of which you are challenged by 28 different member states, taking only about member states, different languages that we have in the European Union, the complexity of our skies when it comes to the military use and the civilian use, drones and all additional challenges, this is uniquely European. And it's the level of complexity, of course, is a big challenge for you and for your interlocutors. But if we manage to manage our European sky in the most efficient way, then that can open the entire area to actually offer these solutions to anybody in the world where the complexities are as complex as in Europe, but please try to find another area with so many different languages, barriers that we are dealing in Europe, and still we are not there. But if we challenge that, then we can challenge everything else. So I would really encourage you to work further, as you already do. You have 100% support of my commissioner, of European Commission, and only together and working in this kind of partnership, we can succeed for the European aviation to fit for what we are doing, so for our people and the businesses alike. Thank you very much for this, and again, congratulations on your success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mate, for this very motivating speech for all of us. Thank you as well for recalling how what we do in the SESAR family fits in the wider context of the Commission's priorities and in the wider context of the aviation strategies that we are all trying now to promote and to roll out. And thanks for recalling that the idea of this catalog actually was the idea of the Commissioner, so we made it real, and I'm extremely honored that I will be able to deliver that this week to her. And I can tell you that the intention is not to keep it on the shelf. There are solutions that are being actually rolled out and implemented already, and we will continue, of course, to create this momentum around SESAR, and we will continue with all the different members of this family to deliver the results that everybody expects from us. So thanks again for that. I would like now to move to the next agenda topic, which is basically some introductory remarks, I would say coming mainly from the industry that is either developing products or implementing those products. We'll have to implement those products in Europe, but as well in the wider, I would say, international context of aviation. So to start with the first introductory remark, I would like to call on stage Jeff Poole, Director General of Canso. Thank you, Jeff, for joining us. I think, yes.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to my home city of Amsterdam. And thank you, Florian, for inviting Canso to speak at what is a very important SESAR Showcase event. Now, SESAR and this whole event essentially very European. So part of my role today is to try to provide a global perspective of what is happening in SESAR. Now, for those of you that don't know, Canso is the Civil Air Navigation Services Organization, and we are the global voice of air traffic management worldwide. And our objective is to transform global air traffic management performance and to enable airlines as our customers to fly in seamless airspace globally across what we call invisible borders. So our vision is of a globally harmonized and interoperable air navigation system that is capable of delivering safe, efficient, and seamless service. Now, this will be achieved through CANSO's strategic framework for the ATM industry, Vision 2020, which lays out clear steps that the industry is taking to achieve this transformation. It has some 140 detailed actions, deliverables, and timescales at global and regional levels. Now, CANSO has supported SESAR from the outset as one of the primary means by which we can achieve that vision. And it's very visible, I think, from the exhibition that we have here, that there are already some good examples of how SESAR is already helping to transform air traffic management. And it is a successful model that serves as an example for achieving the vision in other regions, as Mate said a little while ago. But there is much more to do in deployment and through SESAR 2020, and to keep pushing along the rest of the world. There is now a nice pairing, in my view, between Vision 2020 at the global level and SESAR 2020 here in Europe. But we all need to be well prepared because 2020 is actually not that far away. So we have a lot of work to do together. This morning, I would like to explore not just the impact of SESAR on modernizing air traffic management in Europe, but take a look at how that transformation is affecting ATM performance around the world as well. So I will briefly address 4 key questions. Why does ATM modernization matter for ANSPs and aviation? How is ATM modernization addressed around the world? Is SESAR delivering value and why? And with the perception that change in air traffic management is always too slow, how does SESAR improve the situation and how can we further accelerate? So first, why does air traffic management modernization matter? Well, over the past 2 decades, we have coped safely with the growth of air traffic in Europe, but the current ATM system is showing clear signs of saturation. In addition, there are many calls for more efficient operations and better technology to improve environmental performance. And the economic downturn has required ANSPs to reduce costs while at the same time further improving safety and performance. Therefore, doing things the way we've always done them in ATM, in Europe and elsewhere, is no longer an option. And air navigation service providers have to anticipate the changing face of aviation and play an active role in shaping the future. Modernizing ATM is the key to match the capacity demand for each category of airspace user. And technology is already changing the way that airspace is managed today and helping us to provide better services. Technology is also enabling us to harmonize systems, processes, and traffic flows in a global way without reference to national borders or even land-based equipment. In 2018, we will see the introduction of space-based ADS-B, which will enable surveillance in oceanic and remote areas not presently covered. Digitization in remote air traffic control towers will improve connectivity through the ability to cost-efficiently manage air traffic at remote and lesser-used airports. System-wide information management, or SWIM, will enable the provision of the right information at the right time, anywhere to the user or the system that needs it. Automation in ATM will enable planes to safely reduce separation minima and for air traffic management to build capacity. So technology allows ANSPs to be better equipped to add value to the total aviation value chain. And technology will enable greater harmonization of airspace. There are already a number of examples of air navigation service providers successfully managing traffic in each other's airspace. And remote tower technology means there is no reason why air traffic management at an airport could not be successfully managed from a different place or even a different country. Technology will also be a crucial enabler to cope with the future challenges. For example, the integration of remotely piloted aircraft systems or RPAS, into the European aviation system. And technology is the key driver for the single European sky. But I would wish to support the comments made yesterday by Marianne Jean-Marescu, MEP, that the advantages of SESAR will not be fully realized if it is deployed only based on the present boundaries and processes. We need a new approach. So how is ATM modernization addressed around the world? Within Europe, the emphasis in modernizing ATM infrastructure is very much on the deployment of SESAR. It provides a clear picture of the ATM technology that we need to deploy in Europe, where, when, and how. But apart from the specific programs of SESAR in Europe, NextGen in the US, and CARATS in Japan, how are we modernizing air traffic management in other parts of the world? CANSO members span the globe, and we support over 85% of world air traffic. The enormous diversity in regions, countries, culture, and the size and maturity of air navigation service providers means that there is genuinely no one-size-fits-all solution to the challenges facing our industry. That is why CANSO and its members work across all levels, globally with ICAO and the major industry organizations, and regionally with regional organizations and states to address the specific challenges and to find effective solutions. One important catalyst for this is ICAO's Aviation System Block Upgrades, or ASBUs, the inevitable acronym. They give states a clear roadmap to achieve the necessary infrastructure improvements, but at their own pace and with their own means. So they enable all states to modernize at a pace appropriate to them. They will improve aviation safety, enhance efficiency for airlines, and increase connectivity to boost gross domestic product. CANSO is fully involved in training and educating states and ANSPs on the ASBUs, including courses, seminars, and an ASBU implementation guide. In that context, I cannot emphasize too strongly the importance that SESAR can and should play in global interoperability and harmonization, and also addressing the human factors and change management. Together, we can and will provide solutions to ICAO and to other regions. So the question, is SESAR delivering value and why? And at this point, I really do have Florian's attention. The SJU was developed as the platform for aviation stakeholders in Europe to collaborate on research and development activities. Its aim was to move from a purely technology-driven approach to a new approach driven by the requirements of the airspace users, airports, and air navigation service providers. And this approach would ensure the sustainable growth of the aviation industry in Europe and in the coming decades. It's not been an easy path, but I believe if we were to take ourselves back to the early days of SESAR, we would be very pleased with what we've actually achieved so far. So congratulations to everybody involved. And I think in particular, the SJU has been successful in bringing everyone together to bundle resources, focus the programs, and work on common decisions. The major enabler of this was the provision of public funds through the European Union and Eurocontrol, complemented by substantial private funding. And since its definition phase in 2004, yes, it really was that long ago, SESAR has revolutionized research and development in air traffic management by creating the European Air Traffic Master Plan as the EU reference for the evolution of air traffic management. It's clear that the SJU has done good work in leading such a huge and complex program as SESAR, coordinating the work of all stakeholders towards a shared technological vision and managing the EU funds effectively. It is often said that the only lesson to be learned from history is that the lessons are never learned. As we move into deployment of SESAR and into SESAR 2020, I sincerely hope and believe that we will prove that to be wrong. Like many other things in life, though, I'm sure that we could do a better job if we were to start SESAR all over again, knowing what we know now. It is satisfying to see that many solutions have been delivered by the SJU and that the critical deployment is now starting. So SESAR has put Europe at the front of global ATM research and development and is truly a good example for other regions to follow. Now, I mentioned that change in air traffic management is perceived as too slow. So has SESAR actually improved the situation? Well, the deployment of SESAR solutions does represent a paradigm shift in ATM concepts and technology, which will bring improvements across the European ATM network and will transform collaboration between the network manager and the airspace users, airport operators, and ANSPs. And I think one of the areas that SESAR has contributed is to a much better understanding among stakeholders of each other's constraints. The ATM Master Plan, which has been developed by the European Commission, Eurocontrol, and industry partners, provides a common agreed plan of the necessary ATM modernization. And it's very significant that the latest version of the ATM Master Plan contains a clear and challenging vision of the future, as well as the detailed plan. But can we accelerate, and how? SESAR adds value through increased visibility of locally developed solutions and in the credibility of the solution obtained via the stakeholder reviews. However, the ability to develop an industrial prototype from an operational improvement has not yet been fully demonstrated during the past 6 years. Only suitably mature solutions can be taken to industrialization and then operational deployment. Where a solution is not mature enough, then there is typically additional cost and delay and uncertainty about its technical and economic viability. And this is an aspect that should be improved and addressed clearly in SESAR 2020. The other limiting factor for swift changes in air traffic management is the extremely complex regulatory environment. And in the context of accelerating the implementation of SESAR solutions, CANSO supports very much moving into a risk and performance-based approach to safety and other regulation. So my conclusions, SESAR is a catalyst for modernizing airspace. It plays an important role in helping to achieve transformation of ATM performance, and it does act as a model for other regions around the world. The ATM Master Plan provides a crucial vision and tool which ensures common planning and harmonization. The Deployment Manager is the natural and essential next step to the activity performed by the SESAR JU to ensure the coordinated and synchronized deployment of SESAR. It goes without saying that CANSO and its members fully support this deployment. We look forward to continuing to work in partnership with the SJU on SESAR 2020 to further modernize airspace and achieve the CANSO vision of safe, seamless, efficient, and harmonized airspace. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeff. And that's the purpose of the event as well, to draw lessons, to look backward at what we've achieved and maybe as well how and where we can improve. So thanks for that. I'd like to call on stage the next speaker, Mr. Jan Pai, Secretary General of ASD. Jan.
Thank you, Florian. Being a Secretary General is quite interesting. You can choose between being a secretary or being the general. And there's a different approach from where you take it. I'll just see if I can find my notes here as well. So first of all, I would like to say thank you to everybody for arranging this unique opportunity to talk about the future. Much has already been said, much has been addressed, so I guess my speech will be some repetitions, but still I think it's important to get some remarks from the manufacturing industry as well. For those of you that don't know about ASD, we do represent some 3,000 companies in the aerospace and defense sectors in Europe throughout the national members that are members of ASD. Thank you to Florian and his team. Thank you to the Dutch presidency. Thank you for all of you making this event that is a very important event in paving the way for how we handle air traffic management in the future in Europe, a reality, and bringing us together to be able to speak about this and the experiences that we've had in the past and the expectations that we would have for the future European ATM. Flight Path 2050, Europe's vision for civil aviation, states, and here I quote, that the European aviation community leads the world in sustainable aviation products and services, meeting the needs of EU citizens and society. This has been said before. I think seeing the aviation community already united in this successful partnership today confirms to me, again, that we are on the right track and that SESAR is definitely one of the right instruments that is needed to achieve these goals, the goals that we set ourselves. This applies particularly in terms of sustainable aviation and for the competitiveness also for the European manufacturing industry. Indeed, we really believe that SESAR, with its focus on ATM technologies, and the Clean Sky, with its focus more on aircrafts, engines, components, these two are complementary. They should not be challenged one against the other. They should continue to be a very high priority within the European Commission and the European Union funding system. And that should remain so also for the next framework program, meaning the post-2020 framework program. This is something that we definitely support from the manufacturing industry side. It's said before, we all know it, sustainable aviation is highly dependent on innovation, and this is also the reason why our manufacturing industry is investing roughly about 7 billion euros on an annual base in R&D. So this is the industry contribution, and of course there's a reason for that. SESAR plays a crucial role here. It has, together with the wider Single European Sky initiative, the potential to eliminate, if I'm correctly updated on this, nearly 16 million tons of unnecessary yearly CO2 emissions. Now that to me is a figure that's really hard to take in, but I understand it's a lot. And it is therefore a key enabler to fulfill the civil aviation community commitment towards tackling its impact on climate change, the goals that we've set ourselves. I know that several different initiatives are underway on the auspices of both SESAR and the Clean Sky to achieve the goals that have been developed by ACARE through its Flight Path 2050 and the associated strategy, research and innovation agenda. And I understand that this agenda is now being reviewed, but the goals remain. And even if they are known to everybody, I think it's worth repeating them. We talk about the 75% reduction in CO2 emissions. We talk about the 90% reduction in NOx emissions. And we talk about 65% reduction in perceived noise levels. That's huge. And all of these goals are to be delivered in 2050 and the reduction compared to a typical aircraft produced around year 2000. So I think what's been said about European future industrial leadership and the more than 500,000 highly skilled jobs that we see only in the manufacturing sector, and here let me just say that this figure of 500,000 is coming from the ASD members' direct employed people in Europe. So it's by far bigger in reality because there's a lot of sub-suppliers as well that is not included in this figure, but it's simply too hard to estimate how big the sector really is. But coming back to where I was, of course, we are highly dependent on the initiatives such as SESAR and Clean Sky. And this is a sector with extremely long production cycles. And if you have that, and in addition you compete on the global market with the global players, it is essential to use a grant-based system to fund EU research. This is a very strong industry position. It goes not only for the fundamental research, but it's even more importantly also for the market and industrial, closer to the market and industrial research. So this is something that I do sincerely hope that we can actually count upon also for the future. Now, I'm happy to say that the creation of SESAR has been a true European success story. It shows what we can do when we get our act together, and this has been underlined by the previous speakers as well. It goes without saying that ASD is very much in favor of actually just underlining and supporting that statement. The contribution of the manufacturing industry offers to us a unique selling point in other parts of the world, and this again boosts the competitiveness of EU industry, and with that also the EU economy. I'll come back to that soon. But what we've seen now after several years of work, we've seen SESAR 1 progressing at full speed and delivering significant results year after year. The successor R&D program, the SESAR 2020, is also ready to start with a comprehensive and a mature program that has been developed with all the key partners. Now, we believe from the ASD perspective that it's crucial that we get SESAR 2020 to be up and running and be operational as soon as possible, so that there is no gap, or at least a very limited gap, between SESAR 1 and SESAR 2020. This being said, there are also some more technical questions on what should be done with the budget left out of SESAR 1, and of course industry here again would support an approach where this money would be allowed to be spent in the same research context. Now, coming back to what I just mentioned previously about boosting competitiveness, what we've seen is that European industry as such has actually been winning a lot of tenders on the global scene with the result and the output already of SESAR 1. Now, for this to continue, of course, we need to continue as well to support the SESAR solutions very much on the home market, and we need to take the next step when it comes to SESAR 2020. When systems or technologies are being deployed, this is, and they become operational, this is when the rest of the world can see what we really achieve, and this is when industry can use it also in the selling pitch. So European aviation should remain attractive for investors, and we can only regret any delays in the implementation of innovative projects. So from this perspective, the establishment of a SESAR deployment manager has been a very important part to ensure a strong coordination at the EU level for the deployment of new technologies and concepts. But it's also important that this deployment manager maintains a long-term focus and remains aligned with the capabilities coming from the research phase. Our companies are not interested in R&D for the sake of R&D. They require more. They want a clear progress on deployment in order to boost European competitiveness in the global marketplace. The significant amount of public money available for SESAR deployment benefits our customers like airlines, airports, ANS providers. And as such, the public money available for SESAR deployment should not be used for, well, business as usual. It should be used to accelerate the deployment of the more advanced technology for which our customers have a longer-term need, but they might from time to time struggle to find the short-term business case. Industry in particular insists that the time to market should be reduced, kept as short as ever possible, and we do request some sort of predictability. We want confidence on deployment dates, because we need to adapt the industrialization programs. And in this context, it's important to take into account the different business models of the different segments of the civil aviation industry. So we talk about an airborne industry, we talk about ground industry, but we also talk about large aircrafts versus general aviation, and we talk about business aircrafts versus helicopters. As said, civil aviation is a truly global industry. We therefore also need a global standard, or global standards. And global interoperability remains a key aspect for the successful deployment of SESAR technologies. Of course, Europe is not the only one trying to introduce new technologies on the global scene. We all know that. I think also it's fair to say that no transport system is as interconnected at the global level as civil aviation. Our ground systems need to connect with planes fitted with technology that could be made elsewhere, and we have to ensure that our clients only need to use one system and one set of procedures worldwide, no matter where they operate. In this context, the EU-US relationship SESAR Next Gen in ATM is therefore a key priority for Europe, also because the cooperation forms the basis of global standards that again would be consolidated at the CAO in Montreal. And from this perspective, the industry from different regions in the world, EU, US, Canada, Brazil, Japan, Russia, has formed what we call the International Coordinating Council of Aerospace Industries Associations. I finally got that one right. It's a long one, right? ICCAIA. But what do we do with ICCAIA? Well, it's our common platform for the voice of aerospace manufacturers at the global level to work towards global ATM standards and solutions, and this is a key objective for the manufacturing industry. A few words on drones was already mentioned. I think we could support that as well from ASD. The insertion of unmanned aircraft in the single European skies shall require common efforts to solve this new challenging, but yet, from our perspective, extremely positive opportunity here in Europe as well. But if we want to reach the full potential of drones, I can only underline that I totally agree with what's being said. For this to be unlocked, it needs to become an integral part of the aviation system, and it requires close coordination between R&D activities and regulatory framework activities, so that newly validated technologies can seamlessly be translated into the required legal instruments and industry standards and guidance material. SESAR here has a key role to play, but we think that even more efforts are required to move towards a full integration. We need to make full use of whatever kind of fundings that we can find, be it EDA fundings, EU fundings, national funding schemes, and we need to have that in a coordinated manner with very clear milestones. So to conclude, of course, ATM is a critical element in the European air transport value chain, and it's key to connecting regions. This way, it's making Europe a global hub for mobility, and with that also for prosperity. By harnessing the expertise and resources of the entire ATM community, SESAR brought all actors together, and we believe it's true to say that it created an ecosystem for all the stakeholders. It is really a case study for the current Commission's aviation strategy. It is delivering very good practices in areas like innovation, effective public-private partnerships, and it creates effective links between academia and the industry. SESAR technology and other programs, such as the Clean Sky, are definitely key enablers in making Europe an attractive, an innovative, and a global transport hub. And from this perspective, I would like to assure the European Commission that you can fully rely, at least on the manufacturing industry. I think it goes for everybody, but I think I can only talk for manufacturing industries here, that you can fully rely on our support with all the current challenges that we have in the ATM system, but also with the coming challenges, be it on drones, be it on cybersecurity, be it on any other perspective of this issue. We will be there to support you as much as we can. And I'm sure that this conference will be, I'm sure it already is a success, because after all, I think we've said that SESAR is a success story, so I think we're here to celebrate a European success story. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ian. And yes, we shouldn't be shy. I think we have a very successful and leading European industry. We shouldn't be shy of promoting this industry and promoting the European standards as well, in particular in the context of the aviation strategy. I would like to call on stage the next speaker, Professor Klaus-Dieter Schörler, A6 chairman and CEO of DFS.
Oh, it's very difficult to put a glass here on the... Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Florian. First of all, I would like to congratulate you and your team for choosing this NEMO for this unique event. I think it's really remarkable. It's a house that creates a positive spirit for technology, and this is what drives us also in SESAR. So it's a perfect environment for this excellent conference. So welcome, everyone. Before I start my presentation, I would like to thank SESAR Joint Undertaking for organizing this excellent event in this excellent environment. And it is a great pleasure and honor for me to stand before you today for the following 3 reasons. Firstly, I stand before you as the chairman of the A6 Alliance. One of the largest and most successful, I have to say, industrial alliances in the ATM industry. Secondly, I stand before you as CEO of DFS, and I am proud that we were one of the 6 founding members of this alliance. And finally, surely the most important reasons, I am proud that together we are driving the modernization of the ATM industry. Research and development take on a key role in this regard. And this is a key role which we are willing to take on. A6 is shaping Europe's ATM. Before I turn to the successes and the future of the partnership of SESAR and the A6 Alliance, let me reflect a moment on what A6, the Alliance, stands for. A glance at the map and the organizations and companies involved is all that is required to reveal the significance of the A6 Alliance. Starting from the 6 founding members, the A6 has grown and new cooperation agreements have been entered into. Despite this growth, our government structure has remained lean. As we have expanded, we have retained the efficiency of our structures and above all, our ability to act effectively. The significance of the A6 is also revealed by a glance of the numbers. Our air traffic controllers guide 80% of all flights in the EU, and we are continuously investing in the future of the European aviation industry. The A6 partners bear 70% of all capital expenditures. In terms of contact, we have continuously set 2 priority areas. First, we are committed to working together on research and development, driven forward by the SESAR joint undertaking. That is, after all, why we are here today. Secondly, we are committed to driving forward the deployment of jointly developed solutions by means of the SESAR Deployment Manager. From our perspective, this 2-tier approach is the only sensible way to advance technological development in our industry. SESAR 1 is a success. The key to this success is a close cooperation between all partners: the SESAR joint undertaking, manufacturers, NSPs, Eurocontrol, airports, the civil and military airspace users, and various research institutions. The central objective of this broad cooperation was to further improve the European network. This underlying idea was the basis for all sub-projects and influenced the work of all partners. The power of this alliance can also be seen in our engagement in the SESAR 1 program. Around 1,200 of our experts have worked on around 200 projects. Overall, A6 members have led 6 work packages, 120 projects, and 180 validation exercises. To reflect this is one number. We have invested 200 million euros in the future of the ATM industry in Europe. To be clear, the driving force of our engagement is our conviction that reliable innovation in the ATM sector can only be achieved by involving all partners in the value chain. Therefore, we are very thankful for the engagement of the SESAR joint undertaking and all the other partners who have contributed to this process and success. Our results. It is one thing to invest money and quite another to get a return on this investment. Our successes in this regard have been notable. To list them all would be beyond the scope of this brief keynote speech. I would just like to highlight some examples. 17 solutions have already been deployed, such as arrival management point merge in Paris, Madrid, Frankfurt, Barcelona, etc. Extended arrival management horizon in Munich, London, time-based operations, London, or user-preferred routings in several airspaces. Other solutions have been partially deployed, such as multi-sector planning or continuous descent operations at several airports: Orlando, Dublin, Warsaw, Vilnius, Zurich, most of the German and French airports, etc. 18 concepts such as target time of arrival and remote tower operations for medium traffic volumes, will be implemented in the coming years. Ladies and gentlemen, please be aware that these are only examples of a quite extensive list. And again, we have to bear in mind that partnership was key. Our commitment, SESAR 2020. The A6 is also making a significant contribution to the success of the new R&D program, SESAR 2020. We have already coordinated 10 of 28 proposals in the development phase of the research and innovation program. Our experts are playing an active role in all 28 projects of SESAR 2020. This engagement has a cost, of course. Approximately 55 to 60 million euros will be invested in SESAR 2020. For us, this is an investment in a successful future. We want to set new priorities in the second SESAR R&D program. Our objective is to actively promote innovative and leading technologies. Concrete examples of these are flight-centric air traffic control, a project that we in Germany call sectorless flying, and which is expected to improve performance significantly. 4D trajectory management, a project where the special focus lies on the interoperability of ground-ground and air-ground. Remote tower, the success story continues here. And as of course, we will continue to strive for more automation in our industry. And the already mentioned SWIM is the basis and the prerequisite for all of these ideas. The depth of our commitment is demonstrated by taking a look in the deployment pillar. We have played an active role in the European ATM Master Plan. Our commitment in the SESAR Deployment Manager is well known to everyone in this room. The overarching approach involving all groups of stakeholders, airlines, airports, and NSP, is a prerequisite for a successful and smooth deployment. You may ask why we are doing all this. Why are we making such big efforts? The answer is simple. We see the future of air navigation services in the introduction of performance-based trajectory management. This is the future. Only then we can fulfill our customers' needs in the best possible way. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to end with a request. Put aside the facts, put aside the figures. Instead, take this message with you. We, the A6, are committed to SESAR. Together with you, our partners, we are shaping Europe's ATM. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A friend of mine in this room keeps saying that we can plan things, we can validate things, but until you have actually put things into operation in an ops room, you have achieved nothing. I hope he has no copyright on that. But I really think that your message from that standpoint is really outstanding, because this is the message we need to convey, that what we do here is being implemented and will be implemented in the years to come, and is already delivering the benefits that we are expecting from a program like SESAR. Of course, at the end of the day, that's not only for us to judge, that's as well for the users of the airspace. This is really the purpose of the next session now, to give a focus on how SESAR is contributing to efficient flight operations. And without further transition, I will hand over to David Bowen, who will moderate this session. David, please.
Thank you, Florian. Good morning, everybody. So as Florian said, we have a session now looking at a perspective on efficient flight operations and air navigation service provision. And we have an excellent and varied panel for me to introduce on this topic. So if I could welcome the panel up to the front here. First of all, I'd like to introduce Michael Hickey, CIO of Ryanair. Michael, if you'd like to come up. We also have, from another airspace user perspective, Pascal Loest from NetJet, Director of Flight Operations. Pascal, welcome. Bringing an airborne manufacturer perspective to the ATM world, I'd also like to welcome Neil Planzer, Vice President of ATM Strategy for Boeing. Welcome, Neil. To bring an airport perspective to this, and surely a man most of you have to thank for you arriving on time here and hopefully departing on time, Koos Noordeloos, who is the Deputy Director, Corporate Development of Schiphol Airport. And finally, a fairly important link in the chain of air navigation service provision. Very happy to welcome Maurice Georges, CEO of DSNA. So welcome to the panel, which I'm sure you'll agree gives us a very good and wide perspective on the topic of the session. To start off, I'd like to give each of the panel members in turn a chance to make some opening statements, to give their perspective in 2 or 3 key points on the topic that we're going to discuss. So to start off, I'd like to hand over to Michael to kick us off. Michael.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Well, they say you should know your audience before you speak to them, so let me ask a simple question. How many in the audience here work for an airline? I see some hands, not very many. Okay, so I know my audience. I think one of the things that I have to admit, when I first agreed to attend this conference here, I didn't realise I would be the only airline that would be speaking at the conference in any of the sessions, and I didn't realise there would be so little participation from the airlines. And I began to think about it and try and put that in perspective. Initially, I thought it was a bit like, the Christians going into the Colosseums, but I didn't think that was effective. We as Ryanair are far stronger than the poor old Christians were. I then thought about the gate crasher going to the wedding, and I thought, no, we're not like that. And then I came up with something that I thought had a genuine perspective. And, we in Ryanair are very modest, so the perspective I had was, it's a bit like Donald Trump who's going to go to the Republican convention in a few weeks' time, Because the relationship between the Republicans and Donald Trump is very much like the relationship between the ANSPs and the airlines, and particularly between Ryanair. And if we look at it at three levels, the first is, we're popular, okay? We both share that. So we carried 106 million passengers last year. We're going to carry 116 million passengers next year. You know that our success means your success. In this year alone, we're going to pay out more than 670 million in fees to ATC and in ATC on en route charges. And the third thing, which is probably the most important, you're not sure that you're going to like what I'm going to say. And so hopefully I won't let you down on that final thing. I also have to admit that when I looked at the title of this plenary session, Efficient Flight Operations and Air Navigation Service Provision, now there's a contradiction in terms if you ever heard one. I really didn't know whether I was going to laugh or cry. Because the reality is that for airlines, we don't see an efficient flight service. We don't see an efficient ANSP service. What we see is, over the last number of years, increase in prices. What we see is a reduction in service. The number of delays has increased from 2014 to 2015 by more than 52%. And what we see is we continue to see our services being disrupted by strikes. Our customers continue to be disrupted. This year alone, we've had more than 15 strikes across the French, the Italians, the Belgian and Greek ATC services. So for us, an efficient flight operations and air navigation service is a contradiction in terms. It doesn't exist. So that's not to say that the SESAR program itself has not delivered, because it has. It has done very well in defining the technological changes and the synchronization that's required to deliver the high-level goals of the single European sky through the upgrades of the ATM system. But the reality is that the implementation of the necessary changes that will allow the single European sky realise its full potential has been slow. In truth, far too slow. And that's because of a lack of willingness on the parts of many of the states and ANSPs to deliver. Primarily because they prefer to maintain the status quo. And that's just simply not acceptable. And if we're going to be honest and we want to deliver a real customer-efficient service, then we need to look at the answer. Why is that being maintained like that? And we need to get behind it and come up with solutions. And for me, the answer is very, very straightforward. What we're seeing today is just an attempt to continue monopoly supply. And history has shown that monopoly supply does not work. Doesn't matter what area, what industry that you're talking about. Monopoly supply does not work. It leads to price gouging, it leads to inefficiencies, and it leads to disruption of service and strikes. That is the reality. And we need to address those issues. We need to address those and make sure that we eliminate them. Because by eliminating them, we can then proceed and deliver on the goals, on the 4 key factors of the high-level goals of SESAR. And I think if we're going to go forward, we need to build a framework where monopoly abuse is replaced by multiple supply and where we have flexible ATM services. And when we do that, when we deliver on that, we can then talk seriously about the high-level goals, the increases in capacity, increase in safety, reduction in emissions, and reduction in cost. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Michael. A challenging start to the panel. I pass over now to Pascal.
Yeah, well, first of all, let me thank Florent and Darren for having me here, for having NetJets present, business aviation. So definitely a different spin from Michael. We are in a different situation and a completely different business. But still, it's a flying business, and business aviation has a vital part into the European aviation infrastructure. We're quite an oddity when you think about it, because we are too big to be in Europe, but on the other hand, we're sometimes too small, and definitely, we're not big enough to give it the right push in the industry. Just giving you some numbers, we fly 3.5 million passengers per year. That's quite different from what you heard the numbers just before. But on the other hand, we have 3,500 airplanes. Business aviation is 3,500 airplanes in Europe, including jets and turboprops, which is equal to the European airlines. We fly to about 100,000 airports across the border, and traffic is about 7% of the total traffic in Europe. So it does play a number, like I say, but it remains an oddity. Just to give you an example, in NetJets, it's about 100 airplanes. We fly to 5,000 airports across and 170 countries and 900 over in Europe. So looking at that, what does that mean for us? What are the problems we're facing? And I would say that number one is definitely airport access. 6 out of the 10 airports, primary airports we fly into, are regulated by slots. And what we need for owners is flexibility, and knowing that 80% of them are flying for business. That is quite a tough place to be, and there's a high risk of us being marginalized from those airports or even banned. So we do need to find alternative solutions for that. One of them, which we believe is definitely we have to look at, is regional airports. So there is a way where we can have access to those, but it needs to be better exploited. EGNOS, for instance, has been a very good way of trying to give better access to those airports. And SESAR has been supporting as well GPS approaches through advanced technology. The other one is we have to realize that those regional airports a lot of times are sitting next to very complex TMAs. Yeah? So we're looking at next to London Heathrow, we have Biggin Hill, Northall, Charles de Gaulle, we have Le Bourget. So how can we ensure access to these airports? It's nice, they're sitting there, but it doesn't mean that always we have a proper access to them. So we need indeed to have the advanced technology to gain access without disturbing the major airports just sitting next to them. And segregation flight path would be one of them. Also in the future, we would like to see better access for us to major airports. Yeah, we do believe we can make better use of, again, advanced technology to create different flight paths into the airports and avoid the separation of vortex turbulence due to small or big airplanes sitting next to each other. So moving forward, what does that mean for us for SESAR 1? How did we look at this? What kind of play where business aviation was in there? Definitely it was a learning curve for us at the beginning, and we do believe at the beginning it was very hard to get our ideas across. Why? Again, because we're small, although SU was trying to get BA and general aviation ideas pushed across. Definitely the SESAR members were sometimes pushing things back. Now, through a time pragmatic approach, we do believe we managed to get things changed and be properly represented. I mean, GPS approach, RNF in 2 LPV approaches, remote towers, as already mentioned, were definitely 2 of the subjects that helped us across. The next one, the large-scale demonstrations which has been put in place by SESAR early 2014 allowed us to definitely push some of the BA and GA business needs, and we consider it has been a success by allowing better access to regional airports, exactly what we're trying to push, and kind of freeing up the major airports around them. So I would say moving forward, SESAR 20 has the things changed, and we do feel that a lot of the business aviation needs have been incorporated, which is great news. But we need to have still improvements, how things, the implication of NSP and the airports themselves. As mentioned yesterday and even today, we need a better collaborative approach, which is moving forward. So we believe, we trust SESAR 2020 is on the right path, and we want to make sure that it's being looked at from a business aviation priorities are being looked at while this is moving forward.
Thank you very much, Pascal. Okay, now we move on to a slightly different perspective from, let's say, a little bit more from the aircraft and how that can help us in the whole picture of ATM and air navigation. Over to you, Neil.
Thank you, David. Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Florian, for having this panel. I'm going to expand a little bit beyond just the aircraft manufacturer. I've had 4 significant experiences in my work life. I've worked as a pilot. I've worked as an air traffic controller. I've served in the US military. And now I work for Boeing. When you start looking at what you're doing in one of those positions, you immediately believe that what you're doing is the center of the universe in all things that is being done. You live in that silo supports your thinking, and it's not until you go somewhere else that you get a backwards view that maybe that silo didn't quite fully understand where it fitted in the picture. Those experiences create for me a different look at the air traffic system. I understand that I spent almost 30 years of my life understanding the air traffic control system, but those other elements significantly altered my view. I think it's time to declare the deployment of SESAR as a successful concept to be completed. I think the work the Europeans have done on SESAR is sterling. They have set a myriad of programmatic milestones, and despite the complexity of the European environs, they've completed all those milestones. It's time to move off of those. It's time to look at outcome metrics, not project metrics. And when you do that, and you start looking at some of the projects that we've developed, you realize that there is no project that's a silver bullet to fix the air traffic control system. The biggest missing element, my opinion, is that air traffic control is probably on its 3rd generation of development, and very, very complex, very difficult, and very successfully done. The airplane, from the commercial use of the airplane in the mid-1950s as jets, is probably on its 20th development generationally. Avionics is probably on its 30th. The airplane has to be the significant player to alter the ground. We're not talking about no ground controllers. We're not talking about automating cockpits. We do not use the computer technology and the capabilities in the airplane to make ATM more successful because we listen to ourselves and our silos. And most of the speakers here will talk from their silos, including me. You have to look as an audience outside of that silo. If we don't integrate the aircraft into giving us solutions with the ATM system, we will have project milestones of great success and a complete failure of outcomes. We talk mostly about the structure of the system without understanding that we have to have the structure developed to help complete a concept of operations. We don't have an integrated concept of operations. Airlines, airspace, ANSPs, and airports. Each of those silos must be broken down to operate effectively with the technologies that is provided by SESAR, with SWIM, with time-based separation. But we need to stay within the safety box, but think outside of our silos.
Thank you very much, Neil. I think that's an interesting thing for us all to think about when we express views on any issue, to think from other perspectives. Okay, now we come on to the airport view, of course.
David, Florian, thank you for having us here. Airports. Instantly when SESAR started, we knew that we had to work together with other main airports, and we joined ourselves in SEAC, the SESAR European Airports Consortium, to share our knowledge and have our ideas on modernization of the European ADM system. Although the theme for this panel discussion might look airborne focused, it is clear that as ground nodes of the European ADM system, airport operators are as much essential stakeholders for efficient flight operations as local ANSPs and airspace users themselves. Airport operators provide the ground infrastructure, runways, taxiways, aprons, terminals, and so on and so on. Airports are currently seen as bottleneck for growth of the whole airport industry. Without changes, this bottleneck will only increase as more airports will reach their capacity limits. New airports, or better, new runways, will hardly be built in the next decades. Only a few new runways will survive the extensive, complicated, and above all, political sensitive planning process. Heathrow might see their long-awaited third runway in the next century, and Munich is working hard on permission for their new runway. In the meantime, we have to work with the infrastructure as is today. Therefore, we have to strive for a better use of this given infrastructure. Our prime goal is the efficient, sustainable, and above all, safe use of airports. The airports operators' work in the SESAR program is focused on this topic. Optimize service and runway management to increase capacity, safety, and environment. Improve arrival and departure planning, not only to improve the use of runway capacity, but also to optimize the use of the scarce apron and terminal capacity. Early arrivals are as much disturbing to the airport stakeholders' processes as late departures. For airports, much is captured in our work on CDM and total airport management. Performing according to plan and early sharing of information, if deviation from plan occur, is a must in order to get the best of our limited resources. Not only the resources of the airport operator, but also those of the local ANSPs and of course the airspace users. Best performing to plan will be best served. That should be the credo instead of first come, first served. Within the SESAR program, strong focus is placed on airport operation management and planning to improve efficiency and predictability. Real-time information exchange between all stakeholders is essential to provide to all the same picture of the current and forecasted operational situation. Collaboration between stakeholders on both airport level and network level needs to be established and optimized. Therefore, airport operations are to be fully integrated into the ADM network. Although not operating aircraft by itself, the airport operator is and will always be the main contact point for communities around the airport. In order to reduce noise pollution and emissions through operational improvements and collaboration between airspace users, local NSPs, and airport operators is a must. Operational improvements should not only benefit the ATM world, but shall also provide real environmental improvements to the airport's neighboring communities. 4D trajectories should enable the application of real CDAs to reduce noise and emissions also during the busy peak hours. In conclusion, in order to have efficient flight operations, it is required to collaborate between all stakeholders and players within the ATM world. In other words, integrate airport CDM and network CDM, and we've seen some great examples already. By doing this, perform according to plan to make the best use of the scarce airport capacity, no bunching, no airborne and no ground holding due to optimized 4D trajectories, which results are still in a very early stage. And last but not least, in this way to earn the societal acceptance and political approval for growth by implementing environmental sustainable operations, resulting in tangible and environmental benefits. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Koos. So finally, and far from least, we hear from the ANS perspective. Maurice.
Good morning. So my name is Maurice Georges. I am Director of Air Navigation Services in France, and I'm very happy to be here today, and I'm very happy to be in that panel with primarily one of my best customers, Ryanair. I don't know how far he's happy to be my best customer, but I might say that with my personal as DSNA track record in number of strikes, sometimes I have some kind of sympathy. But customer relationship is not only about sympathy. If I may say, and taking into account the question raised by your panel, I would like to get back 10 years ago. In 2006, at the beginning of SESAR, I perfectly remember the time where the first major CONOPS of SESAR has been issued, which was the concept of business trajectory established in the CDM context. If I may say, maybe I was, and maybe other of my colleagues, either in DSNA, either in other NSP, has been saying, okay, very nice, but what is this business trajectory, and what really do we have to do with that? If we are 10 years ago and see what was in my memories, the relationship between the NSP and the airline, and especially DSNA and its customers, I think the customer relation was in two modes. The normal mode, where the motto was no delay, no problem. And if I may say, at that time, I had the feeling that the best ANSP from an airline perspective was an invisible ANSP. But the same occurred for the NSP. The best airline from an NSP point of view was also the invisible airline. We meet once a year. We have an interesting consultation meeting. And the rest of the time, it was only a question of the airline, the pilot and the controller. But the airline, the NSP, okay, normal mode, okay. The problem is that it was not always normal mode. We had sometimes, some kind of crisis. Either was it a snow event in big hub airport, either was it industrial action, either was it sometime volcano or something like that. And when we had some crisis management, we were obliged to discuss with our customer, and not only to apologize sometimes, but also to try to manage the crisis and do what we can do. And at that time, and still continuing, when we had a crisis, then we have to be in a direct contact with the customer to see what we can do. And sometime I remember a Saturday afternoon in Paris CDG in a snow event when we had to reconstruct all the flight program of CDG flight by flight. And reconstructing a flight program for CDG flight by flight in less than 2 hours is a real challenge. But the conclusion of that is that in the period of crisis, the customer relation was much more intense, much more productive, and something on which we had to build. So strong paradoxical, no customer relationship in normal mode, and good relationship in times of crisis. What can we do out of it? And then there was that business trajectory, how to build a business trajectory in CDM mode. The main reaction from all the engineers which were in the NSP, especially in the SNS, say, okay, we have a long development ahead of us, and maybe in 2025, with a 4D trajectory and so on, will be able to transfer trajectories from the airline to NSP. It will be the perfect, and this will be the business trajectory model, but not before 2025. It was not really ambitious. And then came for me the real success of SESAR, and especially the SESAR phase 1, is that we have been able to find solutions on how to implement real optimization solution applicable now in a real customer relation positively, not only on day-to-day, but also in development phase. And why have we been able to do that? Because we have been noticing that everything is a question of time. Why developing in 10 years some system when we can develop solution in 1 or 2 years? For that, we take the example, I don't know if it was obvious or not, but I think we've been doing exactly the same thing which has been done by aircraft manufacturers 30 years ago in the development of a Boeing new solution. You can work on the primary flight controls, but you can also develop and bring innovation in the secondary flight controls. At the introduction of the FMS in the airline, more of the innovation was in the FMS than it was maybe in the primary flight control. For ATC, this was, and this is what we have been doing. I think in SESAR 1, we have been putting more innovation in what I could say is the secondary flight control for the ATCO, but in return, we have been able to implement that right now. The example provided by Mr. Schürrle with the extended AMAN for London, which has been reducing drastically the waiting time in London. In the iStream development, where we've been implementing solutions for target time to arrival. In the short-term ATFCM user, we have been able to put on the working position of the ATCO some very flexible solution which has been developed and tailored since the beginning to support a customer relationship with the airline, which has been developed in less than 1 or 2 years and which are in service now. And this is, for me, the real success of SESAR 1. Now, SESAR 1, we are making the showcase, but we have a second phase for now. And now came the deployment, and we have all those smart solutions which have been developed and put, if I could say, solution as a secondary flight control for the ATCO. Now we have to make the next step, and we have to introduce them in the primary flight controls for the ATCOs. And this is the key challenge of SESAR deployment, and that's what we are aiming to. So for me, SESAR is a success for 2 reasons, because we have been passing from a situation 10 years ago where it was either the crisis, either the invisibility of both the ANSP and the users, into a situation where we work together and we develop together. And 2, because we have been able, and I don't know how far it's been conceived as a concept, but in fact, we have been able to introduce a new innovation cycle which provide results, and as you've been saying, Neil, it's not something else what I've been doing by the airline 30 years ago. So maybe we are 30 years late, but slow pace of progress.
Thank you very much, Maurice. Thank you for ending on quite a positive note with regard to what we've been able to deliver so far and looking to how we need to continue that in SESAR 2020. We heard some common themes there with regard to trying to think outside the silos, the key message from the airport on cooperation, and from the ANSP on how we can start to engage the different stakeholders in the process there. I think you know, we've made some first steps towards that, but there's still a long way to go when we listen to the airspace users. There are things still to challenge us to get that greater engagement to satisfy their needs. But we've got a great panel here and an opportunity for you as an audience to ask questions. So rather than me taking all of the time, can I see if anyone would like to ask any questions? And it's not obvious to see everyone. I need a cap or something. So, no questions. Do we have anything on the app? Any of my colleagues who are looking? Olaf.
Not me again. Thank you very much. It's a pity that Mr. Sakonjek is not here anymore, because I must say that Michael Hickey did really speak out of my heart, pointing at the problems. Without any doubt, SESAR 1 is providing technical and operational solutions. But already in the definition phase, it was stated quite clearly that SESAR is the technical pillar of Single European Sky, and that those targets which you mentioned can't be reached by just implementing those solutions. The defragmentation of the European system is needed. So I'm asking the panel, what are your views about how can we reduce the complexity, the fragmentation in Europe to strengthen the other leg of that ATM system, which has two legs: Single European Sky, the regulatory side, the ANSP side, and the technical pillar, which is SESAR 1 and SESAR 2020.
Thank you, Olaf. Who would like to take that question?
So let me give you a non-European view of the European problem. In watching Europe progress into the EU, and the EU gradually changing the landscape of Europe in a very positive way, a couple of things stood out. Europe chose, by its constitution and an election, not to include sovereignty of airspace into the EU. It voted down that amendment and said, we're going to keep our airspace individual to ensure national borders and defense. I understand that. That vote is what's created part of your problem. And that problem solution was tried to circumnavigate it virtually with FABs. FABs were an attempt to get around those boundary restrictions. An outsider's view, it has not been successful. You still have that problem. Airplanes, the ones that NetJet flies and the ones that Ryanair fly, and by the way, Ryanair flies the best fleet in the world. It's just my opinion. Just saying. Those airplanes have no sense by technology of the boundaries. If you focus on the legislative methodologies to fix that, like it was first attempted with Eurocontrol in the 60s and failed, that was supposed to be a common high altitude centers, I think you'll fail again. But if you design, including the complexity of the ANSPs, the route structure that uses the airplanes and the capabilities on the airplanes, regardless of who makes them, then you have an opportunity more so than the FABs. Going back to my previous point, you're thinking inside the silos. The ANSPs are thinking as ANSPs to solve a problem that is much broader than the ANSPs, much broader than the airports, much broader than the airspace, and much broader than just the airplanes. You're missing the synergy. The United States was blessed with a common ANSP for a very large territory. It has a lot of the same problems Europe has on airport capacity and working that difficult situations, but it doesn't have the fighting among ANSPs for survival. I gave a speech about 5 years ago that the only way to solve the problem was to have true competition in Europe, 3 ANSPs fighting over and bidding over territory. And that competition could solve it. It's not going to happen. But keep this in mind. Airbus created an A350 only because Boeing has a 787. Boeing did a 737 MAX only because Airbus had an A320 Neo. Competition drives change. Competition drives economics. Europe doesn't have it. You're either going to have to figure out a way around it, or you're going to have to alter the structure. I believe you won't be able to alter the structure in anybody's reasonable length of time. So you must come up with a way around it. And I think utilization of the airplanes is probably your best bet.
Thank you, Neil. I think, Maurice, maybe you can come in on this.
I would just like to add a comment as regards fragmentation. For sure, Europe is not exactly a federation so far. It's not a federal organization, and the Brexit votation in a few days will explain us in which direction we are going toward that. But nevertheless, and whatever is the output of this referendum, we have to live with a situation when the question is not necessarily or exactly nationalism, it's also the question of accountability. DSNA is a member of FABEC with my colleagues Klaus Dieters and others, and as far as we can do things together and present some common FABEC views and some common FABEC position, we are doing it. But our customers, primarily Ryanair, but not only Ryanair, EasyJet, Air France, Lufthansa, and all the other airlines, when they have some problem with DSNA, they prefer to go directly to DSNA instead of asking a vague FABEC accountability. So this is the fact. Nowadays, how far the way we are organized, the airline themselves, the customers themselves want to be able to focus on who is accountable. And possibly we like it or not, when you raise this question of accountability, sometimes you prefer to have a fragmented but clearly attributed situation. You prefer to have a situation where you can point out who is in the core of the problem, of the issue, instead of having a general global organization. So that's why, from an institutional point of view, maybe we like it or not, but this fragmented organization we do have is the only one which fits with the European political context. And this applies for the airline, this applies also for the citizen. Currently, if there is an accident in France, whatever is the reason of this accident, all the citizens will go and to see the French minister. And they will ask for accountability and safety to the French Minister of Transport, not the European Commission. That's where. So this is the institutional point of view. Does it mean that we cannot do anything? No. SESAR is not only technology. SESAR is about working together and introduce new concept of operation, a new customer relationship, and new improvement in the global network. For SESAR 1, we've been developing technical solution, and when you develop flexible solution on an experimental basis, you can do it, if I may say, in fragmented way. Anyone are developing their own experiments. When we are developing the next generation system with heavier investment, we have to consolidate our investment, and this is the purpose of SESAR deployment phase. If the Commission is putting EU funds in the SESAR deployment, I think this is not for promote fragmentation. This is for promote global solution, it is for promote interoperability, and this is the criteria we expect the deployment manager to check around when it is providing advice to the INEA agency. So Defragmentation about the future investment is not only an institutional issue. This is a pragmatic way in which you are forcing the ANSP to work together, even if they are still a little bit nationalists for the time being.
I guess you'd like to react, Michael.
Yes, oh yes. Sorry, yeah, I do have to react. I mean, to be honest, Maurice, I think this notion of accountability is nonsense. It's pure nonsense. You know, accountability means you have an accountability to deliver a service. And in this case, while I appreciate that we have good open communication, which is fantastic, I would much prefer that I don't have 10 strikes that discommodes 500,000 passengers in the last 6 months, in the last 12 weeks alone. So that's accountability. But I think that Neil hit at the crux of the problem. And the issue is, and by the way, to go back on an issue that you raised earlier, we may be your best customer, but you're not our best supplier. And that is an issue. And the issue is that, you know, in ANSP is probably one of the last bastions of monopoly abuse in Europe. When you think of every other thing that's been challenged at a European level, we've had electricity supply, we've had telecom supply. It's all been decided that there's going to be multiple choice in terms of suppliers. Why have we not got that at an ANSP level? It is unsustainable for Europe to continue with that. Europe has to grow. Europe is going to grow. But the restriction that we have at the moment, where we have one supplier that we have to accept, even if the service is awful, is just not sustainable.
Pascal, maybe from your...
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, I go definitely on to Michael's words here. As an operator, we definitely, I don't believe it's sustainable to always go back to national authorities. It's a huge problem, and we speak about the EASA, but when we do need some approvals or some problems, we have to go back to national authorities. Then they throw the ball back to EASA, and then it comes back to national authorities. So definitely there is some very difficult playing field there, and we need to really try to break that down. And I think that's one of the major roles of SESAR as well, is making the link with EASA and making sure the regulation can follow in what's being implemented. The fragmentation is a problem. I mean, I can look from us, we fly a lot of times above 400. One thing we really would like to have is, you know, open airspace, blocks, and that's it, you know, direct routing. And this seems to be so difficult to implement just because of that, because of the borders there are. And Neil, you're spot on. You know, we need to change that. That is one of the key issues, I think, to open the airspace and make big changes in the future.
Because from the airport perspective, although you're sort of, let's say, constrained by being in a single location, in terms of your integration, collaboration as part of the network, you still must have this issue of the dealing with different countries, dealing with different stakeholders. Does it impact you as an airport?
Yes, it does impact us. I see the point of the fragmented airspace. What we see is that we are under huge pressure of cutting costs at our airport and airports. And we are pretty successful the last 2 years, but it comes with a disadvantage. Normally, we would add extra capacity to pick up the pieces because aircraft arrive too early or depart too late. That's what we are in a situation as this. And I think that it would be a great benefit if we would have the 4D trajectories over all those air traffic controllers and air traffic control centers to have an accurate flight plan towards all the airports, from and to the airports.
Okay. There's just one small thing after. We can argue for hours about the question of institutional defragmentation, but clearly when we DSNA and others put into service extended AMAN for Heathrow, this is a purely pragmatic, defragmented solution. When DSNA and others are putting into service target time to arrival for Zurich, this is clearly pragmatic, defragmented solution. So maybe DSNA is your worst ANSP, but sometimes when you're flying back to London or to UK, you are also happy to have some this bad ANSP solution. So in one word, I think we are in a complex institutional solution which links with difficult issues. I clearly know that when in DSNA we have to face an industrial action which is only related to non-ATC issues in the public sector, it's not very easy to understand for our customer abroad. But that is also why I think SESAR is really paving the ways and showing how we can, with the strong support not only of all the stakeholders, but the support of the EC itself, would provide the input on the political basis and the EU funding, which is a real game player. We are able to put on some pragmatic, operational and technical defragmentation solution. And in the end, I think this is what is providing the value for the air transport system.
Thank you, Most. Right. Give an opportunity for further questions, yes?
Thank you, David. Good morning. Yes, it's still morning. My name is Stefano Porfiri from Leonardo, the new name of Finmeccanica. And I'm finding really interesting this panel. So I'm learning a lot about relation between customers. I find really interesting the intervention of Maurice about, the phase relaxed and phase, with stress that, help to find a better solution. So you spoke also about fragmentation, monopoly in Europe from NSPs from your side, but I'm curious, I don't know if Neil can answer, or maybe Don is still on board from FAA, but you know that we have a MOU in place between, the two parts of the ocean, and of course the value from my point of view is to have a global approach to share lesson learned, try to avoid the same mistakes in order to grow together. But I would be curious to know on US, because I understood that there is only one NSP, so FAA is managing, is working as NSPs and airport operator as well. So how is the relationship between FAA and airlines in US? Thanks.
Excellent, thank you.
I get to give you an American view on America, as opposed to an American view on Europe. So I'm going to do this with a little bit of directness and some casting of caution to the wind. The FAA's relationship with the airline is better for a number of reasons and worse for a number of reasons. Better, there are no charges that the airlines pay. The service the FAA puts out is absolutely free to the airlines. So even though the service may not be as good as they would want in certain areas, they don't have the economic impact that Ryanair has, for instance, with the multiple charges that they receive. In the United States, air traffic controllers are not permitted to strike. It's a cultural thing. They went through a strike in 1981, and the United States government fired them all and rebuilt the system. That pretty much sent a pretty strong message. I'm not saying right or wrong. I'm just saying they don't strike. So that creates an environment that's better. Where it's worse is that because the airlines don't have that direct economic piece, they have a secondary economic piece, they don't always provide the right pressure on the FAA to improve the level of service. They have issues on delays, they have issues on disaster recovery, weather recovery, those types of events where a hurricane comes through and how long it takes to recover. The model that the US uses is an effective and capable model in the US, and I would argue the air traffic organization in the US does a very good job. It's not a model that fits Europe, and vice versa, by the way. The European model would not fit the US. You have to include your own cultural understandings when you design that model. So the question Stefano asked is really apples and oranges. The quality of service is good. They have the same problem. The aircraft are not integrated or even harmonized with the air traffic control system. Same as in Europe, same problem. And the US has the same siloed approach that Europe has. So when Ryanair starts flying into Kennedy next month on the overwater route, I didn't even get a smile from anybody, Michael. When you start looking at both systems, understand that you're going to have to look at them from where they are, not where you want them to be. I think both systems are good. I think they're different. I think from an American perspective, Europe is a very, very complex Gordian knot. Awfully hard for non-Europeans to figure out all the bits and pieces for it. That's why we have I have a consultant in Europe just to tell me what the heck is going on. So when I ask them a question, they can explain, oh, is that what they're doing? Very complex, Stefano. Appreciate the question.
I'm not sure that Gordian knot's any easier for us Europeans to understand all the time. We have a short amount of time left. Any final questions at all? Yes, over here.
Hi, good morning. My name is Manish. I'm a European working in Dubai for Dubai Air Navigation Services. Very interested to listen to the issues here. Building on the same topic that, Michael, you highlighted about the monopolistic pressures and the two questions earlier, I think we've talked enough about what the problem is. Do you have any wise words on how to solve it? Because as Neil says, in Europe, we've got cultural attributes that we can't change. We can't change them. They're there. They're always going to be there. Is there a maximum ambition level that we can set and then say, actually, don't get disappointed if you don't achieve any more than that, because that's the best we can do? And how far are we from it? So any words from your side about the solutions regarding the problems that we've talked about, please?
Okay, thank you. I suppose the first thing I have to say is a response from me with wise words is the same contradiction as efficient flight operations and air navigation service provider, so we'll get that out of the way first. I don't think that as humans we should put any limitation on where we want to go. I think we should aspire to be the best we can, and to put any if we put limitations on, we're only setting ourselves up to fail. I think that in terms of how we might overcome the problem, I think there's plenty of solutions. I think interoperability is a word that we hear an awful lot, and that's a key point. But there is no reason why we can't have a dual service provision for over any country. No reason at all. The technology exists. We need a political will that will allow that to come true, and I think that will come. That will come in time. I think that ultimately we have to look at the end user, and it's the end user who's the customer, not even the airline in this case. It's the passengers who we have to look after, because it's the movement of the passenger that is the lifeblood of commerce in Europe. And if we continue to create roadblocks in terms of that, then the damage that we're going to do to a greater Europe is far greater than any perceived damage to national sovereignty, which I think, by the way, is rubbish. There's no damage to it. I mean, I would like to go back to a couple of points that Neil made. You know, the right to strike is one that's going to remain, is fundamental in Europe, and that should remain. I would have no issue with that. But at the same time, if you're going to have a right to strike, then you need to either have a commitment to binding arbitration, or you need to have a dual service provision, whereby somebody else can come in and provide the service. And I think they're the type of things that we need to do. And the other thing that's just saying in relation to Neil, the interesting thing is the users in the US don't pay any fees, but they're unable to force change within the US. In Europe, we pay the fees, and we're still not able to force change. So, I think I might prefer the US model.
We've got a couple of minutes. If just very short final interventions, Neil, you wanted to?
I'll try to make this quick. So a different time when I went to college, I took a course in existential philosophy. And in the existential philosophy, the professor told me, and I've been working this in my head ever since, if you don't have a solution, you don't have a problem. Thank you. I'm still trying to figure it out. I don't think you have a problem on the complexity of Europe because you don't have a solution for that. And I tried to make that point a little while ago, so this is repetition by intent and not senility. Pick the problems you can solve, and one of the ways to do it is use the existing technologies on the ground, on the air, to circumnavigate, pun intended, what we use as routes in Europe. Go out and solve those problems. Integrate the aircraft, 4D trajectories, include all the metering and metrics you can to come up with outcome solutions. If we want to sit around and bemuse the fact that you don't have common airspace and you have the right to strike and all this is creating a problem, it's fun conversation. You don't have the ability to solve that. So figure out, identify, prioritize what you can solve and solve them. And look at it at a grander level outside of your silos. Thank you.
Thanks, Neil. We're out of time now. Sorry, we are out of time now. We need to move on. I think it's been a fascinating panel, and I think we could probably carry on for another hour down a number of routes here. I think the positive message that we have here from a SESAR perspective is that we are delivering solutions that support interoperability, that enable the different stakeholders to actually participate and put pressure on the system to respond to their business needs. There are political hurdles that may or may not be solvable, and that's something that's definitely above my pay grade. But what I do know is that we're working on things in SESAR that can improve the situation. Maybe not in a revolutionary way, but to incremental improvements, to engage the stakeholders, to break down the silos, and to improve collaboration. I think that's the positive message we can take from this session. Thank you so much to all the speakers. It's been an engaging and enlightening session. So once again, please thank the panel. Don't stand up yet, a few practicalities. We go to a short coffee break now. Please remember, not only is coffee served directly outside here, but also in the exhibition area. So please take the opportunity to go down, have a look at the exhibitions, talk to some of the people there explaining some of the SESAR solutions. But please try and be back on time for 11:30, where we have the next set of parallel technical sessions. Too much to choose from there. We can continue on the theme of efficient flight operations. We're starting to look at infrastructure and also on the airport. So make a choice, join one of the sessions, and they will start at 11:30. So please be back on time. Thank you for your participation.
is really to give you some insight on one of the key features that we developed in the cockpit. You will see along the series we have different focuses on the cockpit, on the information exchange, on the flight planning and AOC activities, military and civil interoperability. I'm, as a former avionics specialist, I am particularly motivated to present this session today because we have really two good features that are performed within the program. The first one will be presented by John Karma from NATS, and is about our demonstration project dealing with ADSB for general aviation. So this is a particular group of stakeholders that we have a particular attention, and we try to bring them through the demonstration sound benefits out of the existing technologies on the field. And the second one is more on the mainline part, and we go higher on the altitude. And we present Patrick Lelièvre from Airbus, who is leading the ATM development there. We'll present one particular nice feature, which is satellite communication. Without maybe further introduction, I will leave the floor to John so that he can present to you the EVA project and the satellite and the ADSB for general aviation. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. So this is to take you through Project EVA, that's electronic visibility via ADSB for small aircraft. So one of the challenges that you could put back to this SESAR program is that it's focused on large aircraft costing tens or hundreds of millions of euros, dollars, currency of your choice, and is focused very much legitimately on commercial scheduled air traffic. The question then from other stakeholders might be, how are you supporting the smaller aircraft operator? And how are you, or what are you doing for the private pilot? What's in it for me? So general aviation is a very broad church. It covers a huge range of airframes, or in one case, just over there, the powered parachute, not really an airframe. Some of these are really capable. BizJets might be more capable than your average airliner. And some have no capability or very little capability. They have real challenges with power. They may have no certified power system. They have really tight weight constraints. And as you can see for some of the microlights, they have nothing to fix anything to. So to put something back, Project EVA has then looked at enhancing flight safety through improved mutual visibility between general aviation traffic and also to air traffic services. That's the big potentially for the big ANSP like NATS, but also outside controlled airspace ATS, and demonstrating or putting in place improved air-to-air situational awareness, interoperability with other ADSB air devices, air-to-air and air-to-ground, and then also somewhat abnormally for SESAR, seeking to develop suitable regulatory instruments to allow the adoption and use of the technologies that we've developed through the program. So what's the program? How's the program been structured? We've had one work package on that regulatory engagement and development piece. That's national and also EASA. There have then been, which has enabled, quite frankly, the 50 trial flights in UK with a small number in Germany. That's demonstrated initially the individual ADSB technologies, more about those in a little bit, against themselves for the air-to-air element, and also for targets of opportunity, particularly in the UK. And then multi-device trials to cover that interoperability piece between the different technologies, but also with non-SESAR solutions which have spontaneously emerged to answer some of the risks, particularly around mid-air collision within the GA community which are not operating in the same band. And then looking to see if candidate ADSB high quality and off the internet solutions can see these devices. And then there's the communication with the GA community and educating them as to what the possibilities are, what the benefits to them might be, and create that pull-through for potential rollout in the future. So NATS has led this project. We've had the flight trials have been coordinated by OPA because they have access to lots of pilots. We have two avionics partners, Funke and Trig, who have come forward with different solutions, which we'll talk, as I say, we'll talk about again later. And then we've obviously a lot of help from SESAR, but also a bit of Eurocontrol, who are looking at this but from a different angle. And this wouldn't really have been possible without the assistance of UK CAA, who have been brilliant. I apologise if I get this wrong, the Deutsches Ultralichtfluchtverband, with the German Microlight Association, who've done the flights in Germany so far, and also DFS, who have been really engaged. So electronic visibility. Your question is, what is it in this context? It's electronic transmission of ownership, that is your aircraft's position, and to receive the positions similarly transmitted by other aircraft. So you can generate a pilot alert of those nearby aircraft when you're operating visual flight rules. That's the key here, visual flight rules. And then the idea there is that you can improve the distance at which that aircraft can be spotted by that pilot and the probability of him spotting it. So the probability is currently relatively low. And then once you've spotted it, you can decide if it's a threat. If it's a threat, you can react appropriately in line with the rules of the air. That's basically a way of saying there's a structured way of doing it, but you can, if you need to, you can basically do whatever you want to make sure you don't hit the other guy, which is a good thing. Funnily enough, this works best, or we think it will work best, when everybody participates and everybody does it in an interoperable manner, such that all the technologies can be seen by each other, and then they alert in a way that's appropriate, so there's a space for different solutions. Some people might want an auditory alert, some people might want a visual alert, so there's then a market for the avionics manufacturers, hence why we have two. This is based or predicated on ADSB. I'll apologise for some of you, I'll be teaching SUCAGs, you know what it is, but if some of you don't, here we go. It stands for Automatic Dependent Surveillance. Automatic, it happens without you doing anything, good, because it happens quite frequently, every second or so. It's dependent. Your airframe or the unit needs some other kind of capability. In this case, it's GNSS to generate the position of your own ship and things like your velocity, where you're going, and things like this. Surveillance, it tells everybody else who you are, where you're going, what you are, and it's broadcast. It goes off the aircraft, and it's more or less continuous. And it is receivable by ground stations and other air stations. There's a handy graphic in the corner which explains it much better than I could. So the current concept of operation in Class G is see and avoid. You look out the window, you spot the traffic, you avoid it. There are aids out there to assist your situational awareness, your mental picture of where the other traffic is. In Class G, which is, if you have a radio, you can monitor the appropriate frequency for the airspace that you're in. You look out the window. The key part is looking up. It's not looking down in the cockpit as you might in an IFR operation. And a degree of luck. It's a bit of a bad habit, but you paint aircraft white. Clouds are quite often white. They can be quite difficult to spot. So, you are now the pilot of a small aircraft. What you are looking for is that microlight. I assure you, it is in the photograph. If you do spot it, have a guesstimate of how far away you think it is. You have 5 seconds. So, quick show of hands. Did you spot anything? Well, that makes this bit mute. How far away do you think it was? So there it is. It's probably about 3 pixels. I was worried about the size of the screen. I needn't have worried. That's a bit of a zoom. It's the best I could get out. So that's where it is. That is 2/3 of a nautical mile away. It is a bit of a cheat. It is a flex-wing microlight. And it is part of the trials, and this is live. Well, not live, but it was done with this. Now, again, you have 5 seconds. You'll see this one again later, so you don't get the answer now. Sorry. I'll let you have another go. There is an aircraft there. You might not think it. All right, that's... oh, there's one. Right. Oh. So then we moved into what we've tried to do with this, which is see, be seen, and avoid. This has sort of become a bit of a mantra in at least within the project community. We wish we trademarked it. It's been used that much. So what's the revised concept? You get a tip-off that there is traffic in your proximity. And you get some information about its relative direction and location, up, down, left, right. You monitor your radio transmission as you would have before. You still look out the window. You look out the window as prompted by your device of choice. And then there's still a degree of luck. Because, particularly today, there's a lot of unequipped traffic out there. So what are we equipping the people in the trial with? Well, we have a number of trial products, 2 of which were developed inside the program. One was provides target opportunities from work we did before, and 2 have come from, as I say, the community deciding to do stuff of its own volition. So the first one that NATSA's had a direct hand in is the low-power ADSB transceiver, that's LPAT, which is NAT-specified Funker-built. It is a portable equipment. It has an ADSB in-out capability. It doesn't respond to SSR interrogation, but you can see it on an ADSB and or WAM solution. The second one we've been working on is TABS. That's from Trig. That's built to an FAA standard. TABS is the traffic awareness beacon system, and TSA is a GA type or a lower end TCAS type capability, traffic situational awareness and alerting. There is currently no ETSO, EASA equipment standard for that to enable installation, which has posed a few challenges for the project. The other things providing targets of opportunity are existing MODES transponders coupled to a non-certified GPS, so you provide no quality indicators on that, such that Airbus will disregard it. It won't get involved in any ADSB in TCAS because it doesn't respond to the 1030 ping to confirm it's a valid target. And also the 2 proprietary solutions which can see ADSB but don't provide it. They work in the ISM band, that's down at 868 megahertz. And they work-ish. So here we see LPAT on a range of the airframes. In the top left is a PA, yes, your top left is a PA-28. On the right is a German microlight. In the middle, that's the microlight you were just looking for. The bottom left is a helicopter somewhere over London. If you've got good eyesight, you might be able to make out a few landmarks. And then again, a larger GA aircraft in the bottom right. So how have we been flying these? There have been long segments, short segments. The airspace volumes have been different. We've been looking at aerodrome circuit. This is particularly relevant for the GA or the smaller aircraft community because that's where you tend to get lots of smaller aircraft together. That's where the biggest mid-air collision risk is. So in the top, this basically flies around most of the London TMA at the low level. Bottom left is 2 microlights, which is probably the same one you saw buzzing around earlier. And on the right is the more idealized track we tried to do, which is you have one aircraft fly straight, and then you zigzag the other intruder aircraft through its course. So you move beyond the spot distance, which is always overestimated by pilots in the trial, but is in reality about 2 to 3 nautical miles. And then you drop off this, hopefully you drop off your sensor. You then pick it up as it starts to come in. You get the prompt, you look for it, and you zigzag, and then you swap roles for the other half, and then you go somewhere, and then you come back. This has probably been also quite good for SJU, because on one of the reviews, we got them to go out and do the trial, which is always helpful. Experience, live the dream, live the whole concept. So we come back to that example we had earlier. This time with some ADSB support. This is an LPAT. The bits at the bottom. So what you have is you have an aircraft at your 3 o'clock, just over 200 nautical miles away, 1,200 feet below you. This is the aircraft you're looking for. There are 3 other aircraft, one of which may or may not be that aircraft, in your proximity, hence why you have to keep looking out the window. In this instance, they're Mode S capable, but they don't have ADSB, so you don't see them. It's not a yellow alert because it's outside the 800 feet. And if you see these as standalone, you don't need my voiceover. So, everybody ready? I'm not seeing many hands. There you go. It's there. It's painted white. It's against the white cloud. Contrast is a bit of an issue. So, what have we found? It has improved people's situational awareness. People are spotting things that they wouldn't have otherwise spotted. A colleague from the FAA said ADSB is not backward compatible. Once you've had it, once you've experienced what it can do for you, or somebody else has experienced what it can do for them, and they spread that, you really want to keep it. It's coming that way. What we're finding here is that technologies work. They work air-to-air between themselves. They work air-to-ground. We can see them on our ADSB, non-operational ADSB network. And they're working together. Some of those things have now been tested together in multi-device, and the cross device is working. Perfect product syndrome. We've tested 2, 3, 4 products now. None of them are perfect. We also have coming for the 1090 devices a CAA standard, CAP 1391, which is already on their website, but will be available for regulation, or rather approvals, from next month. And the way pilots want to see their traffic or information presented differs. The approach by the manufacturers is different, so we've been able to get some views on that. So some people like the small profile of the FLAM type device, which just gives you a clock face and says it's over there. Some people like a more verbal enunciation, which say traffic 3 o'clock low. Everybody's different, what works for you, but the main thing is to keep the attention of the pilot outside the cockpit. You can have a quick flick down, particularly in the circuit, his airspeed indicator to make sure he's not going to fall out of the sky, which would be bad, but then you can focus on the task, spotting the other traffic. One risk has been identified. If you make this product too good, people will stop looking out the window and just not do anything until they're told to do something. And this is really going to be a risk while we're in that, particularly badly in that transition stage where you have a large number of people equipped, but not everybody is equipped. Today, almost nobody is equipped, so you know you still have to look out the window. But if you start to depend on the device, that's when you're going to get caught out. And then you get into the who goes first. Do you wait and say, well, no, there's nothing to see, so I'm not going to bother contributing to this environment because there's nothing to see and there's nobody looking for me? Ground aerodromes, there's nothing to see. But in some cases, the answer might be, there are lots of infringements from aircraft that originate at my aerodrome. What can I do to prevent those? If I can see those aircraft, I can nudge them traffic believed to be you, insert call sign. You have controlled airspace to your right, at which point the guy in the cockpit goes, oh, good point. I'll turn left, hopefully. The what's in it for me is starting to come. UK currently has about 1 or 2 mid-air collision accidents a year. If we can eliminate those with this kind of technology, that is a real benefit for everybody. If you go on YouTube and put in AirProx, GA AirProx, there are quite a few scary videos on there, a lot of expletives. I was going to insert one, but it doesn't like you downloading things from YouTube. The ground apps are coming. We haven't managed to work those particularly, but that's another thing where you need to work with the regulator, and the regulator is open, but it's for the ANSPs and the aerodromes to come forward. So what's next? We plan to take this forward through a localized program where we have some real problems in the infringement issues in UK, and work with all the stakeholders to build on that, and hopefully also look at potential applications of that information appropriately for TMA support, and then look at how to get RPAS to contribute to that same picture as part of airspace interoperability and integration. So in summary, we've had a large-scale demonstration of appropriate low-cost, lower integrity as the trade-off, capability for VFR aviation to enhance safety, inside and controlled airspace for all stakeholders, and also there are commercial benefits if you don't have to hold aircraft on the ground at big airfields. And the mantra, see, be seen, and avoid. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. In the excitement, I forgot to present myself. So, my name is Marwan Shida. I'm a CNS and avionics expert at SESAR GU. I'm responsible for the content part of the program. And definitely, I was excited to let you guys see the excitement and the very sexy topics that we have. And definitely here, the seeing is believing motto of the demonstration makes sense. Now, without a transition, we are going to take altitude with the mainline players of this presentation, and even more altitude because we are going to talk about satellites and satellite communication. I would like to invite Patrick Lelièvre from Airbus to talk about the very nice validation work done on the satellite work.
So thank you very much, Marwan. So as said, we will try to show you what kind of technology we can develop on larger aircraft and even more high with satellites, using satellites. So first, just have a look back some minutes on the SESAR concept. I think it was mentioned several times during the speeches, either yesterday or today in the morning by keynote speakers or participants to the different panels. We are going towards trajectory management. What does mean trajectory management has been explained over and over. But the thing is interesting, which we have on almost all large airframers, flight management systems. And one particular feature of those FMSs, among a large number of features, is that they are able to predict the path and the full path of the aircraft until landing in 4 dimensions. And the idea we had inside the concepts of SESAR was to downlink that trajectory. And so that trajectory can be used by a number of ATM processes, starting from network management processes until tactical intervention, technical control. So that's what we call the core of ATM automation. To do that, I mentioned downlink. To do that, we need data link. So what do we have today in terms of data link? We have a mandate, ATN baseline 1, in Europe, using VHF data link mode 2, VDL mode 2. So you may have heard that that data link is not fully working as anticipated. There is a project funded by the SESAR GU, which is called ELSA, which is about to deliver a large number of recommendations on how to tackle those issues. And we hope that these recommendations will allow making the system fully functional. A second issue that was identified is that we could, around 2025, a bit later, run out of spectrum and be having difficulties to cope with the need for data link communications. And that's also tackled by ELSA. And we have one idea behind, among others, which is having additional data communication means. Where comes the satellite part? What about satellite? We have demonstrating over the years that satellites have revolutioned ATM in oceanic remote areas. We are using more and more satellites there. What was missing is the capability of meeting the stringent performance requirements for using satellites in continental airspace, where it is already congested. And we have discovered through the latest developments made by the satellite manufacturers, namely in Marsat with the IRIS precursor sweet broadband capability, that we are able now to meet those stringent requirements. And as well providing additional bandwidth, because bandwidth is not less limited than for VL Mode 2. So this is an opportunity. So what did we do? We used the capability offered by the SESAR program to reallocate funds, reallocate efforts between projects and flexibility, that flexibility, to build new projects. And 3 years from now, we launched or proposed to SRGU, it was accepted, a project called 1525, which is again numbers, but the goal being to demonstrate that using the Inmarsat sweet broadband capability, we would be able to demonstrate the performance of 4D trajectory management over SATCOM. And we decided to use 2 different validation means to demonstrate that. One, which is a flight trial, with developing the system, developing the SATCOM using flight trial. And the second one, having real-time simulation using integration simulator, cockpit simulators. What is worth to mention is that this work is quite unique because it was done focusing on a collaboration between the SRGU and the European Space Agency, between 2 programs, SESAR and the ESA IRIS program, which is a unique thing in the SESAR program. And you may see here the number of partners that were involved, starting from Airbus as the leader of the SESAR project, and in Marsat as the leader of the ESA project. But quite a number of partners there. In terms of collaboration and what we did together, you may see different colors there. The blue part is the one developed by SESAR. The yellow part is the one developed by the IRIS precursor project, where the middle of it is how we develop the airborne terminal, focusing on the satellite ATN gateway on the SESAR side and all the other sweet broadband safety services on the IRIS precursor side. And this encompassed the whole air-ground or the whole air-ground chain, including the ground gateway for the satellite and ANSPs to use those data. So what did we achieve? In terms of demonstration in the lab environment, we were able to connect together through the satellite link an Airbus integration test bench with ANSPs, with air navigation service providers, mainly Maastricht. We were able to exchange aircraft data in that real environment, integrating the FMS and the data link computer we have developed to support the world trajectory management development inside SESAR. So what we could call, as was mentioned several times, the initial 4D demonstrations. By the example, we had a last flight last week on that in Italy. And we communicated between the aircraft and the ATC center, recording and validating the performance. For the flight trial side, we equipped an A330 test aircraft with that satellite data link unit. And we made a tour above Spain and Balear Islands, selecting a busy spot, a busy area for the spot beams, and showing that we could work in a continuous way over those spot beams and demonstrating the performance. And you see it here at the bottom right. So the path of the aircraft, it's difficult to see, but you have those different spot beams we encountered. And what we demonstrated over a more than 2 hours flight, that we were able to exchange ADS contracts, so trajectory information between the air and the ground, in a transparent way, whenever we change the spot beam, with a continuous service, and with performances which were very, very good. For example, 5 to 10 seconds for a DSC trajectory downlink, and less than 2 seconds for controller pilot data link communication. So just to summarize, in terms of achievements, so we have CPDLC performance and controller pilot data link communication performance less than 2 seconds, as I mentioned, which is fully compliant with the EuroCarrier RTCA, so the worldwide standards that were developed on data link, and which is fully comparable with what we can achieve with VDL 2 currently. And regarding ADSC, this 5 to 10 seconds performance is largely below what is required by the standards, so giving promising views and how it could be used. Which means that all in all, we have reached in a quite rapid time, 2-3 years, a kind of TRL6, technology readiness level 6, or V3, whenever we come about concept or technology, demonstration of maturity on a single aircraft. What does it mean? We tried to gather some quotes from different contributors, starting from MUAC. We had an exchange with Now DeLong. We told us, they were taken by surprise. They did not expect us to reach that level of performance and to demonstrate the capability in such a short time. And that demonstrated a real future for SATCOM. And the sooner the better, just. From Inmarsat, focusing on the importance of collaboration, joining forces from ESA and SESAR, joining all European forces towards a single goal, and to improve the ATM efficiency in Europe. And from NATS, we have demonstrated that the data link through SATCOM was viable, complementing the VDL Mode 2. They are thinking that the multi-link capability will be key for the next 15 to 20 years. We have to prepare it together using SATCOM, VDL Mode 2, and potentially other links. And what is important is that they are already convinced as well that the future ATC systems will rely more and more importantly on those trajectories, the capability of improving the reliability, the accuracy, and the predictability of those trajectories, and that will rely on those data link capabilities and that performance. What's next? What did we not achieve today? I think first I mentioned that the maturity has been reached for a single aircraft. So we need to demonstrate that for multiple aircraft in the full European transport traffic. We need as well to make sure that it works together with VDL Mode 2, so multi-link context. So that's what we plan in SESAR 2020. We need as well to work on the business and the service delivery models and the deployment scenarios. Because from an airspace user's point of view, you cannot accept paying more for using satellites than we're using VDL Mode 2. So we need to work on and to make available a business model which makes the satellite link as usable as VDL Mode 2. We have a specific feature that was introduced in SESAR 2020, which we could call very large demonstration, proof of concept, whatever, which is using real aircraft, the new aircraft, to demonstrate the performance at a large scale. It's clear that with that technology and what we have achieved, we need, and it will be very helpful to use that kind of capability and perform these trials in large scale. We need to reinforce and to continue further the collaboration, the strong collaboration between all the partners and European Commission, SESAR-GU, and European Space Agency. And whenever it comes, and it was mentioned yesterday for another subject, the business case or whatever, we need support from the European Commission, from funding authorities, to make this happen. Because always, infrastructure is where it was mentioned by John, chicken and egg system, but we need to find ways to make things happen, because this is the future, and it will enable a large number of applications, a large number of things coming in the future. But we need to make sure that those who invest are able to invest and has a positive business case in the short term. Just to recap what I said, so territory sharing as the core of ATM transformation, collaboration as a must should be reinforced, and that's the spirit of SESAR, and that's what we achieved and was demonstrated by all the projects, all the presentations we made. SATCOM for ATM, we have demonstrated that we can have SATCOM used for safety critical systems in dense environments in Europe and elsewhere. And toward the future, as a conclusion, just we have to make it happen now. We have to go towards deployment, to finish the work, as said, and to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. I told you we have 60 topics today. I think what was shown with these two presentations is that we are not doing blah blah and paperwork, right? We are delivering concrete solutions, and it's not a patchwork. It is part of an overall strategy. So we have the ATM master plan. And here we have just two examples. There are many other solutions, concrete solutions with real work and things on the table showing potential for the improvement of the situation. And I really recommend, by the way, I make a bit of a publicity for our catalog, because these solutions are also available in the SESAR catalog, and you will have all the supporting material to go to the next step, which is the implementation. Maybe I will invite the two speakers to sit in the speaker's place so that we can have some question and answers session. To complement just a bit on the presentation of Patrick, so here we're talking SATCOM, but it's part of an overall strategy for Datacom. The purpose of Datacom is not to make Datacom as such. The purpose is really to help, to facilitate, to have more traffic, because voice communication is not the best, the efficient way to do things, particularly when the clearances get really complex. And it's amazing when you go to an operational room and you see, for example, in Maastricht, Patrick mentioned Maastricht, and they're clicking, and no, it's very silent, it's very efficient, and you don't spend time repeating the instructions because it's very clear, and particularly for the international flight. And the strategy for this, Patrick mentioned multi-link, is to have on the table multiple links, and you can connect on satellite-based, ground-based, airport-based media. Now, I leave you guys the floor to ask any questions to our presenters. We have also the app, so yes.
Thank you. I'm Jean-François Perel-Gritz from Airbus Group Innovations. I happen to also be a general aviation pilot and the vice president of an air club in Paris. So here's the question for you. I'm very interested in the systems which will allow the small planes to be part of the ADSB community. And I have two questions. The first one is, of course, how much does such a system cost? And the second one is, how would it perform in a mixed environment with lots of FLARMs? I see that it's able, if it's connected to a FLARM receiver, to receive the FLARM positions, but is it able also to be seen by FLARMs around you?
Okay, so taking your first question, how much does it cost? That depends which capability you buy. So if you buy or you go for the LPAC, the pricing isn't determined, but let's say a ballpark, maybe €1,000. The trig solution may be a little bit more, because that's installed, so you have a bit for installation. The GPS, uncertified GPS, is in the UK is very cheap once you have once you've already paid for your GPS, because that's done under a delegated airworthiness approval for national permit to fly aircraft. I would suggest you explore that with your regulator if you're interested. I wouldn't take the UK position as a de facto acceptance. And for the FLARM, they are, depending which version you buy, they can be quite expensive. I think they're €1,000 to €2,000 again. And then if you get accessories, they're quite expensive. Now, the Pilot Aware is cheap. It's based on a Raspberry Pi, which is a UK very cheap processing computation board. It's on 868, so it's ISM, it's proprietary. I think it's out there, but we're not convinced, I think, and also because it's not interoperable, it pushes out and excludes the air-to-ground applications. But in terms of price, that's probably, doing the conversion in my head, about €200, a little bit more, and you can buy more stuff for that again. We're talking to a US manufacturer who's looking to come in with the UK approvals, and I think their target price was of the order of around $300 retail.
Complementing with the US view, I think it's a good thing to mention here, because we're not doing this in isolation. And in the US, it's a huge program to deploy ADSP. Maybe you can say a few words about the US part, John?
So the US part is really focused in this segment predominantly on UAT, which is not been well received. Well, UAT is not seen currently, or potentially in the longer term, as an option for Europe. I think that's why we're focused on 1090 solutions, and the FAA now is to drive GA adoption is actually putting out, I think, a $500 subsidy per installation or per aircraft to get people compliant. I think somebody told me the other day that if there was the equivalent scheme in the UK, it would cost about £4.5 to £5 million. But then you don't overcome that installation challenge in the very small airframes. They just can't take the weight. They can't fund the rest of the cost of the avionics, because that might be somebody's flying budget for a year. If you're saying it's £1,500 to £2,000 or euros, that might be a Michael Knight pilot's entire fuel budget for his year, and that's literally more than he's got. So I think there is space for lots of different solutions. I think there will be something that's down the bottom end which just makes you visible, and it'll be like everything. There's a spectrum of capability. Some people want something that tells them where everybody is, and then they can be seen. So
I think the key for cost is standardization and competition. So what we do within the SESAR program is try to make sure as much as possible that all these solutions are not a bunch of guys that work in the lab and then put something and they play with it. So most of the SESAR solutions are actually standardized, so that tomorrow for the deployment we have in the deployment set, we have standard to refer to for the deployment, which enable any player to come with products and to reduce the price. Can we take maybe one other question? Peter? Unless there's anybody else. Okay.
Hello. Yeah, good afternoon. Michael Brandes. I'm a consultant for IATA as a SESAR expert, and involved in this subject since about 30 years, not particularly this one, but in the ATM domain. Now, what you show here could have been displayed already 20 years ago. CPLDSC, I was myself involved, has been defined about 20 years ago as a starting point for communication, and I see you have a lot of ambitions there to use it even 2030 and beyond. So I know ATM is quite slow. The other question is, Internet is coming up for passengers. And yesterday evening, we talked to just at the bar, you know, what will happen. And so that the pilot will take the EFB and then use the internet to take some weather and so on, whether it's allowed or not. So is this strange dualism there? How do you think? I mean, we are living in a world where we talk about digital transformation, where everybody has his mobile, and the whole industry is completely different. And in ATM, we have this problem of getting with the pace of a snail. You know, that's I think the problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this question. It's exactly the type of question that we would like to receive here. And I'm sure that I will forward this to Patrick that will have a very good answer for it.
Thank you, Marwan.
Why ATM is slow, Patrick?
No. Well, just to complement, I remember when I started working in ATM, which was not 20 years ago, but I think I've seen some presentations showing that any single ID in ATM took a lot of time to come to operations, something like a mean value of 28 years. I agree. That's the kind of subject that could have been presented earlier. But we did not have at that time, especially regarding the SATCOM side, the capability of having that kind of performance. And I fully agree, we have living in a connected world, there is large opportunities to connect, to upload, to have data, whatever. But we have a specific aspect of ATM which has to be tackled very carefully, is safety. We need to be safe. And there is a specific part of this which has to be worked on very carefully. So a lot of things could be done outside of the safety critical part. But for that safety critical part, we need to ensure that it works there. And that's what we are working in, and that's what is difficult. Maintaining safety, and even maintaining safety when we are increasing the capacity of the airspace and the number of aircraft flying. Because just the people around us, the society, will not accept to have more accidents just because we have more aircraft in the sky. And we need to work on that, and that's exactly what we are doing. Using the up-to-date technologies, using what is coming from the field and what is growing and growing to dedicate a part for those safety critical applications and just clearly identify those safety critical applications that need that technology and let EFBs, let the rest use more off-the-shelf and more commercial technologies which allow more bandwidth and more capabilities.
Maybe to complement, thank you, Patrick, for this answer. I think we can talk really of a boom in satellite in all the cases. So we have a boom in internet. Now we connect internet. It's a must for all the state-of-the-art airlines. We talk about space-based ADSP, so we bring it to the other level where actually the ADSP information of the location of the airplanes are routed through the satellite. I think the basic principle is that the application, the CPDLC application, exchanging messages with the controller to make it faster is still valid. So this is the overarching concept. It's like keeping your mobile phone number, but changing the mobile phone. And then the technology, whether it's routed over existing technology, VHF, or exploring through the SATCOM project, the boom of the SATCOM to route the information, is key. And what is, from SESAR perspective, our challenge and our objective is really to cope with the change. So when we see something happening, we don't stay frozen in a certain mode where we say, we have decided this and we have to do this. We are open, and when these technologies are available, we have projects to demonstrate the feasibility and integrate them back to the ATM master plan. Peter.
So thanks Marwan. I'm Peter Olty, I'm a program manager at the SJU. I can appreciate the last intervention about the fact that CPDLC has taken a long time to come. And I think that one of the limitations has been the performance of the VHF data link. So putting CPDLC apart and just looking at the opportunities for applications, my question is to Patrick in terms of, are you doing any work, do you plan to do any work to look at the performance of the SATCOM link with multiple aircraft in the sky? Because I understand correctly, you've done this with one aircraft, but what's really key is what is the performance with a large number of airspace users. That's where the test really comes in.
Well, that's exactly what I mentioned in terms of next steps and what we are proposed to be done in SESAR 2020. First, in terms of more just trying to model and to investigate what could provide this SATCOM link in a large European environment with all the traffic and a large number of aircraft equipped with that. And secondly, through some kind of large-scale demonstrations in the end. So that's exactly what is planned and what is missing at the end of SESAR 1 to close the loop.
Hello, sorry. Philip Church, IOPA contribution manager to SESAR. So I was very happy actually to see both presentations, and I have questions for effectively for both. But John, if I could just go with your presentation to begin with. You mentioned about the link to airspace incursions. I'd like to understand from your perspective how having this see, be seen and avoid from a light-powered ADS-B, which is filtered out also from, as I understood from what you're saying, from the larger aircraft, how that contributes to the reduction of airspace incursions.
Sure. So if your aircraft is not transponder equipped, today you will probably get a primary only track of that aircraft, which leaves the controller in two minds. Is it an aircraft? Is it a bird? Is it in controlled airspace? Is it not in controlled airspace? If you have ADS-B, you remove that doubt. It is an aircraft, it is in, it is out. There's an open question about how much of that traffic you then show to the controller. Do you show him everything? Do you show him only what he needs to know about, i.e. it's in controlled airspace, or it is about to go into controlled airspace? The thing is particularly on busy terminal departure sectors, if you're taking that 2 seconds thinking time to decide if it's an aircraft or not, that 2 seconds is too long. You've got so many other things going on in the cognitive load that the picture starts to unravel quickly. So we already have a number of tools in NATS for control alerting for primary and secondary infringements. There's some early thinking, do we need something similar for this kind of technology? The other challenge as well is that it's likely to be low quality or no quality on the position. So the aircraft might tell you where it is, but is it actually there? Can you tie that up with a primary contact, with a wide area multilat solution, which is tracking the same signal but isn't using the position report? So you have that. So once it's in controlled airspace, you remove the doubt. The other thing then is to put in place a FISO, an outside controlled airspace barrier, by prodding people where they're using the service, to be fair, and that they're about to infringe and they can take some kind of action. So you put in place an additional safety barrier, in effect.
So I appreciate that basically what you're saying is you're linking that to NATS tools and to ATC tools effectively as an enabler, because you wouldn't have that. It should be pilot awareness of where they are on the airspace, and that's not going to be coming from an ASB box, and that's partly behind my question.
Yes, but if they're getting a nudge from outside, they are being seen by somebody else, and somebody else is giving them something. There have already been initiatives where you give people an airspace map and they have an in-cockpit alert or a visual alert, and that's in some cases been effective, in some cases not been effective. So it's putting as many layers in the onion as you can.
So if I may just extend that to one other thing. Downstairs in the room downstairs, there's a point about the ADS being the 1090 bandwidth capability, and point that I've been trying to make. If we talk about this see, be seen, and avoid, and we want to expand it to the wider fleet that's currently not within the SPI regulation. What work has done or has been done as part of this project to look at what bandwidth actually is available and whether this is going to clutter the rest of the certified avionics?
I'm going to say I'm glad you asked me that. So there's been UK work done prior to look at what some use cases of this might do to the overall TCAS completion probability at various different powers. So the avionic requirement, or the minimum stipulated avionic requirement, is for a 70-watt output from an aircraft. The work that we've been doing is looking at lower power, so below that 70 watts, which is why we need additional regulation for permission to use the 1090 frequency. So as you come down in power, you create less of a problem. But the assessment that has been done in the UK is that whilst there is a small degradation to TCAS, to the TCAS safety net, which is sort of taken to be the most rigorous requirement, or at least in terms of risk, that whilst there is a small one at 70 watts, that was the order of 2%, that was deemed to be an acceptable trade-off with the additional benefit that you're getting. So yes, you do potentially, you will take a hit in certain locations where there are lots of high-power transponders and potentially quite large numbers of much lower power transponders, but you get a safety benefit for a relatively benign loss. You can tell me I'm wrong afterwards.
Thank you. I'll take that for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the answer. I don't want to delay your lunch, but if you have a burning question, of course, you can ask it now, or you can also take the app. There is a SESAR app. You can contact the speaker directly, exchange with him. It's the purpose of this. So I will count to 3. If there is no... there is always one. Isa.
Ciao.
I will put the slide for you.
Fantastic. I want to refer exactly to that slide, if you don't mind. Paolo Burzigotto from the European Space Agency. So in the last presentation, you highlighted the strong collaboration with the agency with respect to the ARIS program. Now the ARIS program is moving towards a more operational capability situation, and I think there is also enough space and room to have a further collaboration, for example, in preparation of the very large scale demonstrations. So the actual question is if you could please comment on the readiness of the ARIS terminal. So when an ARIS terminal will be ready and equipped on the airplanes.
That's a good question. I think I mentioned at the end the fact that if we talk about terminal ready for validation and at a maturity of TRL6, well, it's almost there. If we talk of an industrial product that could support large-scale validation on airliners, then we come to the problematic of business case and trying to find the correct support from whatever organization, and specifically, as I said, the funding organizations in Europe, to get that business case becoming positive for those who invest, and especially the airframers, but not only. So that's something we want to discuss. There could be an industrial roadmap, and there could be a schedule to get there, but we have to discuss together how to make it positive for all those who invest. And thank you for the question. That's effectively what we need to discuss now.
Okay. Thank you very much, Patrick, for the answer. I would like to thank you all for the very interactive session. I'm very happy to see that it's raising questions from the audience. So stay tuned with this infrastructure. I'm not saying that the other ones are not good, but stay tuned with us because we have even more interesting topics later on. Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, John.
About to start plenary 3. Those who are in the foyer, there's still room left in the auditorium, so please join us in the next minute. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Plenary 3, which is on more efficient airport operations. I'm not Bo Redbourne, as you can see. Before introducing him, I just wanted to mention once again, we have a very useful app that you can interact with all the panelists in this afternoon. We've got 1 hour, so you can prepare your questions and get going. Otherwise, we have a more traditional approach with the microphones. So without further ado, I'd like to ask Bo Redbourne to come and to begin the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All of you, welcome to these sessions about more efficient airport. And also special welcome to all of you that watch us on the streaming facilities, both in the house and outside the house. Airport efficiency is something that has been discussed for a long, long time, but it's also quite obvious that the way it's perceived is very different from the different parties on this. So airport efficiency could mean different things to different people. But it was clear when SESAR was kicked off, and I was already part of it at the time that we kicked off the definition phase on Eurocontrol's behalf at that time, providing half of the fund, because at that time, no one, the industry in particular, could not agree to do the SESAR definition phase without being 100% funded. And the way to do that was the cooperation between the Commission and Eurocontrol, and we find a 10T way to actually do that. I was also involved in the fact that we asked for a single legal entity to sign the contract with, and they couldn't make it at that time because no one trusted anybody else. So we had to revise that particular requirement and sign 30 equally worded contracts in order to get that particular part of SESAR start going. And now we've seen a lot of valuable deliverables, and the question is, how do we actually exploit the potential of all those deliverables? And that we're going to discuss in this panel, and I'd like to start with Michael Nachtigaller from Lufthansa to come up and take a seat. And that's the airspace user representative. The industry in this panel is Fredrik Lindblom from Saab. And from the ANSP side, we have Mark Watson, NATS. And two representatives from the airport, Torsten Achtheimer from Fraport, and Roland Haler from Gatwick. And Roland has a particular role in this panel, which I think is quite interesting. He has not been part of SESAR. So Gatwick has not been part of SESAR, but they are fishing urgently for the potential to improve the efficiency of an airport that is already efficient. They move more passengers than any other airport in the world on a single runway, 40 plus million. So that's impressive. I'm certainly going to open up for the floor in a little while, but I'd like to start with a more generic question, which all of you or any of you or some of you may want to answer, and that is that some are impatiently waiting for results to be implemented, airlines in particular. What would be your suggestion to expedite the process to actually capture all the dormant opportunities that are being presented during these 3 days and are currently actually ready for implementation, but not yet implemented? Which one would you choose in order to achieve a more efficient airport operation? Shall we start with Lufthansa?
Yes, thanks, Bo.
Thanks very much that we have the opportunity to be here on the panel and speak from an airspace user perspective. And in regards of your question, in regards of efficiency, first of all, when I prepared for this panel here, more efficient airport operations, actually, what does it mean? So efficiency in this regard, which context, and especially what is a target group of who do we aim? And in our point of view, there are more or less 3 different target groups. The first of all, the most important, is our customer, the passenger experience at the airport. The passengers do not care whether or not which organizational entity is responsible for which process. In the end, it's always Lufthansa. So we must find opportunities and elaborate new technical and procedural opportunities to really provide a seamless passenger experience transport chain. And the second target group in regards of efficiency is actually, it's coming more and more and more, especially in our areas, is the people in the vicinity of the airport. So we have to find solutions for noise. SESAR 1 was, in our point of view, the focus was on capacity, because we had really capacity constraints in Europe. We had to grow, we had to react, and the challenge in SESAR 2020 will certainly be on noise. And we have to find answers for that. And that's basically the second target group. And the last target group for efficiency, and that comes a little bit back to that question, is the organizational entities itself. So for us, we as airline, of course, we want to have tangible and measurable performance improvements as fast as possible. And that's exactly the point of the question. So when we look in the technical background, what we have elaborated here, what has been shown in the different forums, there's a lot of technical innovations there, but sometimes we are struggling to implement it in a really complete picture, and that's basically the challenge, and it comes to collaboration. So in our point of view, we are moving from collaborative management to total airport management, and that's basically the process, how to speed up that kind of innovations rollout throughout SESAR innovations.
Thank you. Frederick, your introductory remarks.
Well, thank you very much, Bo, and ladies and gentlemen. You threw out the difficult question there, Bo, and I'm going to try to address it from my point of view a little bit. I'm a firm believer in information sharing and the power of information, and I do believe that information sharing can really unlock innovative ideas for improving airport efficiency. Unfortunately, today, I still believe we are working too much in isolation in producing information, different stakeholders at the airport, and I do see that at many airports we are investing in parallel infrastructures in order to try to generate information that essentially is trying to provide the same benefits. I don't think that's very cost efficient, and I do believe that we have to change that. And I do believe that the solution within our community is to really expedite and move faster in terms of implementing and defining SWIM services, or system-wide information management services, standardized in order to share information in a much more collaborative manner than we do today. And I would really challenge us as a community to move faster in that direction. And since I represent industry, I really challenge or put the challenge to the airlines as well as the air navigation service providers to really put requirements on the industry to move in that direction, so we don't create system solutions that are creating information that is isolated. So I do believe that that is really one of the key things that can unlock innovative ideas for better airport efficiency. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark, the head of R&D in NATS.
Thanks, Bo. Just a few points to sort of get the debate going, perhaps. So NATS is the leader of Work Package 5, the TMA R&D within SESAR 1, and part of our rationale for wanting to take that leadership position is with the London TMA. Not only have we got the single runway operation of London Gatwick, as was mentioned, but also the most efficient dual runway operation in London Heathrow. So a very complex TMA environment. And ultimately, so what's that relevant to the airports? The airports are only as good as the surrounding airspace that enables their operation. And just reflecting a bit on what Mr. Marinescu identified yesterday when he said in his keynote speech about the need for an airspace design, a new airspace design upon which to deploy the SESAR solutions. And I'm very much echoing what my Chief Executive, Martin Rolfe, recently said at a different conference when he described it as a 1960s, equivalent to a 1960s road network, when what in fact we need is a 21st century airspace infrastructure to support the 21st century aviation industry and the economic growth that comes from that. Just reflecting Michael's point about noise, certainly with some of the implementation, some of the deployments that we've done recently right throughout Europe and whether it be in the Frankfurt region, whether it be in the London region, the issues are the same. Noise, the environmental constraints are one thing, but noise specifically and the mobilization of the local communities enabled by social media and the like to have a voice and really influence some of the concepts that we've been developing over the years is quite significant and is quite a hurdle that I don't think as a community we've got our heads around yet how to most effectively take account of that, reflect their concerns into our R&D, not least with the long SESAR 1 lead times that we've had on some of the R&D and the ability to perhaps change some of that. So going forward in SESAR 2020, it's certainly something I think we as an R&D community need to fully explore how we can take account of some of those noise sensitivities in assessing and validating the concepts going forward. But that's very much going forward and addressing some of the central question that Bo raised. And reflecting another theme right throughout this conference, everyone's noted this, is about collaboration, the effectiveness of collaboration and the effectiveness of SESAR as a development vehicle by which to cause that collaboration to connect things up. I gave the example in my presentation yesterday about TBS implementation at Heathrow, time-based separation on approach, how it wouldn't have been possible without the collaboration of Heathrow Airport Limited, NATS, the industry supplier, Lockheed Martin, and indeed all the other key stakeholders. X-MAN was also mentioned yesterday, cross-border arrival management, where NSPs work together to take account of implementing a SWIM network, to take account of predicted delays, forecast delays in one arrival stream, and how ANSPs upstream can then absorb some of that delay, allowing it's not going to reduce the delay. What it does, it allows aircraft to fly in a more efficient phase of flight, reduces the noise profile in holding patterns at lower levels in the downstream airfields. So there's a range of proactive things that can be done in that region.
Thank you. Torsten?
Yes, thanks, Bo. First of all, I would like to say, of course, that I subscribe to a lot of things that have been said by my colleagues before, especially Michael, but that may be due to the fact that we are at the same airport more or less and dealing with the same issues. But I want to bring a slightly different angle to the discussion and by looking back a little bit into the past, because like Bo, I have been in SESAR since the very beginning, since the time when movies were black and white and aircraft had propeller engines or something like that. But at least that's how it feels at the moment. But if we look back at the beginnings of SESAR, actually, what you could see about airports or about the description of airports was more or less that they were considered bottlenecks in the system. And by the outside, but also when you went to the decision makers of the airports themselves, because we tried to set up a consortium at the beginning, and a lot of the decision makers at the airports on the board level said, this is not for us. ATM is nothing we should be interested in, leave that to the ANSPs, and it's not for the airports. Why do I say this? But because actually when we look back at what happened in SESAR, it's actually that one of the key factors was the integration of the airport in the network. And the fact that people got aware that the airport is important for the network, but also the network is important for the airport, vice versa. And a very good example for this is when we had the ash cloud, and let's say the airports were working, everything was fine, but there were just no flights. So when we talk about efficiency, let's say the picture of airport operations has changed a little bit from a pure capacity issue to dealing with other KPIs such as quality of service, predictability, punctuality, environmental impact, and of course also cost efficiency. And I think this is an important part of where we should go and what we should look at and how that we can improve in the future as well. We have produced quite some solutions in SESAR, and I think we have put into place an organization, the SESAR Deployment Manager, that is bound to help deploying these capabilities, but there are different, let's say, weights to it. There are things that need to be deployed all over the network, but there are also local solutions. And coming back to your questions, what should we do? I think some of the local bits can be done right now. We don't need to wait for anything else. They can be deployed right now, and I think it takes the, let's say, it takes the business case and it takes the initiative to go for it. And that's where I want to pass on to.
Thank you. Roland?
Thank you. Thanks, Thorsten. Thanks, Bo. So Gatwick has not been part of SESAR, so I've got a lot of catching up to do. So you're going to have to forgive me while I make my little speech here. First, let me say it's a pleasure to be here and to have the opportunity to participate in this discussion with my colleagues this afternoon. By way of context, I thought I might start by giving you a little bit of information about Gatwick that you might not be aware. We handled over 40 million passengers last year. We fly to 200 different destinations, 90 countries. We have 60 different operators regularly flying out of Gatwick. You may also be aware that we are the world's busiest single runway mixed mode operation. We currently at peak declared capacity of 55 movements an hour. Last summer, we handled in a single day 934 movements. We expect that to increase this summer. We became Eurocontrol ACDM accredited at the end of 2014. We were the 15th European airport to do so. We became EASA accredited, certified in 2015. We successfully, earlier this year, transitioned our local tower ANSP provider from NATS to the UK subsidiary ANS of the German company DFS. So there's a lot of change. And we're private equity owned. We're owned by global infrastructure partners, so we have a pretty keen sense of value. Unless you've been living on another planet for the last couple of years, you probably realize that there's a rather big decision that the UK government need to make. We're eagerly awaiting that for several reasons, but the southeast of England has probably the busiest terminal management area probably anywhere in the world, to be honest. I mean, it's an incredibly busy piece of airspace real estate. It's served by 6 airports, as I'm sure you're all aware. They handle about 1 million flights and about 1.5 million passengers a year. If we think about traffic volumes and the intensity of operation within the southeast of England, and specifically for our airport, we need to recognize that these numbers I'm quoting are as of today. And essentially, what we're finding is that the traffic volumes across Europe are coming back. I think they're pretty much at pre-financial crisis levels now. I think we've seen, I just looked at ACEI data just recently, I think we saw in March a 5% increase in traffic across the network, just year on year. I think there are some great improvements being made. I think there are some great developments taking place. We're getting better connected. Eurocontrol, I think, just in the last week announced a sharing agreement with the UAE in terms of flight data, so clearly that's going to help. We're operating in a very data-rich environment, much more so than we previously have done. ACDM, if you think about, for those of you involved in that, all of the messaging systems that are involved in terms of departure planning information messages and so on. So it's a very data-rich environment, and it's going to become even more data-rich as time goes by and we progress things. Frank Brenner yesterday was talking about virtualization and digitalization, and these factors will enable us to actually, fine-tune performance even more. But I think, when I look at the SESAR program, clearly there's some fantastic work going on there. I think, for me, however, and for our airport, given where we're at and given the growth that we're seeing now and in the future, we really need to accelerate the pace of delivery. We really do, because time is our enemy at this point. If I think about the Eurocontrol published data for the next 20 years, I think this is reasonably commonly known. Eurocontrol across their 41 member states and 64 ACCs handled about 10 million flights last year. The consensus view on where that traffic volume is going is essentially that by 2035, in 20 years' time, that number will be at 14 million. The consensus view is also that given the current approach to air traffic management and the airport infrastructure in Europe, about 2 million of those flights just ain't going to happen. They can't be processed. A lot of the growth is coming from India and the Far East. And if you think about that in terms of GDP for the European community, it's a colossal figure. I mean, you work the arithmetic. It's a colossal figure. So I think we're on that trajectory now. I think the recent forecast data shows that. I think that we need to expand capacity. Unlike some of my colleagues on the panel, capacity is a very big deal. We have ambitions to increase beyond 55 ATMs. We're looking at, SESAR developments to help us do that. TBS, we're looking at GBAS. We're looking at ways in which we can further improve arrival spacing with curved approaches, PRNAV, and all of that good stuff. But we really need it soon. So that's where I'm at. And I think the future is challenging. I think there are plenty of opportunities, and hopefully going forward we'll have a slightly bigger role to play than we've had in the past. So thank you.
Thank you all for responding to my initial question and your introductory remarks. I think I'm going to open up for the floor if there are any particular questions, even though I have plenty myself. But it's more interesting to respond to what you are looking for at the floor. Is there anybody that'd like to raise a question to this panel? Okay, think about it for another couple of minutes. I have a few. I like to raise a simple question. Do the regulators keep up with SESAR, or is the safety cases and the approval of those an issue for a speedy implementation? Who would like to pick this one up? Yeah.
From an airline perspective, of course, regulative issues in regards of everything what has been discussed before. There are a lot of issues actually. When we test, like at the moment we are doing radius to fix curved approaches into Frankfurt, and you need to design new procedures and whatever, but the standardization, the framework to deal with those procedures and the approval is not yet complete. So it's always pushing the boundaries of existing ATM knowledge so that we have to deal with that, what is existing, and it only works with pretty good collaboration with our partners, system partners, in this regard, Fraport and DFS, and that's the only reason why we can do that. But that's certainly an issue in the future from a regulative perspective to provide us the framework, the toolkits to expedite the process in this regards. Safety, it's definitely an issue. That's, I think, the baseline for everything that we are doing. But what we have to always deal that safety is always a mitigation measure for a risk-based approach. So, and that's sometimes missing, that we have tools and tools and tools and systems, especially for us within the cockpit, which all cost a lot of money, of course. And that's not always a business case, and that's something we must cope with, that safety has a money value somehow transferred in regards of efficiency and a risk-based approach of the mitigation measures.
Thank you. Anybody else? Mark?
Yes. Just by a quick show of hands, how many Civil Aviation Authority NSAs are in the room now? So a couple, and that, SESAR is quite a broad church, but it is quite a closed community, and whether it be for safety and NSAs, or whether it be for other industry that might be implementing, and to a certain degree, from what I see, it's a classic researcher's dilemma, where we've gone all this way down the road, and reflecting back on my TBS experience from R&D that probably took 8 years, so probably a fair comment to go, well, that's ages, that's absolute ages. But we're so far down that road, now to go back and get everyone else, and bring them down the road as well, whether it's the regulator, whether it's, in a NATS case, my engineering colleagues who have to implement this, there's a lot of learning and a lot of knowledge to have to transfer to instill into those other stakeholders, whether it's the NSAs or not. The same level of knowledge, understanding, and thus trust, for which in this case, the safety cases can be further developed. And once again, sorry to keep, I've got limited examples, and TPS is such a good one in this relight, is the amount of safety work we had to do beyond what SESAR, with the safety assurance work we'd done in SESAR, to make it specific to that operation. It was quite considerable. Just balancing off the education and bringing up to speed all the key stakeholders, as much as the specifics of the Heathrow operation, or indeed a Gatwick operation or a Frankfurt operation. There's still quite a bit to go there that we still have to do, and that in itself is very much a challenge for us, I think, going forward.
Anybody else like to say something on this?
Well, maybe just one or two words on what you said about regulation, and also I take standardization mid on board, because I think it goes well along with each other. I think you can see that after, let's say, close to the end of SESAR 1, the landscape is changing a little bit, and there is a more, how should I say, a better established process towards standardization and regulation from the research. Whereas, let's say, a couple of years ago, it was still the case that research results were kind of thrown over the fence to the NSAs and to regulators, and also to the standardization bodies, and they started working on it once it was ready. Whereas now I see a little bit of more integration, and we need that. We need let's say, the people starting their work once the results are not yet completely finished, because this is the only way that we can gain some time. There is another point with regards to regulation that I want to raise, just as we are experiencing also, let's say, the effects of regulation that come from outside the ATM world currently, let's say from security, environmental issues, and so on, where actually we have almost the inverse effect, that we need that we start research based on regulation. And this is something there where we also need to think about carefully how we can go, or how we can mitigate this risk.
Frederick, you'd like to say a few words as well?
I almost forgot what your original question was, but yes. If I go back to the point I made about, I truly believe that information sharing can unlock innovative ideas for airport efficiency. The fact that we will see that much more information will start to flow between the different stakeholders. We are talking about virtualization, we're talking about digitalization, and I do believe that we are going to face a challenge when it comes to safety regulations and all of that, when it comes to talking about making the information making sure that the information sharing is done in a safe manner, and how do you ensure data quality, data assurance, and all of those kind of issues that I think we will face when we start to share information between stakeholders and much more seamless throughout the operation. So I do believe that's definitely going to be a challenge moving into the future, but we have to start thinking about that, as you mentioned, already in the development process of where is information originated, where does it end up, where does it go and flow through different systems and so on. And yeah, that's something we have to consider, and it's a challenge for sure.
Michael, do you want to come back?
It's a combination of the first question in regards of why isn't the pace that much as we have expected, and the safety. What is missing a little bit and what we are pushing a lot whenever we can is the whole human factor items within SESAR. We have a lot of technical solutions everywhere, but sometimes it's a problem, especially when we speak about ACDM, whatever, where you have differences in local applications, whatever, and sometimes a different understanding of actually the operational processes. And actually, that's a human factor item. So the technical solution must always come together with a concept how to deal with human factors. We have the same when it comes to airspace redesign, which is a hot topic in the next years in regards of how to implement RMP1 into TMAs, into high-density TMAs. What has that to do with human factors? What is the interaction between controller and the pilot? What is the training concept behind the syllabus, whatever? That's definitely a challenge for the future, and it's definitely directly connected to the safety of the overall modernization processes.
Thank you.
Yep. A few comments. Yeah, I think that when I look at SESAR, it's a really, really technical set of activities. I mean, you just have to walk around the exhibition hall and just see how technical that stuff is. I think maybe we just kind of just acknowledge that, right? Because it is really, really technical. So when I think about how you land change in organizations, I think the best equation I was ever told, and I trained as a Lean Six Sigma black belt, so I got my head full of all sorts of mini-tab equations, but the best equation I ever learned was R equals Q times A. R equals Q times A. And R stands for results, Q stands for the quality of the solution, and A stands for the acceptance. And when I look at all of the exhibition hall exhibits and I hear all the presentations and I read all the stuff about SESAR, it seems to focus really, really heavily on the Q. Would you agree? Really heavily on the Q. But I think if you don't have the A, and by the way, the more white hair I get, the more I realize that equation is probably wrong. It should be R equals Q times A to the power 10 or something like that. Okay, it's all about the A. And in order to land those solutions successfully in organizations, you've got to focus more on the A. And it is the human factor pieces, clearly. But I haven't heard that much in the last few days about change leadership and change management. I've heard a lot about technical stuff. And I think you really need to start the journey in terms of developing, prototypes and designs with the whole stakeholder piece in mind, so that we're not, as I think Torsten or perhaps Mark said, you now have to then kind of get that far down the development cycle. And it's oh, well, we better go back a few steps because now we've got to get the regulator on side too. I think there is a model. I mean, it's a highly regulated industry, but actually pharmaceuticals really highly regulated too. And I'm just wondering if there's some kind of models there in terms of how those organizations operating in the pharma industry work with all of the stakeholders to try and reduce the cycle time for landing drugs, in our case solutions, more effectively and more quickly in the market.
Thank you. Now, any questions from the floor? It's hard to see at the very back with the light in the head. Before we leave safety, we all agree that safety is our number one priority, regardless whether we represent ANSPs or airport or airlines. But a short question. Has the safety card been overplayed? And that has prevented us from actually quickly implement what's need to be implemented. Mark.
I don't think so, personally. I think if the benefits are clear, then the customer demand is there. And maybe it kind of reflects a little bit on the acceptance, as Roland was saying. If the benefits aren't clear, the benefits might be there, but if they're not clear and they still don't get it, they're not going to create the pull. If you don't create the pull for the operational service improvement that will be delivered, whether it's resilience or consistency of, or improved airport efficiency, you get that on side, then it's more powerful to create the safety case, drive the safety changes, drive the whole change management process, because you're absolutely clear on what you're going to get out of that and the value of it to the business model. So I don't personally see that as a barrier.
Thank you very much. I'm encouraged by that particular answer, because I still believe it needs to be sort of answered in the way you just did, in order to ensure that we don't see that as constraints, we see that as an opportunity to actually change the system in a safe and consistent way. So that's fine. Let's move over to another topic. I think airports, ATM, avionics and airlines as well has been reaching a development state of the art in splendid isolation. What do we need to do in order to come closer to each other? Is there any particular actor that have a greater responsibility to take initiative to cooperate among all those partners? Because in order to take the next step is the interchange of data. I mean, we have buzzwords like big data and all the rest of it. I mean, who is actually taking the initiative to bring the various actors here in the aviation? We have heard many said that the passengers is the ultimate customer, and how do we actually provide a better service to the passenger? And now we need to cooperate. How do we do this? How do we make it happen, even for those that are outside SESAR? Because many airports, many providers are not actually within the family. I mean, very many here in this room is already converted. They know that this is needed, and they have had the help of SESAR as a vehicle to make this happen. Who would we act in order to attract all the rest, all the airlines that you're not cooperating with today? You'd like to start, Torsten? You seem to be keen.
Yes, I can. I mean, I can come back on what I said in my introductory remark, actually, when the value of the network, when I said this, and actually the airport, as it has already been pointed out, being a node of the network, and therefore the collaboration of the various stakeholders at the airport is needed. And in this part, I agree fully with you. In the let's say in the work package 6, airport operations, we've had a particular focus on that, especially in the collaborative airport management, where we are talking about and bringing forward solutions that deal with exactly this collaboration at the airport to, let's say, enhance the throughput, enhance all the efficiency at the airport, and to also have a better recovery in terms of disturbances at the airport through solutions like an airport operations center and like the various services that are behind. In the future, I think there are opportunities to enhance this towards also the passenger side. So I want to put forward the word total airport management, whatever that means. It's I think everybody has a different idea of it. So, but it's true, and it's absolutely important. What you say is to focus also on the passenger. Because I think the least what ATM can do for the passenger is to make it a seamless experience at the airport. So he arrives, he can go to the gate, the flight is there, the flight leaves on time, the flight arrives ideally on time at the next airport, and maybe he can transfer to the next flight. So he does not realize that there is ATM. So it's safe, it's efficient, it's on time.
Anybody else like to comment on this? Michael first and Roland then.
In regards of passenger experience, what we need to crack the nut, I would say, in regards of the whole information and data exchange is open standards. So we had made experience because for us it's actually a product item to provide apps and whatever to our passengers that they get information about their flights. And Lufthansa founded an innovation hub 2 years ago, and there was a hackathon where they created with innovative startups new mobility solutions, and that works with an open protocol basically where you can access to Lufthansa relevant information, and that's probably an example how that should work, that you have open APIs where you can connect via web service to each other and include startups into the process, innovative companies to speed up the process. Because for us, it's a product item to inform our passengers as much as we can, and that has certainty to do something with total airport management as well, that if we inform them, we know what's going on, but if we know what the passenger are doing, we can feed the information into the kind of total airport management network as well, if we can. And that's basically, from this point, a little bit the future vision. It's about standards, about openness of the systems. We need a good SWIM system, not only theory, a SWIM with works, where we can connect easily, not like in current processes with ACDM, where we have probably bilateral interfaces to Fraport or whoever, which is a lot of work, a lot of tasks to do, which will certainly slow down the process. But if you make the turn to digitalization, to 21st century technology in regards of information exchange, that will speed up the process.
Roland?
Thank you. Well, when I think about aviation as an industry, I can't help thinking it's an industry designed for failure. If you just think about all of the different parties that are involved in getting an aircraft turned around and taking off, I mean, you've got the airport, you've got ATC, you've got local ATC, you've got national ATC, you've got local ATC, national ATC, Eurocontrol, maybe Oceanic, maybe FAA. On the ground, you've got fuelers, you've got cleaners, you've got the ground handlers, you've got the airport themselves, the airline themselves. But then the airline is not just a single entity, because we've learned that there's significant friction in airlines between the network scheduling guys who are gold on, optimizing the airframe, who come up with schedules that sometimes the ground guys can't actually meet, and therefore we lose OTD. So there are so many moving parts there. Now, in terms of information management, I've been really impressed by the role that Eurocontrol have taken in terms of defining standards within CDM. I think that's definitely going in the right direction. I think the focus on DPI, departure planning information messaging, is enormously helpful. I'd like to see a similar focus on arrival planning information too, to improve that. But we are moving into a world where we can't just simply operate in isolation. I think CDM has helped us get better connected, get airports better connected, better information flow. SWIM will enhance that even further, clearly. But we are moving into a world now where we have to think more about, the end-to-end chain. If we were at a supply chain conference and not a SESAR conference, I mean, we'd probably be laughed at for some of the things that we're talking about in joining up all the moving parts, because these guys have done this. That's the way they operate. I mean, so there's some interesting models out there that I think we can follow. I'd like the information management in terms of getting joined up end to end, and we're talking about an interactive airport flow management application at Gatwick, which enables us to understand the entire passenger journey. It helps us understand where we see delays on the rail network and on the motorways, on the surface access to the airport. It looks at check-in, it looks at security, it looks at travel to the gate, it looks at, obviously, the performance of the aircraft during the turn process. So all of that, linking all of that together, clearly is a sensible way to proceed. As to your question as to who really is responsible for that, I see an absence of any standard setting there right now, and I think if we don't have that kind of standard setting in place, and maybe SWIM is the answer, But if we don't have that standard setting in place, then we'll lose the opportunity to compare and contrast performance and leverage best practices and results more broadly across the network.
Mark.
Just building on some of the points Roland was making, actually, the CDM in its inception was kind of running in parallel with SESAR when SESAR started, and sort of SESAR, some of the work packages of the projects in the work packages, Work Package 6 have embraced that and built on it. And this whole total airport management, airport operations center, APOC, aligning that with the network management, the network operating plan, that's been so critical to bringing together those efficiencies. And some of the data mining, I went to a Work Package E conference on data mining last year, and one of the great examples they gave, kind of touched on what Roland was saying there, was using social media. All the tweets people might make, all the Facebook updates, in a car crash and such going to be late to the airport. How that then, you can data mine that, take that through to understand what that's going to be for your passenger arrival at the airport. All of those aspects are so important. And absolutely support what Roland says about being able to share that. And I guess NATS as a commercial company, thinking of the knowledge, the IP we've got. Clearly, we want to sell the experience we've had on TBS, but there's certainly got to be some halfway house about how do we share that knowledge. How is it that, going back to a previous question, the safety arguments we come up with, whether it be Heathrow, Gatwick, Frankfurt, with the pilot common projects, everyone having to implement certain things because of the PCPs, how can we create a situation where that knowledge can be shared more freely, or for fair and economic compensation, so no one has to do that same learning journey the same. And what struck me, one of the things I really enjoyed in SESAR 1, and it's not just about, SESAR 1 was great because we're in a SESAR 1 company. What worked really well was some of the demo projects, large-scale demos that we conducted. And once again, it does link back slightly to one of the questions earlier. How do you do some of that knowledge transfer out? There was an opportunity. So we've done the main sort of SESAR programmatic type things of V1 to V3 or maybe V2 plus in terms of validation maturity. Here is an opportunity to then go out and demonstrate it with live operational flights. Try before you buy. Great opportunity to educate those other parts of your organization or the other parts of the stakeholder community in, okay, well, what can it really do for me this if we did it in a Heathrow setting or a Gatwick setting? That worked really well. And it was good to see in SESAR 2020 that sort of idea being taken forward to even bigger ones, very large-scale demos. Bit of a risk, maybe they're too large and lose some of that dynamicism that we had with LSDs, large-scale demos. So that really helps with that information sharing of what it can really do, the benefits case on there. I'll stop at that point. Let someone else have a go.
You'd like to say a few words about this, Frederick?
Is it on? There we go. Yeah, I mean, it's circling back to what I said originally, and I do believe that we have to move faster in terms of defining swim services in order to exchange information in a standardized way. I think that we have a role in that, all the community, in order to do that, but I also pushing the airline industry or the airlines and the air navigation service providers to be more active in their requirements to industry, that you have to provide system that opens up and provides information through swim services so that we create cost-efficient solutions in the end for the buyers. And I do believe that we have to work quicker in that sense, for sure.
Thank you. Any question from the floor? Yes, we have one here, so if you can provide a mic.
Thank you, Bo. I've been listening to this, and it's the nice vistas in the future when everything is connected and provides the right data and on the right time. I'm getting old also and gray. I'm sometimes thinking, how can it go wrong? I mean, are we also looking at robustness, vulnerability, redundancy, cyber security? I mean, SVIM is ideal and we need SVIM. How do we make SVIM in a way that it cannot be hacked or taken over? So my question is, maybe this is not the right forum at the right moment, Bo, but how do we look at analysis, not only what it can do, but also from the side, how can it go wrong, and how can we cope with it when it goes wrong?
If I may add, just before you start responding to this intervention, is the fact that our business has been rather bad or slow to actually achieve recovery after something seriously has disrupted the operations. It took several days after the ash crisis. It has been between 24 and 48 hours after a strike. There has been example of more than a day just because it's been snowing a couple of hours at some places in Europe. So if you address the recovery issue as well, because it's very much related to this last intervention. You like to start, Michael? Airspace user?
In regards to your question, I think it comes with risks. I would compare it really to safety. There we have a risk-based approach, and if you find something where you have open points and you have to do something, you find the right mitigation activity. And that will be certainly the case for cybersecurity as well. So it will be controllable somehow, but we have to deal with it. And but that shouldn't hinder the process that we. It comes back to your question, Bo, in regards of did we play the safety card too much? Probably in 10 years with next SESAR program we say did we play the cybersecurity card too much? So it's controllable, risk-based approach, and then we should actually, we can cope with it.
Frederick?
I can only agree with what Michael said. I think we have 100% in agreement on that one. And relation to recovery, I mean, I think, and I speak as a vendor or providing systems. I mean, we can provide system that actually provides key performance indicators, gives information that is vital in order to recover as quickly as possible. We can also provide predictive analysis in terms of presenting that to the user in order to make decisions to make the recovery quicker. But it's based on the fact that we need information being fed into the systems, and from that we can analyze and come up with suggestions for how to mitigate these disruptions. Yes.
Thank you. Mark?
Eurocontrol recently organized a cybersecurity event in Toulouse. And for me, it was an absolute education. I've got no background in this at all. But what was very clear, this conflict of, we manage safety by having diverse systems. Security and cybersecurity, you do exactly the opposite. And everything we're talking about here of a shared infrastructure, shared knowledge, is exactly the opposite of cybersecurity approach. Where you control your suppliers, you control your supply chain, you control the systems you use to limit the exposure. And I must be honest, I was quite troubled by it, and I still am to a certain degree. And part of it is we, as a ATM research community, as a whole, as a generic statement, are behind the curve in understanding pragmatically the cybersecurity risk, to understand how to apply it to our developments. And speaking to my cybersecurity officer in work, one of the cybersecurity proponents is saying, the world's going to fall to, with such an exposure. And what he was saying would be more helpful was, my colleague was, okay, but that's kind of saying you all have to suddenly become Olympic sprinters when perhaps you first need to get out and start with your local park running 5K jogs. That's where we are as a community. That I think we need to take those sort of first steps. And whilst some of us will never become the Olympic sprinters, it's getting that measure of what it really needs in the right places. But it starts absolutely with us as a community getting educated and applying it to the developments as we move forward, definitely.
Thank you. Torsten?
Well, I have not that much to add in terms of the cybersecurity issue. I think most of the companies we're working in is faced with the same issue of cybersecurity from their own company network and from their own, let's say, environment. An airport operator, for example, if we have a cyber attack on our airport, we have a lot of systems that are that are essential for the operations of the airport, and so we need to protect them on a risk-based approach also. But of course we have a more or less closed system. This gets more difficult when we open the system up to exchange information, of course, that's clear. But I think we also rely a little bit on the industry to provide solutions in this case. We as the operators more or less set the requirements, and it's important to take those cybersecurity requirements on board, because it's I don't want to say a new part of the game, but it's a part of the game that has been maybe neglected a little bit in the beginning of the development. When we come to recovery, and that's the second part, or your part of the question, I think I can only repeat what I said to the last question. It's collaboration for me is a key point in recovery. We have when we are operating in this environment, we have, as different stakeholders, also different performance schemes and different performance targets, and therefore if we try to recover from a situation on our own, we might go in different directions. So there is an absolute need for collaboration there, and to have a shared plan and a shared vision of how to recover and of how to mitigate a problem that is there for the network. And this kind of shared vision is something we develop also with the APOC and with tools that are in the APOC. That's one point. There are others, of course. So with services in the APOC and with what-if scenarios that we run together with our colleagues from the various stakeholders, and that will make hopefully life in the future easier for recovery.
Thank you. Would you like to say something, Roland?
Well, thank you, Bo. I agree with much of the comments that have already been made. I'm kind of rather old school when it comes to systems development. You have two sets of requirements. You have functional requirements and you have non-functional requirements. And if you look at the history of mankind where systems don't work as they're expected to work, it's because people typically have not been able to articulate the requirement in the right way. I think there are techniques that help us to, on the functional side, better develop systems, agile-based methodologies as opposed to waterfall approaches. I think that's fine, that helps. The risk profile on the non-functional requirements clearly is changing. Cyber attacks, cyber warfare, cyber, put a word after it, it's all happening, right? So I think the savvy, switched-on systems guys and businesses have a keen view of risk and continually monitor the nature of the risks, as we do. If you think about passenger processing through security, the DFT gives us different risk profiles. Sometimes it's liquid, sometimes it's guns, whatever. But we don't just look for liquids when we're told that it's guns. And you don't just look for guns when you're told it's liquids, because you're not going to basically be successful, are you? So I think there's a very risk-based approach to the changing environment that we're in, where clearly there's greater risk on non-functionals in different ways than previously had been done. So I think as long as we're focusing on that, that's fine.
Thank you. Any more questions from the floor? We can actually fit one or maybe even two in the schedule, if that is static. Yeah, there is one up there in the back.
Hi, thank you. Miguel Mujica from the Aviation Academy of the University of Applied Science in Amsterdam. I've heard today that you were discussing a lot about sharing of information in the management of these systems. But airport itself, or the business itself, is about competition. So my question is, how do you, or do you think that there should be some sort of legal framework that establishes how do you share the benefits of that information sharing? Because since there are very different players, sometimes might gain a lot, sometimes some others might gain less. So it's unfair competition. and maybe that might hinder the smooth implementation of the information sharing systems.
Well, Bo, can I just quickly give a... So my experience of life is whenever you get lawyers involved, things take quite a long time. You know, I think it's a great question. It almost seems like an anathema, though, to the principle of shared information to improve performance. Now, it's interesting because at Gatwick, when we started on our CDM journey, we had a very big focus on TOBT accuracy. That's target off-block time accuracy. Because the target off-block time is the key input variable that we use for pre-departure sequencing. And we needed to get our target off-block time to a very high level of accuracy. In fact, it was 93% accuracy. And we wouldn't let anybody participate in our CDM local operational trials until they actually could demonstrate they had that capability. Well, we tried for months and months and months to try and get that. Do you think we could do it? Well, no. We were working with every single airline. I lost count of the number of meetings I went to, frankly. But then we started publishing that data. We got their agreement to publish that data. And so they could see, the airlines could see how good their ground handlers were. And some airlines were very keen to be very early in the local operational CDM trial. So that worked really well. And well, we didn't need a lawyer for it. So I think there's a good data point. But seriously, you know, I think, I try and keep the lawyers out of this.
Yeah, no, I think
Sorry.
before we actually move on here, is to ask the panel a last question. You can address this one as well, if you like, when they go around, because we need to run off. We have been running out of time. And that is if any of you have a very high priority issue of not yet delivered stuff that should be sort of focused on in SESAR 2020, the next phase of this, that you are missing from all the options you have to choose now to implement. Are there anything that is not yet delivered in terms of development that you would like being a priority in 2020? We start with Michael and we come around in this direction. You don't need to come up with anything. If you think everything is done, that's fine as well.
Oh, I have a lot of ideas in my mind. But first, quickly to this data thing, a second. Of course, there needs to be kind of regulation how to deal with data, especially between airlines. That's a big issue. We talk about competition, we talk about compliance factors, and that's definitively the case. So if we share kind of intellectual property or whatever kind of information into such a system that it can be handled operationally, we must make sure that it's not open to probably competitors. So there needs to be kind of a regulation. If it's legally, that's certainly a question, but there needs to be some guidance. In regards of what we need in SESAR 2020, as we need to, especially from the learnings in regards of how to set up deployment, we clearly saw that especially when it comes to the preparation and material to really start deployment, it's certainly too less. So there needs to be more focus on, even if it's R&D, but certainly there are some elements within R&D where there could be provided more guidance into the deployment activities, and especially more toolkits for implementation, because for us, it's something which has not been mentioned in this panel now, but for us, the airport is just a node in the network. So we need harmonized operations. It's operationally a nightmare for us in the cockpit or wherever when we have different operational procedures at the different airports. So there needs to be harmonization that comes with standards, and the standards must somehow be tackled within R&D, even if it's research and innovation and not standardization, but that's definitively one point.
Short intervention, Fredrik?
Very short. I've already touched upon the swim services. So I do believe that, and I'm very solution-oriented as I'm representing industry, but I do believe that we have to focus more on sort of what-if capabilities in the, and providing what-if capability and predictive analysis capabilities to simulate different scenarios and help decision-making support for the airports, airlines, and the air navigation service providers in order to make decisions that improve efficiency. I think I would really like to see that as a focus area.
Thank you. Mark?
So, and it kind of touches back on the last point, is really better use of what we've already got, more widespread. We don't necessarily need more data, more sharing. There's plenty there already that we can use. I'm very much around that theme of the APOC, the total airport management, linking with network management. That's one aspect of it. More work in that area would reap benefits. And maybe the demo projects can help exemplify that to other key stakeholders who might not be directly involved in SESAR. And a point I made right at the beginning with noise being what it is, more research into how we can build that in noise evaluation and assessment of the concepts that we're developing in SESAR to ensure their acceptability of the local communities that are going to be living with them.
Thorsten?
Well, I would like to take up one point that Michael has just said, in that he wants to see, let's say, the same operations more or less everywhere the pilot flies. I think I can understand the point of view perfectly well. However, I have to say the operations at airports is quite diverse. So we have quite different kinds of operations at airports, and I think the challenge will be to harmonize these kind of operations in a way that makes it easy for the airlines to operate at different airports, but that leaves the airports the flexibility to operate to their, let's say, local specific environment. And this is not a particular solution that I want to vote for, but of course, like I have already said, the total airport management is truly one of the key factors for the airports in comparison with network management.
A short final remark from you, Roland?
One thing. Fully industrialized operational capability, GBAS in Cat 2-3 conditions, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we should give this panel a big applause because they've been doing great. And just to make sure that even though you only have 1 hour, but the noise issue came up here at the very end, and that is certainly an issue that many airports are struggling with. And if anything from SESAR 2020 could come out in order to help us address this in a consistent way, it would be certainly appreciated also by me. Thank you very much for your attention, and we have breakout sessions after this.
everybody, and welcome to the last session in this series, looking at more efficient airport operations. I'm Robin Garrity, an ATM expert with the SESAR joint undertaking, and I'm your moderator this afternoon. This series of presentations has so far looked at how to improve runway throughput and how to improve safety and efficiency on the airport surface. This afternoon, we move to two slightly different aspects of airport operations, very different from each other, but very important and of rising importance in airport operations. To begin with, we will hear about airport operations management, showing how information from airport processes can, through Airport Operations Plan, be used to integrate the airport into the wider ATM network through its Network Operations Plan. Today, we show the example of target time management. Secondly, we will hear the latest developments in remote tower services, whereby tower air traffic and flight information services are provided using advanced technology from a location that could be many kilometers away from the airport receiving the service. As usual, questions for both sessions can be asked after both sets of presentations have been delivered. So please be patient until all the presentations have been delivered. May I request also that if you don't wish to forget your question, you may use the SESAR app to send me a question. I'll be checking on my iPhone during the presentation, so that might be another way of you getting your question to me if you wish to. I'd like now to introduce our first two speakers for this session, Mark Burgess and Gonzalo Quilet. Mark is Head of Air Traffic Control and Air Traffic Management at Heathrow Airport. His busy portfolio includes research and development, and he oversees the airport's involvement in the SESAR program. Gonzalo is working as manager in the ATM and Airports division of Indra, and he has been leading the airport system work packages of SESAR since 2009. Mark.
Thanks very much, Robin. Thanks for that introduction, and it's really delighted to be here in Amsterdam amongst such a great audience. I'm sure you're going to be a great audience. I'm not hearing anything from the audience yet. Certainly amongst SESAR colleagues who we've worked for many years, and that's a key bit for me really that's shone out in the SESAR program is the whole SESAR family and all the hard work that's gone on. So there's been far more people than myself involved in this particular area. There's too many people to give credit to, but it's certainly their work, not mine. So please bear that in mind. What I'm going to try and do is bring to life for you really the concept of airport operations management, the SESAR concept of airport operations management, and set out what it is basically, who's involved, and in particular we'll start with the why question. So why do we need to do this stuff? What's the purpose? We're not doing SESAR just for the sake of SESAR. We're doing it because we want to drive our change and we want to drive benefits into our business. So you've heard a lot about this already, but traditionally airports have not functioned efficiently as ground nodes in the European ATM network. Airport operations planning and management is pretty much independent of the network and sits on its own. So again, we've heard a lot of people talking about silos, and that's absolutely kind of how the industry is. I'm pleased to say that with ACDM and some of the other aspects, we're starting to move away from that. And that's where we really start to unlock the benefits. And again, from the airport's perspective, from the ground handlers, the airlines, the ANSPs, it's all about the passenger and putting the passenger right at the heart of what we do. And that's right at the centre of the concept around airport operations management. So it drives, and there's 6 reasons really, and I won't necessarily talk about all of them because we've talked a lot. I think the only other point to say on this really is that given the amount of traffic that's growing, so fantastic to be an airport operator at the moment in terms of the sheer volume of passengers, the increases in passenger volume. Fundamentally, our business isn't sustainable. If you look at the impact of the network and the airports on the network, we're at Heathrow, for example, this year already we're seeing 150% increase in ATC restrictions due to what we got last year. A range of factors, usual things, strikes, staffing, weather, and we need to kind of go on and deliver this stuff now to really make the difference. Because fundamentally, if we don't, then average delays will increase significantly over the next few years. So what's the solution? What am I talking about when we talk about airport operations management within SESAR? It basically consists of common situational awareness. So again, a single unique rolling source of information available to all the airport stakeholders. And there's a couple of key bits in there. So it's a rolling source of information. It's kind of projecting out 6 months, if you like, the operational plan, the airport operational plan, taking it from 6 months all the way down to the day of operation. So really kind of embedding that in there. It's trying to predict what's going to happen and allow you to set a performance framework. Really, really important that we have a performance framework that's set and all of the KPIs are aligned across the stakeholders. That's a huge challenge for everyone. So aligning our incentives, if you like, as a group, in the interest of the passengers, having the right incentives is a huge cultural challenge for the industry, and getting that alignment right is key. And that's far harder than some of the technical challenges that we face. It's building on top of collaborative decision making, so it's very much taking that and building it and pushing it further into the ATM network and further back into the airport. And again, you've heard about this, and we'll see more about this in SESAR 2020, but moving towards total airport management. And cutting across that, we effectively have, if you like, four main areas really. And it's very much around having a steer, so providing a steer, and again, setting the performance, so setting the performance, steering the performance. And then it's effectively monitoring the performance, monitoring all the processes, essentially relying on big data, a data-rich environment, and then managing when those areas are potentially that we're going off plan. So really the aim always every day is to set the targets and to bring the airport back onto that plan. And then the final piece, again, is that post-op, so we're into that virtuous circle of improvement. And that's just a very simple illustration. I won't necessarily talk too much of it, but from a Heathrow perspective, that's the Heathrow slide there of just some examples of how we see that this is coming to life in Heathrow. We're already starting to get into the deployment stages of a number of those aspects, all coming out of the concept operations and from the validations that have been done in SESAR. And again, purely from a point of view of as we start to local deployment, there's a strong business case, hence airports around Europe are starting to really go forward with it. So what are the key elements then? What are kind of the killer apps, I suppose, if you're into that sort of thing? It's we've got the APOC, the Airport Operations Centre, so lots and lots of discussion about, does that have to be everyone co-located in the same room? Is it a massive command centre? It can be. It can also be a virtual centre, or it can be a mix and match. The key bit, its essence, is around managing performance. So you've got that element of managing that performance across all those stakeholders. So they're steering and they're managing the performance, and the operational guys are performing that. We've got the AOP, the Airport Operations Plan, and again, that's around monitoring. That's the data set that sits beneath. That's providing all the data, and as I say, it's going out 6 months, coming all the way down to the day of operation. You've got the MET, so single biggest probably cause of delay and reactionary delays tends to be MET, and really fundamentally integrating that into the processes and really integrating MET into the APOC, into the AOP, and so you can make those decisions. DCB, which is the demand capacity balancing, so again trying to optimise the airspace and the runway throughput, taking into account many factors, trying to predict, again, a large element of prediction in that, in simulation and predicting, taking all the information that's available and looking at the optimum flows. And then we've got the start, really, of the total airport management, but integration of some of the landside processes and bringing those into the operations. And the final bit, integration of de-icing, but also other adverse weather processes. So again, along the lines of the MET, but including low visibility operations, and how do we kind of be proactive around that stuff rather than necessarily in the reactionary world that we operate to now. So we're setting the plan, taking in mind of all of those processes. I've touched on this already, so again, you've heard about this probably in every presentation, I think, pretty much. So this isn't airports doing stuff for airports. We've been developing it across this whole group of stakeholders. airport operators, ANSPs, manufacturing industries, airlines. And again, the key bit for me here is just the real spirit of collaboration. It's not some kind of fake collaboration. It's absolutely passionate people in these projects, really delivering, really believing in what they're delivering and understanding it's going to make a difference. So, what are the benefits? So we kind of two primary benefits. The first being increased predictability. So we want to integrate the airport operations with the network. We are coming up with a plan. We're communicating that out to the network. And the aim is that we'd say we're delivering to plan every day. The plan is changing, and we deliver to plan every single day. We get increased efficiency through reduced waste, and that can be across predominantly through reduction in delays, but also around utilisation of airframes, infrastructure, and that's obviously significant from an airline perspective and from a ground infrastructure point of view. We've got better use of airport capacity, again looking at the runways, but also the stand infrastructure and on all of the associated airport capacity. Increase in safety, and again that's driven out of increased prediction and less uncertainty in the operations. So if you've got a more certain operation, you've got a plan that you're working to, it's not changing all the time, people aren't reacting, particularly in bad weather, you absolutely see a direct link into safety. And also improved environmental sustainability, so reducing waste, reducing emissions, reducing delays through those projects. And I think the last bit for me, really, before I hand over to Gonzalo, but is, this isn't just a bunch of documents in the SESAR library gathering dust. There's been a huge amount of validation activities. There's some sites on there. There's many, many more that are on there. And, Heathrow doesn't have the answer, or Paris doesn't have the answer, or Madrid or Palma. Again, it's all of these groups coming together, they're sharing the problems, they're thinking through, they're coming up with innovation, and very much doing that in the right spirit. And now we're very quickly moving on to deployment. So it's not difficult to see that as part of the deployment program, the AOP and those elements are very quickly being taken up by the airports because they can see the direct benefits of their operations. And at this point, I'll hand over to Gonzalo, who's going to talk more about the technical elements of how it links into the network. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon to everyone. So basically Mark has been talking to you about what the improvements we have been addressing inside the airport. And now I will be talking to you about the integration of the airport into the global ATM network. Okay, that's a direct, that's very related, a topic very related to the ATM pilot common projects, to the network collaborative management. And so we have an objective, the airport integration into the network for a common situational awareness. Now we have the, well, you can see here, there's we could see a first aircraft in an airport, a flight, and a second airport. And at the big, and we see a cone here that tries to explain that if in a certain point of time we do a prediction forward in time, the forward you get, the higher deviation you get from the prediction. Okay, this is what we could have now with the flight plan. Once we introduce the current airport CDM, collaborative decision management, we stretch that deviation. So we get better times and better prediction of the times. Currently, ACDM, in 2015, we finished with 15 airports in Europe with ACDM implemented. Now we are about 20, and we expect to finish the year with about 25, 27. Okay, so that was a baseline for current SESAR 1. And now we have been working in a multiple airport integration with knock-on effect that will reduce the deviation on the forecast and will increase our prediction. So how do we integrate the airport into the network? Through the airport operation plan, AOP, and the network operation plan, NOP, connection. That's, in fact, a business-to-business swim communication. So here in the slide, we can see 4 airports, a network above. Every airport has its own airport operation plan, which is a tool, a monitoring tool. And at the beginning, we will follow an aircraft going from one airport to another. At the beginning, we only have that blue line that is the plan for the flights. Then the airport communicates to the network and then to everyone, their own plan, the turnaround plan. So we have a full plan for that aircraft. Then that plan is activated. And what happened? It may have a deviation. Here you can see that the flight plan is expected late compared to what we had in the plan. So that affects to the airport, which says that, okay, I cannot accommodate that delay, and my takeoff time for that flight, for that aircraft, will be late too. That is communicated to the network. The same happens with the next airport and the same with the next. That is what we call the knock-on effect, a cascade effect on any disruption on a flight. Okay, so what will be going on here is that dynamically any modification on the dates, on the times, related to that aircraft will be communicated to the network and distributed across all the stakeholders. Every airport also communicates that deviation to the local stakeholders. So everyone is aware of what's going on. So the achievement is that we have a fully dynamic information exchange for a full common situational awareness. So what can we do with such a complex system like this? So one of the uses of the AOP-NOP integration is what we call the target time management. You can see here in the slide an airport with its boundaries and an inbound traffic. So it may happen that the airport demand capacity has an imbalance, which is that, well, maybe the demand has increased, there were some flights diverted to the airport, or maybe the capacity was decreased for a certain reason, like maybe you have to close one runway for 5 minutes. You have anything that could happen in the airport. In any case, you have an imbalance. Then it is defined a hotspot, that is a period of time with a number of airports that are affected in order to solve that imbalance. Now what happens is that the network regulates that hotspot and defines a calculated takeoff time for all the inbound traffic. This solves the situation, the imbalance, but maybe not optimally according to the airport interests, because the network does not have information about the requirements, the necessities, and the impact on the airport. What we did here, in fact, is that we developed a tool in the airport called AIMA, the Airport Impact Assessment, that in fact evaluates the sequence provided by the network and define a new one according to the local interest, not only the airport operator, but also the airlines or the handling. So in the end, it defines a new sequence ahead the one defined by the network, send it to the network, which evaluates it, and if in case it could impact in any boundary traffic or whatever. And when the network accepts it, it is then, you can see the sequence 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or whatever, according to the airport interests. So what did we do here? Basically, the airport stakeholder role moved from a passive role to an active role, providing a solution to a local demand capacity imbalance. Because before, the network did try to solve it without any information from the airport. So, results of the AOP-NOP integrations. Basically, it delivered to the network manager an improved awareness of traffic situation, both in terms of prediction time frame, Now we are working in about 4 hours prediction time frame, and in the future, with this kind of tools, we could be working with over 12 hours in advance, which is a lot. Also, there is an improvement in accuracy of predictions in the extended time frame. So we now could have this deviation from the forecast, then we will have a more accurate forecast. We've been working in different validations across the SESAR 1 program, and we just recently, some weeks ago, finished a validation in which there were 4 airports involved, like the picture we saw before, with the network. And these are some preliminary results, which are, with 7 hours in advance, which is quite a lot, there is an increase of 25% in the domain accuracy. And also, the flights affected by a hotspot are reduced to 25 of the total flights included in the hotspot. So only 25% of those flights will be regulated, will have a calculated takeoff time, and therefore delays, which is we minimize the impact of the regulation. And just to conclude, latest slide saying that with the increase of predictability, we improve the efficiency of highly congested environments, which basically is Europe. There are some direct improvements as the reduction of the delays and fuel consumption, the optimization of resources usage, the improvement of passenger quality service, and also it's very important to support the crisis management. All these are impacting the ATM Master Plan key performance area, the capacity, the environment, and the cost efficiency. And just to finish, what are the next steps? Of course, the SAR 2020, not difficult to guess, in which we have 3 projects that mainly address these topics. First one, Project 04, Total Airport Management, Project 09, the Advanced Demand Capacity Balance, and a very large-scale demonstration project, the Network Collaborative Management, that in fact will address this plan, includes a plan for a real trial of these validations we did on the AOP and OP integration. And that's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gonzalo. Thank you very much, Mark. Now I'd like to move to the second half of our presentation today and talk about a bit of a new kid on the block in terms of air traffic management. That's caused a lot of excitement and a lot of pleasure. I'd like to introduce Rainer Kaufhold and Markus Philipp to the stand to talk about remote tower operations. Rainer has been working in DFS for 15 years now and has been involved in many national and international research projects focusing on airport issues. He has been involved in SESAR during the last few years as project manager for Remote Tower and coupled AMAN-DMAN. Markus is the program manager within LFV, Sweden, responsible for their remote technology research program. He's been part of the single remote tower implementation project in Sundsvall and is also responsible for the multiple remote tower concept within SESAR's remote tower project. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Okay, thanks, Robin, for the introduction. So we're now moving from the big airports, the hub airports, which have their problems in the complex processes and the collaboration and the capacity issues, moving to the remote towers, which are applied for small to medium-sized airports. And here we are looking for cost-efficient solutions. That's the main driver of the concept. So local air traffic service at the tower hasn't changed much since the beginning of flying. So the ATCO still relies on the view out of the window for providing air traffic control. He's supported, of course, by flight strips, paper or electronic, well-known, radar and some other support tools, but the core is the view out of the window. So the remote tower concept will really be a big change to local air traffic service at the small airports. And the concept being presented here is provided by Noricon, represented by LFV, Marcus, NatMic, which is the consortium also involving Saab. It's DFS, which I'm representing, and it's Frequentis, also providing the system for remote tower. So first of all, I would like to start with the short definition of the different applications we have for remote towers. It's different areas we are looking at or have been looking at. First of all, it's the single remote tower. There's just one ATCO providing ATS for one single aerodrome from a remote location. In addition to this, the more advanced concept will be the multiple remote tower for low-density airports, where one ATCO will provide air traffic service to two aerodromes at the same time. So the difference to single remote towers is, for single remote towers, controllers will also have the license for 2 or more airports, and they might provide ATS in the morning to one airport, in the afternoon to another airport. But with the multiple concept, he will provide ATS to the two or more airports in the future at the very same time. The third application, it's rather focusing on medium-sized airports. It's the contingency concept, which applies when the ordinary tower is out of service and you need to have on short notice to provide ATS. This concept is driven that you provide ATS mainly for IFR traffic, which is a bit easier to control from the remote tower. What makes it a bit more difficult is that controllers are not used to the remote provision of ATS, so these have also to be considered in the concept. So the challenge for remote towers is, of course, reproducing the out-of-the-window view to the controller. At the core, of course, is the technology, which is mature now, which is the cameras. So on the pictures, you see different solutions, one from Saab and LFE on the bottom, from DFS and Frequentis at the top. So the basis is the fixed cameras, which in general provide a continuous view, 360-degree view of the airport and its surrounding. And in addition to this, we have a functionality which is similar to binocular, which is the pan-tilt-zoom camera, where you can focus on one aircraft or object to get detailed information. In addition to this, on the Frequentis solution, you see the infrared sensor, also a 360-degree sensor, which provides really amazing image quality in low visibility conditions. So how does it look like for the controller? So he's not in the local tower anymore, but is provided with the monitors providing the view out of the window. On the right top, you see the solution from LFV. So you have a lot of monitors providing the whole 360-degree view, which is a solution that is similar to today in the tower. So the controller is used to getting the whole picture there. On the both pictures below, it's the concept realized by DFS and Frequentis. So we are providing just part of the view, field of view. So it's around about 200 degrees field of view. And the controller can pan. So instead of turning his head, he can just pan the picture to see the remaining areas which are of interest in a certain situation. So, of course, the working position, the remote tower module, is completed by the standard systems as used. So it's the flight strip system and the radar, of course, the weather information. And what you can see at the very bottom is the pan-tilt zoom camera, the picture that's a close-up of a certain area. What you can also see is that you can switch here between the color image and the infrared image. So depending on the weather conditions, the controller might choose between them, whichever gives the better information to him. So that was talking about the basic features we need to provide remote tower. Then you might have specific local needs where you can add advanced features. So for example, it's the visual tracking. So the presentation on the camera, it's of a lower resolution than the eye has looking out of the window. So the controller can be supported with the frame around the flight or object, increasing controller situation awareness quite a lot. The controller can be supported by an infrared image. So here you can clearly see the clouds, the aircraft, also bounded. So it gives a real good view on the information that is required if the controller needs detailed information. Of course, you can also add hotspot cameras depending on the local needs. They are well known from the ordinary tower, where you have areas there where you don't have sufficient surveillance. So that's not very new, but might be needed in some locations. And you might also add, overlay information into the visual presentation, so reducing the head-down times, another advantage of the remote tower concept. So the overlay information might be weather information, which is used quite frequently from the controller, but you might also outline the runway or other parts of the taxiways like that. So giving the controller a very integrated picture and integrated presentation of the whole information. So we did a lot of validations in Sweden, Norway, in Spain, in Germany, and the result is with the remote tower concept, safety is maintained. We can provide the same level of capacity and service applying the remote tower concept. And which is most important, that was the two prerequisites for applying the concept. But the driver for the concept is co-locating the remote towers reduces cost by 10 to 20%, always depending on the very specific local conditions you have. So in some locations you might have even a bigger gain. The conclusion is single remote tower is implemented in Sweden for about a year. So it's feasible, of course. So it's the first implementation for a small airport. DFS plans are for 2018 to implement the remote tower for medium-sized airports with some more traffic, and we're advancing this with further validations. So that's from my part. So if you're further interested, Marcus and we are at the stand downstairs and can provide you with further information. For the other two parts of the concept, I will hand over to Marcus now.
Thank you. So, continuing with the multiple remote tower concept that has been developed through several years in Sweden and also in cooperation with DFS, sharing some documents and information of where we are and conclusions we have made on the different sides on how to develop this further. So what you can see in the picture is actually the two already implemented camera towers from Sundsvall and Örnsköldsvik airports. In this image, both of those images are merged into one controller working position during the Noricon trials in Sundsvall, and the main challenge was to integrate data from these two different aerodromes into one system to ensure a possibility for the controller to work on this in this environment. So what we've done, we've used both simulations, validations, workshops, all kinds of ways to actually work on the concept on how to move it to a V3 mature solution. And what we've done is we've used different solutions, LFE, Norcon, and also Avinor, worked on a side-by-side view where we had one airport on one side and the other airport on the other side, as you can see in the image. DFS worked on another solution where they used one airport above the other, or you could also, as Rainer said earlier, use full switching to just present one airport if you're not going for the simultaneous traffic. But for multiple, we said that we shall be able to cope with simultaneous air traffic service for 2 low-density aerodromes at the same time. So if we look at the perspective in the same way as we have done with single remote towers. So first thing is to keep safety levels. Safety levels must be met, and that was one of the most crucial parts to actually figure out how to act to ensure that safety levels are met. And then for the customers, all the airports out there, they need to keep the same capacity as they have today to have this concept feasible. So capacity has to be met. The way to keep capacity was also, for us, looking into the description of the solution. We started up on a solution called multiple remote towers. We narrowed it down in cooperation with DFS and LFE and Norcon, looking at the concept saying that we should focus on 2 low-density aerodromes as the first step to make this feasible. So looking at the possibility for one ATCO or one AFSO, depending on kind of service the airport has, we shall be able to control 2 aerodromes simultaneously. And compared to single remote towers, we are actually increasing the cost savings to even further, to be up to 35%. And this is all dependent on what kind of solution you choose and all other aspects you have. So the conclusions from us is that, from the SESAR project, is that we have delivered a result, and we know that industrialization of the multiple concept is ongoing. LFE, for example, has already this in plan to use the results from SESAR to take on an implementation program. I also know that Avinor is looking at the same thing, so we know that this concept is ready for implementation. The final conclusion and the most important conclusion for this remote tower development is to start with small aerodromes. Start on a low level and then build it stepwise upwards. It's looking at the staircase, taking the first step, and you have several steps to go before you meet the final end. And figuring that out was one of the key factors to actually have this solution to a full V3 maturity level. So I will continue with the contingency concept, quite similar to the single remote tower concept. And at that time we looked at larger aerodrome, still not very large, but looking at aerodromes functioning as regional hubs. And as you can see in the picture, you have in the upper right corner, you have the camera tower mounted at Landvetter Airport in Sweden during the Norcon trials, and also the controller working position connected to that camera tower beneath. To the left, you have the other site in Girona, also looking at the contingency concept and the controller working position beneath. So what we did is actually to mount the camera tower as near to the ordinary tower as possible to give the controllers almost the same view as they have in an ordinary tower. this to reduce time it takes to go from the ordinary tower to the contingency facility. We also realized that all equipment has to be almost the same. The bigger challenges compared to single remote towers is that usually these kind of airports have more than one working position. You have more than one controller at a time in a tower. 1 to perhaps up to 3 persons working at the same time. And then you also have a lot more capacity, aerodromes with a lot more capacity than small aerodromes. So if we look at the concept, so what we said that we should be able to cope with more than one controller, that is a key factor, because most of these towers have that. If you have a ground radar at an airport, then you should actually have a ground radar in the contingency concept as well. You might need visual tracking or other visual enhancements in a wider range to provide an image for the controllers. We have seen that an increase of traffic could have an impact on what kind of system support you do need. Of course, the pan tilt zoom camera is replacing the binocular, and it's a key factor to have. The conclusions we made during the trials is that we can cope with traffic up to 85 to 90% compared to ordinary traffic levels. Looking at the Landvetter trials, for example, which I know most of, is that the ordinary traffic levels are about 45 movements per hour. We were working on about 35 to 40 movements per hour during the trial without any problems at all. So we could see that this is actually functioning, and comparison to what a total closure would do would be 0 movements and a huge impact for local economy in regions where the airport actually is a main hub for communications and also transporting goods to and from the area. So our conclusions is that digitalization of air traffic management has just started. We have taken a first step on this path, and question mark is, will there be any new towers built after 2020? I'm pushing it a bit, but that is also saying that we have tried remote tower services for a year in Sweden, or we have actually worked it, and we know that it is fully functional. We know that it has run smoothly. So we have seen that this is working today, and now it's more up to us to see how far can we take the concept. So I would like to thank you all for your attention during this session. For me and Rainer, we will be at the stand in the hall downstairs all through tomorrow as well. So if you have questions that don't have time to be answered during this question and answer session, don't hesitate to come and ask us at our stand. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Marcus. In this afternoon's session, we've heard 2 distinct items we've been looking at in the SESAR program. The first one, you may recognize a number of terms that chimed very, very well with much of the discussion that's happened today. Use the data that we have, make people talk to each other, work together, save money, increase efficiency. These are themes that have been discussed a lot in many, many presentations today. In this series of presentations, we've heard from this session and from the previous 2 sessions on efficient airport movements, we've heard about how to use technology to increase runway throughput, thereby improving airport efficiency. We've heard about surface management that enables much more predictable operations to be conducted. That improves the efficiency on the airport, but through what we've heard today, also improves the efficiency of the network itself. Through using this mythical word we've all been hearing about all the time, SWIM. SWIM services, also mentioned in the plenary very clearly, take this information, make it available to stakeholders, improve the efficiency by making the right bit of information to the right user at the right time. Total airport management, airport operations management, key to making use of this information, to making the whole ATM network smoother and more efficient. Remote towers takes a slightly different view of this sharing. It now can place modern technology in different sites, either current sites where you have services, or even potentially sites where it's uneconomic to provide a manned air traffic control tower. Now you can provide services from a location, maybe a center location, where you have many such facilities, many such modules where a service can be provided, either by a single one-to-one controller to airport, or where appropriate, as discussed just now, one controller even providing services to multiple airports. All this has been validated and all this has been demonstrated. As well as the presently, the programs we've been talking about today, we are also running a series of demonstrations looking at remote tower activities taking place right now in Ireland, in the Netherlands, in Germany, and again in Sweden. These are our presenters are involved with those demonstrations as well, so if you wish to know a bit more about those, I'm sure they'll be very happy to answer some questions on those as well. This technology is coming and it's very exciting, and we're very pleased with the way it's developing. Thank you again for your presentations, gentlemen. Are there any questions, please?
Good afternoon. My name is Cristina Moraes. I would like to ask a question to Marcus and Rainer. Well, first of all, a comment. In the presentation, in the contingency tower, Indra and Nairo perform a validation, and it's not mentioned in any slide. You said, Marcus, that there's no new towers to be built after 2020. Do you foresee medium or high airports in remote towers, or, for example, what is the limit in your experience for the remote towers? Thank you.
I should start to say that that is a challenge, that no new towers will be built. But if you look at costs for building an ordinary tower compared to building a remote tower solution, a remote tower solution doesn't have to mean that you have to move the controllers from the airport to another facility. You could just mount camera towers and replace the ordinary tower. So that is mostly cost savings, not to build new towers, because it costs quite a lot. If I look at SESAR 2020 and Project 05 and what all ANSPs looking into that are focusing on is to widen the scope that we have worked on during SESAR 1. As I said, we have worked on low-density aerodromes. We've also figured out ways to sort out single remote towers. I know DFS is working with higher traffic levels already, and LVNL is also looking into higher traffic levels. So we're on the way already working on that. So it is a question, will there be any new towers built? And it is a challenge.
Please, Marcus.
I think it's a fantastic ambition. So in the event that Heathrow, and we've heard our colleague from Gatwick talking about runways, but in the event that we are able to get our third runway, we've already made a statement that says we will not build another tower. We fully expect to do that remotely, and that has a significant business case. And we would actually ideally like to take the current tower and make it remote, because there's a significant business case for that in terms of restaurant, in terms of passengers. It sounds crazy, but that is a significantly high yield piece of infrastructure in West London. So there are some real exciting ambitions, and I think it's a real kind of exciting part of our business, I think, in terms of where it's going. And I do think that once you have it and it's been validated, I think over time in the right direction by proving the safety case, that I think it's absolutely the way the industry should be setting its sights.
Yes, please.
My name is Koos Noordloos from Schiphol Airport. Mark, I have a question for you. I know you built the APOC Center, a great facility. At that time, you told me there was no business case at all. Could you elaborate on what you've gained by having this center?
Thanks, Koos. So at Heathrow, yeah, we've implemented an airport operations centre about a year and a half ago now. And the primary driver was, at Heathrow we had a saying, which was we had 5 terminals and 2 runways, and they never actually operated together in terms of that's the step change. We had 36 different control centres, multiple control centres all over the place. So there was a big drive from a financial and a cost perspective, which is a key part, which was to consolidate those control centres, but very much to be the first part of our SESAR deployment of the applications, if you like, that we've just suggested. So phase 1 was to establish the control centre and to bring those people that we thought were required to bring them together. As an initial phase, and then as the technology matures for some of the other elements you've just seen, then actually the people part, which is often the most challenging piece, is already established. It's very, very fascinating. So apart from the business benefits of reducing the control centres, it's very interesting because we've got the Met Office fully integrated into the APOC. We've got air traffic integrated, so NATs are in the APOC with us. We have all of our baggage teams, our passenger teams, all the aircraft teams, the stand allocation, engineering. We have border agency, we have security, and all those aspects. And what's very appropriate now is that we're starting, and it's interesting, even without, say, some of the technology, which is lagging behind now, we're starting to see far greater levels of cooperation. So it sounds crazy, but just from the baggage guys now having a conversation about the aircraft is arriving late. They didn't know the aircraft was arriving late. It's crazy. You think this is a big international airport. And having those conversations, and particularly working quite a lot with the airlines around how to support them. There's a number of airports in Germany, for example, that have night restrictions. So working with the airlines, when we know there's a late coming inbound aircraft, coordinating the stand the aircraft is allocated to, coordinating the baggage, the transfers, the connections, and getting the aircraft out so it makes that thing. So there's quite a lots and lots of those kind of tangible things starting to come out just from kind of that co-location. But it's quite a slow process. But what's the joyous bit now is we're starting to see the guys actually working in APOC actually getting it now, and they sort of really understand what we're trying to do and kind of really starting to drive that forward now. And actually kind of they say, where are all these tools? Where's all this stuff coming? We need it, which is quite interesting now.
There's one in the center.
Thank you. Paul Neering, IFATCA. Thank you for your presentation. I'm referring to the last one. Of course, you have to sell a project in this auditorium. I have some questions, though, on the features of the remote tower, which in fact are not specifically features that are useful for a remote tower, but would be useful for any tower, even conventional towers. We would very much like to see this technology being available to the control towers up till now. So your opinion on that? And secondly, on the multiple system, we would like to know how you think to cover the Überlingen effect. If I don't think I have to explain that. Is it clear what I mean with that?
Okay. Regarding the question using the technology in ordinary tower, I think it's, the technology is there, so it's just the question where the need is, and there you can apply that. Regarding the Überling effect is the aspect how to maintain situation awareness. So we have to be, of course, very careful about that, and we have to put more investigations on that, on how to safeguard that. The main thing from my point of view is we are starting with really small airports, so with very few traffic and seldom having simultaneous movements. And when going to bigger airports, we probably have to use more system support. So the system must identify where there's a priority, not to lose the situation awareness for the controller. So it must be a process going towards higher traffic step by step. We have to be careful about that, I agree.
Sorry, if I compare smaller airports to Überlingen, it's a night situation, but it is comparable. 2 screens and 3 aircraft.
Yeah, but Überlingen, that was different working places, so we're talking about one working position, having all the information available there, so it might be a bit different to that.
I'd just like to add one thing on the use of remote tower technology for live tower. That in the last exploratory research call that SESAR put out, there was a section looking specifically at use of advanced technological features for providing services in live towers, not just the remote towers. And so there are some projects that are starting up in the exploratory research looking at exactly this. We probably have time for one more very brief question before we adjourn. Olivia? Well, is there a... Yeah, it's probably easier.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Olivia Nunes from the SJU, speaking from a radar controller point of view when I see these tracking labels. So what's, is there on the radar the integration of surveillance with the remote tower technology?
I can say we work with the integration of radar data onto the screens, both in the contingency concept and also in the multiple concept. DFS has worked with it on the single concept, and if we didn't choose to go that way with the single implementation, as we chose to actually go on a view that is almost as this, the one the controllers have in an ordinary tower. So we have seen that using radar data on screens could add situational awareness and knowledge for the operators. But to be honest, the findings we have so far is that there is no use of having radar data in the solutions and the results being provided today. But I also know that we are both LFE and DFS are working in a demo program, large-scale demonstration that might provide other results for other type of aerodromes. But as is today, we haven't seen a must for radar information. It could be too much information on screens as well.
Okay. Oh, yes.
Okay, maybe one addition to that. We are also looking for surveillance data, but just in terms for selecting the binocular. So if you're selecting an object in the radar screen, the PT set goes into that direction to get more detailed information. So that's not integrating the radar information in the screen, but integrating the systems, yes.
Okay, well, thank you all very much indeed. I'd just like to say a thank you to our 4 speakers, Mark Burgess, Gonzalo Aquiles, Rainer Kaufhold, and Markus Philipp. Thank you very much. Mr. Logistics, the next event is in here at 16:15, which is the next plenary session on infrastructure. Until now, it's a coffee break. Please enjoy your coffee. Bye.
Rolf is a member of the DLR Executive Board responsible for aeronautic research. So Rolf, please come. Then, I'm delighted to introduce Sven Kuchera, who is a flight captain at Lufthansa and a member of the SESAR office of Lufthansa Group. So please, Sven. Then Bruno Darbou, which is Vice President at Airbus for System Strategy and Program. So please, Bruno. Ramon Tarek, Director of Indra for UK and also Chairman of the Board for Indra Navia, and as Bruno, as I did not mention, representing his company at the HGU Board. Last but not the least, Jacopo Presinotti, Head of International Strategy and Program at ENAV and also member of the HGU Board. So I think we have the relevant panel, we have the different type of stakeholders which are represented for addressing this scope. So before going to the question and answer, I suggest that to give the floor to our panelists for some introduction remarks. So I propose to start from a space user perspective. So Sven.
Thank you very much. And to start off with, thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak here, to raise the airspace user's voice within SESAR. And I have to be honest, to lead, after the last 36 hours, I was basically, and hearing all the enlightening speeches, I was basically in the mood to throw all my preparations away, and would like to pick a few of the insights and to pick a few of what we've heard so far in the last 36 hours to basically describe what we are here for. The first question is, what are programs like SESAR or NextGen are based about? We heard, and obviously it's written in both programs, the base is just the community need for air travel. And when I take this community need and have a look at the enablers, I see the ATSUs, as we've heard, the airports, and the airspace users, or the airlines. And if I take this as an arithmetic equation, I just take out the constant, the need for travel, and have a look at those three players in the big game that are the ATSUs, the airports, and the airlines. And as we've just heard from Maurice, the best tie between those two partners for the last 30 years has been the invisible partner, as I recall. And what we've learned from SESAR 1 was, or is, that this tie has to be much more, has much tighter in order to achieve any improvement in air transportation. And from our point of view for SESAR 2020, we see this proposal for teamwork that was even mentioned by the European Commission as the key point. From our point of view, yes, we have a couple of wishes, of course, like the wish towards the European Commission to support the strategy, not just with a strategy paper, but even more with concrete actions. We need to see in this transition phase from SESAR 1 to SESAR 2020, we see the funding as an issue. I hope, or we hope, that this issue is going to be solved within the next month, and even the airspace user participation in R&D in the programs. And in the end, what may come out of these programs, or the design of the programs themselves that have to be set up on the path to 2020, from our point of view, should be basically performance-driven. Prioritized via performance improvements to be likely, and then later on measured via an independent body like a performance review body, to have even if though we look on the results from different angles, different perspectives, we establish one common view on, is it worth the money, or is it the right way to proceed or not? And in the end, the implementation of the results of the research has a strong tie to change management. That has been addressed at a few points. Neil mentioned the silo view that distracts our view on how to implement and how to proceed. And I'd like to quote Carrie Frank, the CEO of Comply 365, when she said a couple of years ago that any change in a complex system has to be seen as disruptive change for any entity in the system. And even down to a person. Nobody wants to follow this change just right away. And as we've heard, the topic of acceptance of the change is a key to the change itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Sven. So suggest now to give the floor to a service provider. So Jacopo.
Yeah, thank you very much, Pierre. As you probably all know, ENAV has been part of this adventure since the beginning, and I can say I'm honored to have been part since the beginning of this project. And I also would like to use, if Neil authorizes me, his quotation of this morning. If you don't have an answer, you don't have a problem. I think in Europe we had a problem, and we have an answer, and I think the solution is called SESAR. So I don't want to be too much emphatic on that, but I think more than the results, and we've seen today all the results, the document which shows all the results that we had in these years, I think the big added value of SESAR is that it brought the industry together, and it brought the industry together in the right way, and created the adequate level of partnership to achieve the successes. But let's go by order. I think in Europe, let's take the problem. I think in Europe we have a lot of problems, but let's say we have two basic problems in ATM. One is what I call the institutional and technological walls, which are border between countries, and I would say sometimes are also within countries, these borders. We have had, in the past, an institutional approach to solve this problem. In 1960s, the solution was to be Eurocontrol, to be the single NSP for Europe. And then the European Commission tried it again with the FABs in 2004. Both of them have failed. They have failed for a very simple reason. You cannot oblige mergers through an institutional approach. You need to find other ways to integrate partners. The second big problem is that the ATM infrastructure is a distributed model. NSPs have pieces of it. Airlines and airframers on board the cockpit, there are other pieces of the ATM infrastructure, and some of them are also in the airport. And of course, it has never been the case until some very recent times that these pieces were coordinated by the appropriate industry stakeholders. So the solution, I think, first of all, SESAR has delivered the roadmap. So it's put together all the operational concept to go to manage the trajectory of the airplanes in the best way possible, and has defined the key technological enablers. We'll talk more about that, so I will not mention anything about this at this stage. But I think those technological enablers are the ground to achieve, in a quicker and more efficient way, the success. And to do that, we have two things. These technological enablers need to be, let's say, delivered in a fully integrated way, because it doesn't make any sense. So the PCP, we were talking this before, shows how the synergies are now obligatory by regulation. So you cannot deploy technology A in 2015 in one country and technology A in 2020 in another country, by regulation. But I would say even more, because regulation is important to fix the scene, but it will never deliver if there is no commitment behind. So the second part of the solution is us. I remember using an Italian, I will close it here, Pierre. I remember using an Italian quotation: to put the feet on the plate means to be involved. And I think we challenged the airlines some time ago. The airlines challenged us at the airports. And I think the creation of groupings of NSPs, airlines and airports, supported by the airborne and ground manufacturing industry, is now leading the change. This needs to be not only kept, but strengthened. So my wish is to see much more role also from the regulatory side to the industry, not only to create and to decide and to implement, but also to define the appropriate governance models of these technological enablers, which need to consolidate. But this can only be done by the industry itself, not because I'm an industry member, but just because we are the only ones who have the real responsibility to deliver, and so we are the only ones who have the right motivation to achieve the targets. Thank you.
Thanks, Jacopo. Then I suggest first I will ask my other colleagues to recover the delay taken by the service provider, as usual. So I would like to get the view from the manufacturing industry, starting with the airborne, then to the ground. So we start, Bruno.
So Airbus, you know, we have been from the start a strong advocate of a transformation of the ATM system, huh? And we have been an active player in this, big share in SESAR GU and in the various projects. I think that so well, and that we know them now. And together we have delivered solutions, we have delivered concepts, so fine. SESAR 1 has delivered. Point taken. Now, looking into the future, I would like to refer to, well, my experience as an aerospace engineer, as a program manager. It's relatively easy to invent, to design new concept, new solution. It's very nice, very energetic, and big enthusiasm, and we can do miracles. We have done miracles. Okay. Now, the biggest part of the effort is not into inventing; it's in deploying, and this you can apply it to anything in your professional or private life, by the way. So deployment is what we have in front of us, and the effort is huge because it will impact a lot of stakeholders that are, as you said, are not necessarily prepared or willing for a change, and the changes we introduce are really, really strong. So first point, big effort in front of us for deployment. Second point, the worst thing, still from my experience, the worst thing that can happen is that we go to deployment of solutions that are the wrong ones, or not the mature ones. And this is a disaster for everybody to rework and change and upgrade. So I think that from this, I would like to push the idea that whatever we have on the table now, we need to validate very thoroughly with use cases, with all users in a wide manner, so that we deploy the right thing first time. At this stage, that would be my message.
Bruno. Ramon, to complete.
Thank you, and good afternoon to everybody. I can just start my speech by saying I subscribe to what is being said by the service provider, by the manufacturer up in the aircraft. And you know, this is a big achievement that we've gotten by the SGU. The ones that we are a little bit here, we were used to do some R&D with ICOG, with different things here and there. And the problem that we had is that not everybody was sitting in the same table, defining the problem itself, and knowing how to work with each other. That's been a big achievement on the SGU PPP to come everybody together. So this is fully recognized. This is something that going forward into SESAR 2020, we should keep. But now what? And I'm going to refer to a very simple statement that was made this morning by Florian. The value of systems are systems into operation delivering value to the airlines. Therefore, implementing PCP in the right, as you said, with all the validations, with all the non-rework on a timely basis, is on the regulation, is now probably the challenge we have ahead. Why? Because that should retrofit into the R&D needs that we will have in SESAR 2020. We can go back to the R&D phase to see what areas would need further work on one side. And on the other side, and for the manufacturers, it's very important that, as it's said, for growth in Europe, we need to demonstrate that the systems are in place and operating. So, as a starting remark, without getting into the delivery that we have incorporated into our own products that we are selling, as it was mentioned before by the ASD, that the manufacturing industry of Europe has a worldwide leadership, and we should maintain that. It's fundamentally important that we really continue to strive in this program, and that would be a little bit my starting remark.
Thank you, Ramon. So, Rolf, it's now your turn to maybe to jump into the fourth dimension. So, how do you see the future?
Yes, thanks. And having heard your introductory words, maybe it's worth to take 1 minute of my very few minutes to introduce Akari, as is. We had aviation research in Europe already in 1989 or something. I was with it from the beginning. 11 years later, 2000, at that time Commissioner Philippe Busquin invited a high-level group, said we need a vision for aeronautics. At that time it was really aeronautics, so very much product-related, aircraft-related. That was the famous Vision 2020. We worked for it for more than 10 years. And about 6-7 years ago, there was another attempt, seeing where we are halfway through from 2000 to 2020, now it's 2010, let's think about it, revise it, and again, the Commission invited a high-level group and set up a new strategy paper, vision paper called Flight Path 2050. And a part of that paper says we need a group to take care on that we're really on the right path. And this group is Akari. It's the Advisory Council for Aviation, Research and Innovation in Europe. That's Akari. And so in the past, the first 10 years, we were very much on product-related, aircraft-related. Now it's really aviation, including airports, ANSPs, and all the other part of it. So look really at the complete transport chain. That's for the history part. Within Flight Path 2050, you may have heard about this very famous 4-hour door-to-door goal. So saying that 90% of the Europeans need to reach their final targets within 4 hours, which is really a challenge and a daring challenge, and it's for sure not only an aviation problem, so we must look more and more to intermodal aspects. So not only the land side of airport, the air side of airports, also the land side and the whole intermodal aspects. In the past, SESAR 1 was very much on large demonstration. Now with SESAR 2020, we look a bit more and even more on research. So the R in SESAR as well as the R in Akari, sensor research. We need the complete chain from really for TRL1 up to the final product. That's for one. The other thing that we experience more inputs we haven't seen 10 years ago. One part would be the UTM, so the introduction of unmanned systems in the civil airspace, which is really a threat, a challenge, a chance for all of us. The other thing is that cybersecurity becomes increasingly important. We have to take care on that. On the one hand side, on the hacking, spoofing, jamming of any vehicle, but also within the production and the operation part. So a couple of more aspects we have to take care of in research and finally into the products. This is something we look at Akari. We are just now in the process of revising and updating our strategic research innovation agenda. And this will then be part of what has been introduced yesterday, the STRIA, the STRIA, wow, the Strategic Transport Research Innovation Agenda. So we prepare for that, we will be part of it, and we hopefully will work on this for the future of aviation. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Rolf. So before giving the floor to the audience, because I don't want to be in a monopolistic situation, we have already addressed this morning, maybe I will be in competition with the audience to raise questions. But just as we are speaking of infrastructure, I would like to have some quick view on what is how the future will take shape. So I will start maybe first by the manufacturing industry. Bruno and Ramon, saying what is your view the future evolution of products and infrastructure. Then we will tackle what is the impact of the concept operation, then what are the benefits for the user, and that also looking at the future. So, Ramon?
Well, I'm going to start with the final question that was put by Gatwick Airport on when GBus was going to be available, category 2-3. Well, the answer is is ready. What we need to do is industrialize it and build up the safety cases with the EASA, with the competent authorities, and give us category 2-3. It's been proven by SESAR, all the processes. So we have that. So very tangible results on this was a big program with a lot of validations in Frankfurt, in other places, and this is ready. So that's for the CNS domain. I would say that this is an example for Work Package 15, that the core of CNS. A lot of ADSB, other enhancements have been produced there. Those can be fully incorporated. They are shown in the solutions. And Indra, in the particular case of Indra and other manufacturers, of all these products, they have been incorporated into the product roadmap, and they are ready to go. What I think the main areas of future evolution as enablers in the domain of flight data processing with iTech, with the different products we have, although maybe the ambition was very high as an operational concept when we start in a kind of a greenfield idea that we were going to reach the moon, maybe we are not yet there, but we have incorporated and learned a lot from the program in separation tools. There's been examples on how to incorporate initial IOP into operation. In terms of human factors, the CWP has been evolved. So in what it would be the en route and TMA area, the general evolution of products are quite ready to incorporate the concept of trajectory management. We need to work with the service suppliers in order to really incorporate that sooner, as we are being requested this morning. Sooner, we need to put all these concepts into the CP2, next year, as we were required. Okay? And you've all seen also the digitalization capabilities that we have developed already in the domain of virtual towers. This is ongoing. We have also evolved a lot in terms of SWIM and the concept of open architectures, incorporating what in other industries as a general purpose. This industry, believe it or not, for us is in a silo environment, would be like huge industry, but in terms of technology, it's quite small. So we really need to adapt other technologies into the domain. And I have a particular take in how to incorporate cybersecurity requirements. I think also that ATM, as it is too small to really do any particular R&D in that domain. That needs to be taken care in a wider aviation, at least, if not transportation, if not basic infrastructure domain. But we should be quick to incorporate that. And in the that would be it a little bit. In the domain of airports, I would like to make a statement to all what is being said in terms of incorporating the airports into the network. The airport operation plan, a few things that have been developed in the SESAR 1, these concepts and prototypes can really step up even further than what we call today total airport management. So quite a lot of things that have come up, and now the challenge is to put them into the benefit of the airlines. That's how I see it.
Okay, thanks. So Bruno, how do you see that the aircraft system can contribute to the ATM performance in the future?
Yes, from an aircraft perspective, if I want to be a little bit provocative, I would say there is not much to do on the aircraft side. not much to do. I mean, not much of new technical capabilities to be designed, because the airplanes are already very capable, the systems in the airplane.
Oh, you just to recover the level of our competitor, because it seems that your competitor has the best fleet in Europe, we heard this morning.
Oui. No, I don't enter into this with Neil. We have side discussions on this. Just to the full fleet in Europe, the jets, any manufacturer, the turboprop fleet as well, they are equipped now with advanced FMS capability, able to manage quite precisely their predictions, including good update on weather and so on. So quite accurate prediction on the flight path. We have on board all those machines now very good level of auto-land approach and auto-land capability. So overall, these are the basics for deploying the new solutions, and it's all there already. So if I review a little bit, is how to leverage those capabilities on board to make them usable for the full system benefit. En route and terminal, this is more related to sharing trajectories and making best use of trajectories, 4D trajectories. So it's a matter of exchange and good use of those data. In terms of approach, we have to leverage whatever comes out of GPS enhancements and Galileo. So take best use of those capabilities for precision approach. And SLS, GLS is what we have to implement now, but there is no hiccup. We know we can do it. Maybe an area where there is more innovation ongoing is on the what is on the surface operations and first prevention of runway excursions, runway incursions, navigation on the taxis. Here it's an area where there are plenty of things to do and to be innovated. So overall, not a lot in terms of technical new features to be invented from now on. Now, this does not mean there is not a lot of work, as I said, to develop, to industrialize, to certify, to retrofit, and to make best use of.
Okay, thanks, Bruno. So, Jacopo, having heard Ramon, Bruno, from a service provider, how you can take benefit of this technology to improve the performance, and also maybe making a link with the panel this morning, how this infrastructure, the new infrastructure, can help to mitigate the border issue, the fragmentation we have in Europe. Does infrastructure can help to mitigate this problem?
And I'll follow on what I was saying in my introduction. I think we have now two basic things in place which will help us. One is the fact that as NSPs, we have no excuse now. I think we have run through the phase of organizing ourselves, getting together everybody and managing to create the right condition to succeed. When I was saying until things are in operation, we've done nothing. Some years ago, it was just because we did not have the deployment manager. We did not have a common program. Today we have no excuse. So today there is a maturity of the industry to be able to achieve that. The second thing I think is external to our industry. I think the evolution of technology outside our world has been so quick and so important, which we can get great benefits from. Now going to the content. I think on the content we have on CNS, I think we have very important things on communication, ground-ground communication. Evolution is fundamental. The governance led by the industry, NSPs mature together with the other partners. Running this will create cost efficiency, but moreover will create the right interfaces to bring down these barriers. I think the ground-ground interconnectivity and the IOP is fundamental. On the other side, the air-ground, the trajectory sharing is growing. I think on the data link side, for instance, we need to grow. Satellite is one topic. I think satellite-based data link, but also satellite-based surveillance are going also to the S. Or surveillance, I think these are two things which are coming up. Again, outside our industry, satellite costs, piggyback solutions are coming from outside, which would enable us to be much more cost efficient using this type of technology from the outside world. The example ENAV is a shareholder of Arion, where we'll have satellite-based technology at a completely different price, which would have been 10 years ago. On the side of navigation, has been said already, and I fully share, we need to push on that. We need to leverage on that, these advanced capabilities to bring down to the GBAS concept, which I fully support and I fully share. I think GBAS is one of the optimal solution of the future, which we need to push strongly forward. For me, already, ICAO's ARPS on 2018 is already too late. But this is another story. I think that's another place where we need to push. So on the system, I think we are developing the new infrastructures in Europe. We have basically the co-flight area and the high-tech area where new architectures are coming up. And it's not secondary, because this new architecture will enable a sort of a plug-and-play, a standard interface approach, accelerating the evolution of systems, because the systems we're putting in operations need to evolve rapidly in terms of operational concepts, and this is fundamental. So the other topic in terms of expectation is that what we've been doing now, also in a, let's say, in a competitive environment somewhere, is to be continued and evolved, because this is one area where we can put a lot of value for the airlines. I think around this topic, the IOP is fundamental, because IOP will create the right level playing field to ensure that it will be a seamless effect to the airlines. Last point is, again, digitalization of towers. For me, the example is clear. 10 years ago, the cameras would have 10 times less the capability and 10 times more the price. And this, again, is an external factor inputting a lot to us. So we have now only one thing. We need to be effectively doing all the job well. I think the decision on the main technology is the right one, from my point of view, that we have decided to implement. Now we need to be effective and quick and solve the problems. There are going to be a lot of problems around everything, from regulatory to security to whatever. We need to become problem solvers and not problem polluters, as we should to be in the past. Last thing on the UTM infrastructure, I think we will not be good managers if we tend to discriminate the AirPass and consider it as a separated item. We need to integrate it into our strategy, and we need to make sure that it is effectively seeing us also with a leading role there.
Okay, thanks, Jacopo. So, we're speaking of technology, investment, and infrastructure. This may represent significant cost or investment, and this investment will be turned into cost, which will be supported by airspace user, in any case, directly or indirectly. So, Sven, first, are you confident that you will get the benefits? What is your view? What would be the priorities for investing?
Well, the priorities for investing, we've been through decades of strategic investing, and we have had so many bitter lessons learned with millions of euros that basically from the user's perspective, an investment in any new technology or in any capacity enhancing technology has just two entities. It's price and benefit. And if we can actually fully implement and develop a system to the extent that we have to have, then we look at the price and the benefit if it's worth the money. And any implementation or any R&D project has to stand for this hurdle. That's basically it from the user side.
Okay, thank you. So, this morning we heard about silo approach. So today we are speaking of aviation. Maybe the future is to go wider than aviation, to look to multimodal transport. So maybe Rolf, you can tell us, how do you see air transport in multimodal transport in 2050?
Piece of cake. No.
I don't know how many people will be there in 2050, so you can say what you want.
Okay. Yeah, well, actually, just as a side note, before I became chairman of Akari, I was chairman of, or co-chair of the working group within Akari on infrastructure, but also on prioritizing research, which is an important topic. So we need to make the right use of infrastructures and including education. So we need the right people to make, again, the right use of the infrastructures. So this we have to see, again, as in a process chain from TL1 to the final product, have the right education, have the right people, have the infrastructures, and have the research harmonized within academia, within industry, and within the large research centers. On CNS, let's say the classical topics would be on communication. Of course, we need the new types of communication. One buzzword would then be LDAX as one of the new standards. We're already working on that, as we all know. On navigation, it's of course GBus, and then it's Galileo on the horizon, and making use of the right Galileo systems. Surveillance, it's ADS-B over satellite, what I would see as the most important, that we don't lose any more aircraft worldwide, that we need such a system for doing the right surveillance. But if it comes to airports, we need total airport management, maybe even more performance-based airport management, what we are already working on. And then if it comes to intermodal aspects, I think especially for infrastructures, we need to work more and closer together with the different joint undertakings, from Shift to Rail, Clean Sky, SESAR, Fuel Cell, and all these need to join forces also in infrastructures in order to get along with these intermodal aspects. And with this new stuff like cybersecurity, and the other part for me would be the introduction of unmanned systems. This is again asking for special infrastructure and special efforts on all these different joint undertakings. So there's a lot of challenges, but also some things are already good underway.
Okay, thanks. Now it's maybe time to give the floor to the audience who want to start. Is there any question? Yes? The mic, please.
Thank you. I have a question which is a bit underlying from what I have heard so far. Disruptive technology, digitalization, ATM 4.0. So how do we transform the current system into something which will integrate digitalization? What do you think about this? Applications like Google Loon, Facebook Drone, will that create a level playing field in infrastructure, that we will see an Uber factor? So I call that the Uber factor, something which overtakes us from outside, coming very quickly? Or are you confident then that we will continue to do the infrastructure upgrade as we have done so far?
Did you ask a question to one speaker in particular, or to all the panel?
Well, I don't know.
Okay.
For
Rolf,
me, it's for everybody.
Okay.
I'll pass this question to the investor, because in terms of technology, we provide the capabilities, we structure the best technological offering, but at the end of the day, on ground, the investment decisions are today in the NSP's world. So what I would like to say, though, is that in other sectors, they consider ATM as a digital world. So a lot of the solutions we have already inside the control working operation rooms, they are quite considered digital in other sectors, they would say. And we've already make use quite a bit of a lot of technologies that are not specifically developed for ATM.
Yeah. I don't know if you wanted to answer first. Shall I?
You have the microphone, just go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, that's a very interesting question. I think it's something that people say, what doesn't make you sleep at night? How fast would certain type of implementations from the external industry or from ours be achieved inside our industry? Well, I think what I was mentioning before shows that I think this thing is entering. Some major components of our infrastructure are already in a phase where not only digitalization, I would say the virtualization is happening. So for instance, on NF side, we are delivering a proprietary cloud where we're starting to put everything there. And we'll move quickly also to put the ops part there. So the answer to your question is, it's going to happen in the right way, because of course we're providing a safety of life service. It's going to be delivered in order to render more cost efficient, more ops and cost efficient a service. Some parts of the system are already into this direction. The extent to which we will be able to achieve further steps will depend also on our capability I think it was said before, when you're having a disruptive technology entering, you need to have everybody acquainted, everybody ready. So I think it will be a task to be done to go even further. At this step, I would be, as a navigation service provider, very happy to ensure together with the other partners, especially starting from Europe, that we are able to implement this level of capability that we have defined in the PCP, where parts of it is really substantially strong in the time frame we have defined.
Thanks. Rolf, you want to?
If I may, I mean, you mentioned Google Loon, which is just one of the concepts, that you have a couple of balloons and running with the jet stream and providing internet to all the part of the world. The other concept would be hubs, the high altitude pseudo satellites. Another one would be micro or mini satellites, do that from space. There are a couple of solutions, and we don't know yet which way to go. What we know is it will come one day or another. Same as with these UTM. I had a discussion a couple of weeks ago, and somebody from a large European OEM said he expects that the volume of what we can do for business for the unmanned system will be as high as for the manned system right today, which is quite a big volume. So we expect that something will happen. And again, we don't know which way to go. You know all the discussion on the introduction of unmanned systems. Is it the minimum risk approach? Is it by a weight? Is it by a high reliability? Whatever. So something is really happening and will evolve. I really hope that we in Europe, that we are fast enough, that we can set standards, that we can influence the whole system. It will come one day or another, and we should play a major role in that. And this asks really for coordinated, consolidated action within SESAR and with all the other players and for the complete network we have in Europe. So it will be in coming 5 years, I don't know, and then we should be there.
Thanks. Another question? Yes? Who has a mic? Okay. It's difficult.
Thank you, Pierre. Paul Vissers from the European Cockpit Association. Years ago, I always heard about the solution. One of the solutions would be ASAS application. The pilots would do self-separation, and we would not have any capacity problems anymore. Now with SESAR solution, you don't hear that much anymore about ASAS. You only hear about ASAS merging, distance keeping, but that's it, nothing more. So what do the panel members think about that we don't talk about that solution anymore, about pilots doing the self-separation?
Maybe I will ask Sven, do you have a view on that?
That's a good question. In 1996, I participated in one of the first trials, Neon Freya, and regarding the complexity of the system itself, as long as you just have a look at the single event of your flight or my flight, pilot separation, fully assisted by computer systems, could be done. There was a trial where you had about 200 traffics over one point, but solved not by the pilot, but by a ground system. So this was the second evolution. And today we are, that's my personal point of view, we are quite a bit away from this view as we see the entire process chain of being just of added value. And just doing your own separation on a free flight from A to B doesn't cover the entire process chain. So the value added is just small regarding your entire flight in means of saving CO2, saving fuel, saving money.
Is there any comment from Airbus or from...
Yeah, there is a comment here, which is the question is a little bit related with the concept of the business trajectory management that we set ourselves in the middle of as a concept of operation on how to deal with it. So I think that greenfield CONAPS has hidden the reality of how fast we can put into the ops room solvable solutions. It has given us a little bit the reference to where we want to head, where is going to be the common concept of operations across the different national boundaries, which I don't think that we were talking about this when we started the program. And this has enabled for AF6, where we can start to talk really about interoperability and address in a more pragmatic, short-term way how to start moving into a more advanced concept of operations that is practicable for Europe. So we are in a brownfield environment with a lot of fragmentation, and the steps cannot be huge, but it's more important that those steps, in order to have deployable points, they can go a little bit more phase out. I think that for SESAR 2020 we should keep again, once we all this frame in mind, because all the advantages in trajectory management will be really paying off along the better capacity. And another thing, now traffic is, again, I was very happy this morning when the reference is, when we started SESAR 2020, was doubling capacity. A lot of the objectives have been changed in terms of the R&D. So all these years of low traffic have helped us build all this scheme that we should not abandon.
Maybe can I just say one thing
yes,
on this point?
To Bruno and Jacopo, I heard that there was last week another flight test in Italy.
Absolutely. So we are still, it's not dead. Huh? It's not dead. Let's be practical. For sure, we don't have here the marvelous solution that will solve our problems. Huh? But it's ESAS, we need to keep it in the picture and use it wherever it brings advantage, and it can bring advantage, I would say, relatively locally, without bright future that needs much more investment. So let's continue to work the concept and use it wherever it can be deployed and it brings benefit in the short term. Huh? So that's what we are doing, and we still believe in that. Huh?
Just to follow up 10 seconds on what you said, it's not part, the original idea of ASAS is not part of the operational concept of SESAR anymore. We are now going in another direction, which I think is much more efficient. Wherever is needed at local level, and the experience of last week with Airbus was great, with ASAS sequencing emerging to test the usage of this kind of self-separation maintenance. I think it's okay to do it.
Thanks. Another question?
My name is Koos Noordloos from Schiphol Airport. I have a similar question. We are longing for CDAs. I heard a lot about it. We use it at night, but then it's relatively easy with a couple of flights at night. But what time frame are you thinking that we can use it, let's say, with 20 aircraft on a one runway arriving?
Yes.
No, I think it's a good question, and I can also widen it to a lot of other operational concept implementations. I think you're perfectly right. CDA with 2 aircrafts is an easy win. My view is that the best trajectory management achievement needs to be done at 8 o'clock in the morning, maybe in a busy airport where you need to do that. And to do that, sorry if I go back again to my previous points, you can achieve that type of performance only if you create the right model, which is a good combination of the right technological enablers to do that. And today, we are almost there to have them, especially for the final part of the approach. And you integrate the work of the airports, the airlines, and the NSPs, as we are doing now. So the straightforward answer to you is we should be able to do it now, if we were better organized. we need to be able to do these things as soon as possible once we have a full integration of the way this implementation needs to be done. For me, it's rather easy to say that if you take the example of Fiumicino, we used to have certain complexities when we had critical moments at 8 o'clock in the morning. Now we don't have them anymore because not only we were able to implement the right technology, but we were able to create the right, let's say, coordination with the airlines and the airports in terms of sequencing for that airport.
Okay. Another question? No. So I will take my privilege to raise one. So, to all of you, in your view, what are the major difficulties from moving from R&D in terms of technology to deployment? Is it the technological risk? Is it the cost-benefit analysis? Is it the business model to be changed? Is it the human acceptance and training? Is it the governance? Is it the political barriers? What are the most difficult aspects? Who want to start? You decide. I decide. Bruno. You were happy with this question, somewhere.
What is difficult? I think that obviously we are talking about functionalities, capabilities that span throughout all of us. And this is where the difficulty starts, is to make sure we can synchronize and we can go one plan together. And it's ANSP times so many, ground industry times so many, airframers not so many, but still, and airlines and so on. So this is where I think the difficulty is to be able to work together, not in the concept phase, which is relatively more easy because you have, bright engineers, enthusiastic, working together, pilots, test pilots and controllers that are happy to experiment. Now in front of us, what we have is very different. It's the industrial machine that we have to run consistently, all of us. So governance is key. Sure, governance is key. Second point is obviously funding, the right incentive at the right place. And I think that we are looking into this, but we have to still to work on what is the best scheme for incentives. Well, I could elaborate, but I leave some room to my colleagues.
I think that the main we have in place investment with the support of the European Union for deploying. We have an agreed plan. So basically, the main risk is a program risk, is being able to embed these changes in the different organizations that you said, that many NSPs. There is a good cooperation between the competing industry to collaborate at the European level for making work what it has to be work. So I think that the main difficulty ahead of us is implementing the level of change that we require in what we have ahead of us in the different responsible organizations for implementing those changes.
Basically finding the balance, the right balance between the need to standardize and harmonize, because it has to be interoperable. Whatever we do has to be interoperable, and we cannot move the entire world at one time. On the other side, on one side, and the possible challenges of implementing, just as you mentioned, on the other side. Yeah.
Well, I make it very simple. The main risk is ask. I agree with what was just said also by Bruno. I think the main risk is ask. We have everything in our hands to achieve the goals. I still see that there are some individual peculiarities. It's normal, but we need to work to always use the concept that even if I lose a little bit of my perspective, I gain 10 times more by integrating myself with the other. And I think we should keep this always in mind. I still see a lot when I go around, always, but this is this individual Italian position. We need to get away from that. We need really to get away from this. This is the only risk I see, so us.
Rolf? Yes, maybe that. So yes, it's governance, maybe even more. We had 2 weeks ago the Berlin International Air Show. We had a couple of discussions there. And the word I heard most was speed. Are we fast enough? Do we move fast enough? Are we fast enough compared to the Americans, to China, to everything else? And the main answer was no, we are not. So I think it's governance. And the faster we want to move, the more governance we need. We need governance, we need mandates, and of course incentives. But mainly it's governance. And sometimes we just need to act, just do it. And we are used to discuss things really in depth, and me personally, I'm a scientist and a researcher, and yes, we need, but sometimes we really need to move fast, and that asks for governance. So that's for me the most important issue.
Thanks. So before moving to the conclusion, because we are close to the end, we'll take a last question. If there is one from the floor. Yes?
Hi, John Corner from NATS. How do you see the challenges of integrating all of these things and then getting them successfully regulated?
Of integrating all this technology, maybe we have two integrators. We have the platform integrators.
I think so. The question is, what is the integration risk of all at the system level? Okay. So the way that the deployment of SESAR is being conceived is piecemeal. So you have network functions that will be integrated at the network level. Individual NSPs will integrate their own functions within their domain. And then you are raising a very important aspect, which is interoperability. This is the name of the game for me, which is how you ensure that those systems speak to each other. And also how you share, and this is the challenge, the concept of operation across two national boundaries. Because otherwise we will go again for a specific function like continuous, and we don't put the IOP as a building block, and by each function we go. Well, I think that from the point of view of integration, technical integration, we are not that far away from solutions, and that the operational integration is by the way that the NSPs are collaborating now. We should be able to improve a lot the situation in the very, for the deployment.
I will not do the theory of systems integration, but basically it's a pyramid. And we have to do the right integration by the right guys at the right level. I will just emphasize the top of the pyramid, the real end-to-end demonstration at the end, which is extremely important because we are talking about very complex scenarios, many actors and so on. So I insist that we need in our integration plan to have the real very large scale demonstration with all partial implementations put together and demonstrated in quite challenging use cases.
So thanks. Just I would like now to come back to what was said at the beginning, in particular by Sven, to take some recommendation for SESAR 2020. I think we heard that we should be more performance-driven, should involve more the space user. Also, we go to further validation to avoid that some. We know that in Europe we've been failing sometimes in deployment new technology. There are some key topics which are well known. So, what will be the recommendation for SESAR 2020 to address this problem of to be more performance-driven, more validation, more involvement of a space user. Who want to start? Florian? Jacopo?
No, again, I think everything is there, everything is said. For me, one recommendation would be to keep under consideration strongly the deployment phase, so that SESAR 2020 needs to be also, let's say, the problem solver, and to get to do the, let's say, the R&D, especially the development part of what is still needed during the deployment phase to support the deployment phase. That's an important thing. And I think also, again, I really think that the live demonstrations with all the components of the industry are not only important for the success of the project. They are important because you have the pilots, the controllers, the engineers working together and creating that teaming spirit to resolve things. I've been experiencing last week the ESA sequencing emerging exercise landing in Fiumicino 8 o'clock in the morning with a sequence of 20 aircrafts, and I've seen pilots and controllers really motivated, which is something we did not have. So I think, Florian, you need to preserve this asset and to enrich it as much as possible.
Well, as you know, now we are in, as a community, expecting to have the SESAR 2020 offer accepted by the Commission and then participate in SESAR. So in that preparation of the work, all that what you've said is being addressed. And all the structuring of the projects, we learn a lot from SESAR 2020. SESAR 1, we have 300 projects. Now we will have around 30. It's much more contained with all these lessons learned, and there is going to be less budget. So there is a lot of the user involvement. All these kind of aspects have already been incorporated into the program, and hopefully, with the leadership of Florian, we will continue the spirit that we have generated in SESAR 1.
Okay.
I said it already, very large-scale demonstrations.
Sven, are you happy with these answers?
Yeah, to start from the beginning. If I had like a Christmas wish list, wish number one would be never ever to hear in SESAR 2020 again, it's an ATM problem, so the ATM is going to solve the problem with a provider, and that's it. I guess this is poison for SESAR 2020. If we can create a spirit of like teaming up, briefly evaluating, may there be any profitable input from the airport side or the user side? If yes, then participate. If no, then we have a common understanding that it remains sort of a container. That would be on top of my wish list to solve. And large-scale demos, we just talked before about. Yes, we need to take new topics out of the lab and to evaluate them in a highly complicated environment, in a highly dense environment. However, at first we need to do the evaluation: is the technology itself mature enough to take it to the large-scale demo already, or not? And on this very point, again, we have to team up with all the three players that I just mentioned when I started. And if we are convinced, yes, that's the right way, then the large-scale demo has the opportunity, or gives us the opportunity, to take low-hanging fruits out of the demo itself for early implementation. We've seen this, we've done this. I guess that is the most fruitful path to go ahead.
I take maybe the opportunity to remind that there is a specific day organized by Airbus and GU, I think end of this month, on VLDs in Toulouse, on the 29th of June. So, Rolf, now you are becoming a member of SESAR 2020 through 81. So,
yes.
So,
No,
what's your view?
Most of things have been said already. So I think SESAR 2020 is really on a good way, on a good path. Also thanks to Florian. Coming from SESAR 1 with all the big demonstrations, now we're really going back a little bit into the research direction, covering the whole process chain, as already mentioned. Some recommendations would be that we go a bit more on the intermodal aspects, really to cover this for our door-to-door goal, to merge a bit, not merge, but come closer to the different joint undertakings, because I think they could work close together in different fields, not always, but in different fields, and look a bit more, and that's what has been said up there, to this new aspects in air transport system, ATS 4.0 something, including UTM, which will be a huge issue in the future, and all the cybers and big data aspects. But in general, I think really with SESAR 2020, we are on a good path. Thanks.
Thank you. So I have still a lot of questions. I can imagine that in the floor as well, but it's time to go to the break. So I would like to thank the speakers and give a big hand to all this panel. And just after the break, don't miss the opportunity to attend the next session, which will be the latest opportunity to hear about the SESAR solution today. So thanks.
Okay. So thank you everyone for staying here. It's clear that it's the last session, so only the brave are here. Christian, you stay?
I'm not the brave.
So the objective, this is the last infrastructure session, and the objective is clearly to highlight some of the key enablers from wing and flight operation centers. So you will hear key innovations like extended flight plan operations, like civil military flight planning coordination. We have great speakers from Eurocontrol. We have Gérard Mavoyant. We have Urban Weishart from Lufthansa Systems to speak about the extended flight plan, and Edgar Huber from Eurocontrol and Klaus-Dieter Hermann from Airbus Defence and Space. Without any transition, let's keep it as concise as possible and try to give you the big picture and the key messages to take away with you for the dinner tonight. So the first presentation on the extended flight plan, I will call to the stage Gérard and Urban.
Thank you, Marian, for this nice introduction. A pleasure to have this opportunity here together with Gérard from Eurocontrol to demonstrate our collaboration from the last years, what we did together with the extended flight plan. And I have to admit, you must know there was a contract behind, because Eurocontrol was contracting us to deliver. So we decided to do this job with pleasure, of course, and you will see.
You did it well.
Okay, thank you. Take a look, what was the issue for the flight plan in today's environment. The information is based on the ICAO flight plan, which is defined in the last century. And the information shared by the ICAO flight plan is definitely very, very limited. And our issue was, and I try to move forward, maybe I have to use here. It's better. It's coming here. Okay, our topic was to exchange 4D trajectory information and benefit from it, because we heard so many times today, bring the information to the right place at the right time. However, also take a look how to benefit, how to use it, and how to make value out of it. And we are here from a key enabler from the extended flight plan. And behind an enabler is always an operational concept. And so we are looking to support operational concepts with this infrastructure topic from the extended flight plan. And let me show what the issue was. It seems to be, doesn't work so well. I will just click. Okay. What is the issue about? And as I said, the ICAO flight plan delivers limited information. So we have only an extract of the information from the operation flight plan and send this always the time to the Eurocontrol NM system. And then the bad thing is starting, because they have only limited information, no information about the mass of the aircraft, the exact flight time of the waypoints. So they are trying to make their own predictions where the aircraft is going. And that is quite a simple task for us. To trigger this information. So it's a pragmatic solution what we are delivering here. It's not rocket science, it's easy, it's just sharing information and to demonstrate what the value is behind. And I said key parameters are missing, and so we decided to develop a concept how to do so. Gérard, thank you. It's one thing I like to hand over to you to explain a little bit more from your perspective, from NMR perspective, what happened if the limited information is coming to you, and what are you describing the problem from your perspective? Yeah.
Okay. Okay, can use this one. So good afternoon, everybody. I will so present more in detail a little, in fact, the today's concrete operational problem we are addressing with the extended flight plan, and also to show that it's not a kind of purely technological project. We are not doing that for just for the sake of exchanging information, but really to solve really concrete operational problems. So today we have basically, and the extended flight plan aims to address two problems. The first one is well known, it's the lack of accuracy of ATM predictions. And one of the reasons, it's not the only one, but one of the reasons is the lack of knowledge of the flight intent, detailed flight intent from the airspace users. And as you know, this inaccuracy of ATM predictions has many, let's say, create many issues. Because of this inaccuracy, we take a lot of buffers, both in the planning phase, for example, in terms of declared capacity, but we also take some buffer in the execution, for example, when doing conflict detections or resolutions. And all these buffers, in fact, strongly decrease ATM performances. So that's the first, let's say, main operational problem we are addressing with the extended flight plan. The second one is what we call the misaligned views of the trajectory. In fact, this is true in planning and execution, but in particular in planning, we have different views of the trajectory at the airspace user side and the network manager side. And this creates a lot of misunderstandings and induces a lot of issues in flight plan acceptance process and flow management processes. Okay? And it reduces the effectiveness of collaborative processes. Just 2 slides to show you that problem more probably concretely and what are the concrete problems we have today. You can see on this slide, in fact, for a flight, the 2 different views in the vertical dimension of the trajectory. The blue one is the airspace user profile as it calculated and provided in the, not today to the AU, but not today to the ATM, but tomorrow in the extended flight plan. And the red one is the network manager profile as it calculated based on the ICAO flight plan. This is really quite general and common, these differences. And in that case, if you have, for example, here an ATM restrictions, what will be the concrete, I would say, consequences is that the flight plan will be rejected. But it's wrongly rejected because, in fact, the AU has not planned for it. And it's true for an ATM restriction, but it's also true for an ATFCM regulations. In that case, the flight will receive an ATFCM delay, departure delay, whereas the trajectory is not planned to go through the ATFCM restriction. So you see here the concrete, let's say, consequences of this misalignment. The second case, okay, that's the thing. The second case is the opposite, in fact. In that case, it's still the 2 same trajectories. And in that case, in fact, the trajectory calculated by the airspace users go through the ATM restrictions, but not through the NM calculation. So, in that case, in fact, the flight plan will be accepted, and it is wrongly accepted. You see the 2 cases and the 2 problems we have today. And in current operation, we have a lot of ATM restrictions in the network. That means that these 2 cases can occur practically very often and very frequently. And here again, to avoid that kind of problem, to avoid that these problems are too frequent, in fact, a lot of margin are taken by the different actors. Airspace users, for example, avoid to file some optimized route because they know they can have these problems by experience. And in the same way, ATM take some margin when they, for example, plan some regulations or when they publish some ATM restrictions. Okay, so now I give you the floor for
this misalignment, and that was really the big challenge, let's say, to come together, to collaborate, and the solution is the so-called extended flight plan. The extended flight plan is delivering the full picture and giving you the full transparency of the flight intention from the aircraft operator. So at each waypoint, at each top of client, top of descent, intermediate waypoints, we deliver all information, inclusive speed, time of overfly. We are delivering performance information to Eurocontrol, to NMM, so that they can adapt and use this information to align both trajectories together, because that was the issue what we've seen before by Gérard, and that was the intention to come together, not to assume, to make predictions, to bring both trajectories together. And the Swift thing was also we are using B2B technologies, quite easy, using B2B services, having all information possible to these swim services. Quite nice opportunity not to stick on ICAO flight plans and old technology from the last century, just deliver all what is possible and giving the full transparency to the NM and avoiding those both problems what we have seen before, that this misalignment is not anymore in the future. So Gérard, maybe you can take a look on the next one.
Okay. The next slide is just to highlight that the extended flight plan is really a kind of, it's many more an enabler and really a kind of transversal enabler, and it can be used in many contexts. First, it can be really used in current operations. We already mentioned in the case in flight planning and flow management, but the information we collect in the planning phase can be also used in execution phase by the ATC, in complexity management, and even in tactical ATC operation. So it's really a very transversal, let's say, evolution that can impact many processes. And this is more what the use in current operation. In current operation, basically, we don't change the process by introducing the extended flight plan. We are more improving the quality of the data and so on. But it's always really a kind of improved performance. But also, it has to be really highlighted that the extended flight plan is really a key enabler for future concept. And this is also an important point.
And
Maybe
I want to
emphasize
this.
Yes,
This
yeah.
is really, I would like to keep into your mind. This is the extended flight plan is a key enabler for any future operation for the shared business trajectory concept, because you need the information where the aircraft is. Free route operation would not be work without any flight plan, extended flight plan, because ATS routes are not anymore there. So it's important, this concept, to enable other operational concepts. Also, target time of operation. We've seen this morning, maybe I've shared the extended arrival management procedure from UK NATS. They suffer also from still lacking information from predictions where the input information is not there. We can deliver this at any time, and that is our mission to do so, that all stakeholders take the information and use it and to improve their activities in their operation. So that is really important from my side, and I want to emphasize it.
And one element is that the extended flight plan is mentioned as part of the first deployment package of the PCP, but not, of course, all. Oh, sorry, it's not all what is here. What is more in the scope of the PCP is really what is in the yellow rectangle. That means the use in current NM operation and the use in complexity management in ATC side. What is the use in ATC tactical processes and the advanced concept is not part of the PCP. So, as I mentioned in the previous slide, in fact, it is really a very transversal evolution, and that's why, in fact, the extended flight plan requires lots of validation in the different, in fact, topics or domains we are addressing: flight planning, flow management, and ATC operations. That's what we did, in fact, since 2012, lots of validations addressing these different domains. And we did different type of validation. One important validation we did last September was human-in-the-loop session with end users. In fact, and in that case, it was in the planning phase, so the end users in that case are the flight dispatchers and the NM operators dealing with flight plan. The second type of validation we did is probably the more important we did, it was this year, is shadow mode sessions. In fact, in that session, what we did is, and in fact, probably even more at your side, is to upgrade the ops airspace user flight planning system to allow them to send in parallel of the ICAO flight plan to the ops NM system, to send an extended flight plan for real flight to the network manager validation platform.
Okay. Yes, Gérard, if you may allow here.
Yes.
I would like at least to say here, thank you very much for those airlines who have been cooperating with us during this intensive trial this year. Believe me, it was a tough trial, because the first time we did to develop a prototype and bring it into operation. So we have been coordinating with all these airlines stated here, and brought our software into current ops, and besides the current operation, they send it this extended flight plan information to network management, and that's what we heard before on the panel. It's only working if our space users are cooperating, if they are contributing and sharing this. And I can only say the willingness is there for sure. It was a great cooperation with those ones, and I think we are benefiting now from the results. With last week the validation report exercise report session. However, maybe you only say some short things also about the ATC simulation, Gérard, because it was in your basket as well.
Yes. Just to finish on the shadow mode, we received more than 10,000 extended flight plans, so it's quite important information. And so we use that, in fact, first to assess the benefits in using that information in the network management systems. And also in parallel, there were some ATC simulation. They use also the information we collected during the shadow mode to see what is the benefit of using the information in ATC, in particular in traffic prediction in ATC. So we will present a little more the results also on that.
Good.
Okay.
Yes, what are the key results from flight planning perspective? You must know the airlines have been the last 20 years operating, sending an ICAO flight plan and optimizing to its best to get they accepted. However, this was very interesting because without any tweaking, we have been getting acceptance from the extended flight plan by 96 to 98% of flight plans at the NM system. So this was very, very optimistic on a very first shot to get such a high acceptance rate. And even better, we are expecting, let's say, to reduce further reductions, which are showing up today in the ICAO flight plan. So this is really very promising to start early, to use this concept and to make value of it. Yeah. There's also, we did several sessions with the dispatchers together in the simulations, and there was no increase at all at the workload from dispatch side because this was managed by the system, so fully automated besides the current operation. So even from operational perspective, we don't expect any additional workload from the dispatch side, from the airline side. And yes, the most thing what I've identified as well, the dispatchers get even more confident because they feel safe, because they think they send all information to NM. At the moment, they are aware that only limited information are there, but now NM and later on ATC does know the flight intention, so they get confident about what they are sending, and they are not always trying to get an ICAO flight plan accepted. It's here to get confidence for the real flight intention from the aircraft operator. That is the first finding from our side. However, let's see what your finding is, Gérard.
Okay, we see at the beginning of the presentation how important it is to have the trajectory aligned at NM side, at airspace user sides, because when they are misaligned, this creates a lot of operational problems. So about some measure we did is to compare, using the extended flight plan, how far now we are aligned. Because it's not because we get the trajectory from the airspace users, for example, that NM will use this trajectory without any change. It's not possible in current operations. So we do some recalculation and so on, but at the end we compare, we do some measure to compare. And what we show, we didn't look at the, let's say, the 2D route, because in fact in current operation is already quite aligned. It's not the problem. The problem is more times and vertical profiles. On times, we show that it's really quite very well overaligned. Now we can say with the extended flight plan, we will have the two trajectory aligned in terms of times. And that is very important, for example, for target time management, because target time management, in fact, the concept consists in agreeing on the times, in planning phase, for example, on the time at a certain point. But before agreeing, you need at least to have the same predictions. If you have different predictions, it's quite complicated to agree. So at this point, at least, it was, we can say we have fully achieved our objective. About vertical profile alignment, you see the example when you see there are differences. With the extended flight plan, we strongly reduce that misalignment, but at current stage, we cannot completely resolve them because, in particular, for example, in current operations, a number of letter of agreements, for example, are not published at planning constraint, and they are not integrated by the airspace users in its planned trajectory. But NM integrates these informations because it's needed for traffic predictions and for flow management, in fact. So on this part, we have progressed, but we are not yet at the level of having a full alignment. The next point was predictions. Here, it's more comparing if using the informations, we plan at NM side, using the extended flight plan information, we plan a trajectory that is closer to the one that will be flown. So this is basically what we did. And what we show is that we improve prediction in terms of flight times and also flight durations in sector. That's very important because we have the notion of occupancy count in flow management. So basically, we improve the quality of this information in flow management. And also, in particular, in the climbing profile, we better, in some geographical area, we improve, in fact, the sector that are crossed because we have a better knowledge of the climbing profile, the rate of climb, and so on. So basically, at least for flow management, is very positive also, the result at this stage. But we are still in the phase of consolidating that results. And for the last point, I give the floor to you.
Allow me to pick up the last one and to speed up. I got already signals to be in time. Okay. Standards, we heard before, for us from flying, it's essential, key essential to be interoperable. It's not useful for us to have a solution, local solution. We have to be interoperable. And we are already working close together with ICAO and try to establish the FIXM for the 0 version where these 4D trajectories are sent over. and then to harmonize and seamless traffic all over the world. So these are the basic inputs for the ICAO concepts, and I feel very comfortable to bring here value to the global aviation, not only to European one, also on a global level. And maybe I think we have now the last slide, Gérard. That's
yes, it's more on
the first, not the last, but
no, there is still one on the. In fact, I mentioned some ITC validations, and in fact, there was one in 2012 by NATS, and one which is still in progress by Eurocontrol on this topic, looking if the extended flight plan information can improve ATC predictions in particular, and what they show that is really we have significant prediction improvement, in particular in the climbing phase, mainly in the climbing phase, and it's quite spectacular. And in fact, one of the applications is illustrated in the right figure on the right, and it's a figure from NATS. It allows to reduce, in fact, the margin when doing conflict detection in the climbing phase. And they did some simulation and showed that potentially we can reduce by 10% the rate of false conflict detection and resolution. So improvement in terms of controller workloads and capacity, and also flight efficiency. And the last point is in fact, this study shows increased accuracy in terms of times, and that's important for some, for example, for Amman operations, because having an accurate estimate at the entry of TMA is quite an important element. Okay. So the last slide, I give you the floor for the conclusion.
Yes, that is true. And to make it very short, extended flight plan is really a low-hanging fruit. It's almost what we have seen using it in operation level at our airline perspective. We would really recommend to go as fast as possible to the SESAR deployment and to support the deployment manager to implement this project, that the values are coming to the road. That is our intention. We fully support it. The airline are supporting it. Eurocontrol is almost ready to having the, let's say, the B2B services also on operational level on their NM roadmap. We engage now furthermore the ATC to come closer to them as well, because we want to have all stakeholders into the group, and I can only say this was a very simple, pragmatic solution we developed here together. I can thank you to you, Gérard, and to your team, because I think the value is really there. We would like to have it in operation, and yes, then let's take a look on the military side, where they are dealing with the same topic, I think, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gérard and Urban, for this very nice presentation. Now I think the extended flight plan is not a mystery for anyone. And I would like to comment, because this is really something that is a quick win, and it's a good example where the best equipped is best served. If you implement the extended flight plan, you send it to the network manager, and your flight is cleared. So you are not bothered by this delay related to non-pertinent, non-necessary airspace areas where your initial prediction is crossing. Now that we heard the story from the airline perspective, I would like to invite our military colleagues to tell you what does it represent exactly from a military perspective, and how the flight planning is managed, and what are the challenges and the SESAR solutions for that. So Edgar and Klaus-Dieter, the floor is yours.
Do we have the second microphone, maybe? Thank you very much, Urban. Okay, thank you very much, Marianne. It is our pleasure to be here, and thanks for giving us the opportunity to give you a certain, let's say, view inside what we are doing. As it was said already correctly, Dieter and I are representing the state airspace user side. You can very easily recognize the military guy in here, because it's me. I've lost one tooth here from the last combat mission I just came back from. So, yeah. It's very painful, but, you know, soldiers don't know any pain, so we manage. No, so just to confuse you, we are now coming up with the improved OAT flight plan, and you have just heard something about the extended flight plan. So all of you, of course, are asking yourself, what is that? Are we trying to develop a second type of flight plan here? What is that? That doesn't really make sense, as we are going away from fragmentation, as we're going towards harmonization, and so on. And yes, you're right, that's not what we're doing. But what we're having right now with the ICAO flight plan format is something that has, and this was pointed out already correctly from our colleagues, it has some shortcomings. And the shortcomings that they have not addressed in their project have been addressed in our project. And these are the military shortcomings. And Klaus Dieter and myself were focusing on that, and we tried to come up with some solutions.
Yep.
Did hopefully. We? Yeah, hopefully. And those solutions are twofold. So maybe next slide. And these solutions are basically addressing two things, which is improved ORT flight plan and some ASM, or let's say some Wing Operation Center systems. And this is just a little movie for you to reward you for staying such a long time here in these premises.
Thank you very much, Edgar. We have, in this presentation, we have not only just pure slides, we also have surrounded the presentation with some video. So as an introduction, we have the first video with military flights, and at the end of the presentation, we have an even better movie, put it that way. One or two words up front for this video. You heard a lot these days about the business trajectory. Within the military area, we talk about a mission trajectory. This video basically depicts military flights in the single European sky. So let's start the video. Military flights in the future single European sky. Of course, you have, no surprise, military aircraft and you have civil aircraft. And both have to be seen as a partnership approach. It's not against each other, it's with each other. And this partnership approach, we hope that we better accommodate military operational needs. We also hope that we can improve mission effectiveness. And overall, we can improve the network performance. So let's consider the concrete example that could happen. In the mission planning phase, you have the wing commander. He has in mind to train 2 fighter aircraft in a restricted area. He goes to his mission planner and says, well, go ahead, please plan this mission for me. The mission planner goes to his system. He has access to weather information. He has access to aeronautical information, airspace management data, and now he starts planning the mission. In this case, the mission takes off in Büchel, Germany, goes cross-border into Belgium airspace, and allocates 2 modules of flexible airspace. Once this is done, you have a look at the mission itself. You see, it starts in Büchel in Germany, goes over the border, goes into the training area, and flies all the way back. Now, this information is transmitted in a collaborative process to the airspace management support system. Now the airspace management support system receives the information. The airspace management support system displays the information. You can see it right here. And there's 2 options, full priority or negotiation. That could be also done here. In this case, the airspace management system approves the mission, the data flows back, and then the flight plan is filed. After that, when the time comes, the aircraft goes into execution and the mission is flown. That's a typical use case we have in this presentation. Please have that in mind. Now we will drill further down in the different bits and pieces of this process and explain to you the conceptual details. Edgar, your turn.
Yes, and this is one of the main reasons why we are addressing an improved OAT flight plan. Because what is the case today is very simple. When you look at this slide, you see exactly the visibility of OAT flights today in the overall NM system. They're not visible. The NM system does not know any OAT flight. Even if you would file a flight plan that only contains some portion that is performed in OAT instead of GAT, this portion of the flight plan will be simply ignored by the system, but the GAT part will be shown. So there's a hole inside, let's say. And this is, of course, not what we want. So how should it look like in the future? Very simple. The aircrafts have to be visible. Yeah, because being visible means the system knows about the flights, the data is available, the data increases situational awareness about the air situation that you're in, and of course the data can be taken for performance measurements. And as we all know, we are working and we're living in a performance-driven environment. So this is just perfect. This is exactly what we want. We should have started that 20 years ago. So that's what we try to do. So just one very simple slide, very easy, you will understand immediately. As you can see, it is exactly the movie that you have seen before. So what we have in front of us in the middle is more or less just a display of a typical military mission that is leaving from a certain aerodrome, flies into training areas, then in one training area the mission is performed as planned, then they need to go potentially to another training area with potentially some air-to-air refueling inside, whatever. And then it goes back to the aerodrome of destination, which is aerodrome of departure at the same time, most probably. And what you see around is just to indicate the complexity of a military mission. So you see all the partners involved, okay, and all the processes involved. So it's not simply, sorry for saying that, simply flying from A to B. It is a little bit more complicated, and of course, it is a little bit more complex to the system, to the NM system. And therefore, again, coming back to the performance thing, it is of most important value for a better result in the performance measurement. So actually what we are addressing, as I said in the beginning, we are addressing two functions because we are addressing the whole cycle from planning to execution. The planning starts in the Wing Operations Center function, and it uses the improved OT flight plan as the tool to make this flight intention visible to the overall system, with the aim, of course, to support the collaborative decision-making process that we have defined to improve the civil-military togetherness, let's say, and that was already highlighted by Klaus-Dieter before, and this will also have an effect on the performance measurement on the NM side.
Thank you very much, Edgar. At some point in time, we have to tell you how we bring all this to life. Now we've been talking all about, let's say, operational processes, what we do, what we want to, what we achieve. So we have to come down to a certain point in time where we put that into systems, where we put the systems together and make that fly. So in general, we have two types of operations. I think this is no surprise. We have military operations, civil operations. And hopefully in between those two operations, we have the collaborative process where those two operations exchange the data and agree on a common set of data. Of course, the collaborative process can only be brought to life if we have the respective systems in place. We have on the military side, we have the Wing Operations Center. On the civil side, we have the network manager. And in between, we have two systems. We have the airspace management systems, which does the negotiation based on missions requests. And of course, we have the ATC systems. I don't know, are there any military in the room? Don't be shy. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, thank you. If it comes to Wing Operations Center, I know in NATO terms or national terms, the Wing Operations Center has a specific meaning. It's basically the airport where the aircraft takes off. SESAR takes a little bit of a different approach. In SESAR terms, the Wing Operations Center is a synonym, let's say, for all the military entities. So if we're talking about WOC, it could potentially also be a function of the CAOC, for example. So don't get confused here. That's worthwhile to mention. I think it's okay for the SESAR world because we do not want to complicate things. And as you all know, from nation to nation, it's different anyway. So let's stay with this. So let's drill one level further down into the whole thing. You see the same systems, and at the bottom of the slide, you see the most important thing at all. It's the aircraft itself, because all we want to do basically on military and civil side, we want to bring some aircraft airborne. Now you have the systems again, and now let's have a look at the Wing Operations Center. Since it is a purely military entity, we need to protect this Wing Operations Center. In terms of military, this is a so-called red-black gateway, where red means military classified data, black means unclassified data. This secure exchange gateway, red-black gateway, ensures that only data is flowing back and forth that the operator wants to flow back and forth. It ensures that no classified data leaves the WOC. Now, once we have these red-black gateways in place, we can add the other workflows. And I think, again, as Edgar also pointed out, it sounds simple, but it's actually a lot of workflows that's going back and forth, of course. And again, left-hand side military, right-hand side civil. So once you have these workflows, the next step is, of course, what type of information is flowing back and forth. So let's see if this works. Okay, it works. So right here we have in the Wing Operations Center, we have the flight intent. The flight intent, we remember from the movie maybe that the operator has allocated 2 modules of flexible airspace. Now these modules are transmitted to the airspace management system, and this airspace management system does the coordination based on those mission requests. It can very well be that the WOC gets an answer, this is not feasible, please use something else, some so-called counter-proposal. We left that out in the video because at a certain point in time it gets too long. Once those two, let's call them entities, have exchanged information, they are fine with the information, a flight plan is sent out to NM. Here we have implemented the B2B interface to transmit this information into the network manager. The network manager accepts the flight plan, and then the mission is loaded. The mission is also not only transmitted to the network manager, the mission is also loaded into the aircraft via a data cartridge. Our systems are capable to do that, and then the aircraft can fly according to this mission for the trajectory. Now I have described all the functions, and I told you we will go into validation, and to go into validation, you need products to do this. We have on the wing operation side, we have the so-called OSS, or Optarion system, which is doing the mission planning. It comes from Airbus Defence and Space. We have the so-called Secure Exchange Gateway, also a product from Airbus Defence and Space. But don't worry, there's other companies involved as well. Okay, one more from Airbus Defence and Space, the ATC control system. But now we come to the network manager, where we have the IFPS. We actually have a separate version of the IFPS ONM. We have the so-called network manager validation platform in place here. And last but not least, Edgar, something from your side?
Oh, it looks good. You showed Eurocontrol, everything is fine.
Yeah, it looks best. Yeah, you look good, Edgar. It's the LARA system that takes care of the coordination based on the mission requests.
Yeah, perfect. Thanks a lot. I think that was the last on this slide.
I think that was the last on this slide.
Yeah, so we go to the next one. So Klaus-Dieter was actually perfectly showing how this improved OT flight plan and the system approach that he was certainly pursuing and implementing in this SESAR project work together. And I just want to put the highlight now on the improved OT flight plan itself, because still, of course, the flight plan is there to express a certain airspace user need. In this case, let's say the state airspace user intends to fly, to describe a certain or a specific mission trajectory. And now it's something that really is very important for you to understand. When we talk about improved OAT flight plan, this is at the same time the initial mission trajectory. So we're not doing something that is maybe of value for the next 3, 4, 5 years when the extended flight plan in a trajectory-based environment pops up. But this is already the first instantiation of a future mission trajectory, which is the complementary part to a business trajectory in a trajectory-based environment. So we're thinking ahead here. So this is a transitional thing, let's say, that we will use afterwards also, and this will be, of course, addressed in SESAR 2020, but as a reward, in the end of the presentation, we have a very nice movie with the outlook into SESAR 2020, just to keep you awake for some minutes. So what we need to do, of course, is to use harmonized data, because it doesn't make sense if what we military specifically need to express on our flight intention within the flight plan is not readable via the NM system in the IFPS and in the European zone, in the IFPZ. Yeah? So we have to apply syntax and semantics of the flight plan in the right matter, in the right way, in order to make this data not only available, but also usable. Okay? And that, again, we highlighted it already several times, increases hopefully for sure the awareness and hopefully also the performance of the overall network system.
Thank you, Edgar. Thank you for thinking ahead. Now we come to we performed several validations. Overall, we will be performing 3 validations within the SESAR WP11 environment. We performed 1 validation 2 years ago, the so-called 774 validation. We performed 1 validation last year in December, the so-called 789, and here you see some impressions of the validation exercise 789. And we will perform 1 other validation actually in 2 or 3 weeks' time in Eurocontrol Brussels in the 2nd week of July with the same topic, civil military coordination, or what the official title of our validations is, validate airspace users' operations over all phases of the mission trajectory, which means all the way from planning into execution. So let me highlight some things we did for 789 and which are the general topic for our validations. What do we demonstrate, or better in SESAR terms, what do we validate? The goal of the validation is the sharing and use of aeronautical data. It's the IOAT and the extended flight plan to ensure that those are suitable to express airspace user needs, as Edgar already has explained very well. And of course, the seamless integration, you saw those nice pictures of the walk into the ASM system. Because I think we also should mention that within this exercise, it's the first time that we combine those systems. The mission planning system was never combined with an airspace management system from Eurocontrol. Also some words about 3 validations. The very first validations we did 2 years ago, it was, I think, very basic validation. We even used some file interfaces to transmit the data from one system to the other. But I think this is sufficient really to do a proof of concept.
Yeah, correct.
Once we found out this is all fine, this is all great, we actually implemented B2B interfaces. So we implemented B2B interfaces all the way from the WOC into the airspace management system. We have the network manager also with the B2B interface that we use. So the achievement of this validation 789 really is that yes, we can extract aeronautical data from NM, and yes, we can in our mission planning system use those data for planning, very important. We have also the so-called collaborative process, and then Lara comes into play. This area reservation is also in some cases called ARES in this environment. We also validated that it's possible to exchange this information, to do proposals, counter-proposals, and create those things, very important.
Which is an additional impact, of course, on the performance measurement.
Yes, exactly. Some numbers about this validation 789. We have planned around 40 flights in this validation. We had around 10 simulated tracks. We had different kinds of aircraft, all the way from fighter aircraft, air-to-air refueling, reconnaissance, air pass, and these kinds of things. In terms of flight plans, the basic set was around 40 flight plans. If you also count into the updates, we come up easily to 100 flight plans. The hot run took place into 3 days in Brittany last December. We also had a try run before to do that. I also would like to take the opportunity to, of course, this is not possible without partners, so I would like to take the opportunity to thank all the partners that helped us to make this happen.
Thank you.
Are you one of them?
I consider.
Yes, you are. Are you actually second on my list? Okay, sorry about that.
Switch.
What?
Switch the sequence.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so first of all, I would like to thank Eurocontrol CIMAC. One of the colleagues here is Edgar Räuber from Eurocontrol. They provide free of charge to Lara, to all the people they can use for this task. Besides the tool, we have the personal expertise of your guys around us that help us write the documents that we also have to say.
Yeah, exactly, because without the team, there's no value.
There's no value, right, exactly. Because we are from industry. So we cannot define some processes. We need an organization like the CIMAC, the Civil Military Coordination Unit, which is actually located in Eurocontrol, very important. I think not everybody knows that.
Yep.
Thank you. And secondly, of course, we have NM, the network manager. And here specifically the network manager validation platform, which was adapted for us, for our needs to cope with OLT flight plans. Then we have other SESAR projects, for example, 762. I think Crystal Kurt is here in the audience. Some other projects that deal with flexible use of airspace, advanced flexible use of airspace. And last but not least, some military guys are here in the room. We have the Military Engagement Plan SESAR, where each and every single nation in Europe contributes, and those people also help us in putting those validations together. So last but not least, I told you this was the validation that was performed last year in December. Sorry you were not there, no problem. There's another one coming up in the second week of July. As a matter of fact, we just note down, it's the 6th and 7th of July. We will be at Eurocontrol Brussels. We have a dedicated room there. Next week we're setting up all the stuff, and during those days we do some specific presentations for visitors. So don't hesitate to contact me, don't hesitate to contact Edgar. We make sure you register, and we would be happy if you could come. Then we could, what you see on the pictures here, then we could see that in real life. Maybe one or two things about the pictures. Now you've seen them for so many minutes. And one of the pictures I am actually, so you can figure that out on your own. Left upper corner we have, for example, the mission planning system together with the ATC system. Left lower, a short picture of the execution phase. What time? Is it time for dinner already? Okay, thank you, Edgar, for reminding me. Okay, that ends the part about SESAR. We are also obliged to say something about SESAR 2020. We as Airbus Defence and Space are also in SESAR 2020. What comes next? What is SESAR 2020? I think you heard a lot of stuff also from the civil side. The full use of the 4D data set, that the mission exactly planned and exactly flown as planned is very important, and that all stakeholders use this data. The development of integrated support functions, the integrated systems even more, is very important. The full situational awareness, everybody knows when an aircraft is planned, when it is executed, all those things is also very important. And The SESAR joint undertaking also performs every year something called the Swim Masterclass. We participated 2 years ago. One of my colleagues was I would say, the master brain behind this thing. Dirk Schindler, he's sitting here in the audience. And we implemented an application called CAPS. He has it with him on his tablet. It's running on tablet, on PC. So whenever you see him, just grab him, put him to the side, and he can show it to you. And we did that together. I also need to mention with Lucid Maps. So it's a quite nice application. And this is kind of, I would say, a kind of a performance-based approach to the whole workflow. So let me switch the sound on, so there's no need that I say something. And let me start the video, hopefully. One more click.
Every day, some 30,000 flights move across Europe's airspace on precise tracks through multiple airspaces. But some missions, or unexpected situations, require dedicated airspace and operators, like test flights, military fighter training missions, or remotely piloted aircraft systems. The Collaborative Airspace Provision Service application to capitalize on the data available in the single European sky. An airspace user can easily define the size of the necessary airspace, as well as the time frame and the maximum acceptable transit distance of the airspace from home base. The user can interactively manipulate the airspace in 4D and immediately see conflicting traffic or trajectories. The Collaborative Airspace Provision Service application won the 2014 SESAR SWIM Masterclass Best in Class Award for optimizing use of airspace within the single European sky. To ensure visibility, the user can view cloud coverage and precipitation data. Aligned with the concept of System-Wide Information Management, or SWIM, the user can export the airspace to AIXM for review with SWIM-enabled components, such as OGC web services.
Okay, that was the video to give you, I think, at least from my perspective, I think it's quite nice to see. It's not a speeded up video, whatever. This is real-time what you can see in the system that we have implemented for the Swim Masterclass. And the idea behind this video, or behind this kind of performance-based approaches, why not find out first where there is a suitable airplace? Why to place a reserved area somewhere where you're not knowing which traffic is there? With the SWIM, within SESAR, you know the traffic for tomorrow, and then you can find a suitable place for your area reservation. And then actually you would start planning. Once you found a space, you would plan your mission around this RS. This is kind of a different approach, and this is our, let's say, vision into SESAR 2020. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Edgar and Klaus-Dieter. It's a clear, very sexy presentation in the end. I'm sure you enjoyed the presentation and the video as much as I enjoyed it. I think that you're touching a really interesting thing here, is that every airspace user is having its particular needs, its real particular specificities. And these specifics will have to be taken into account by the overall system. And here we have two main products developed within the SESAR framework that actually bring value to the airspace users, be it military or civil. So without any further, let's say, conclusion, I would like to give you the floor, because you are courageous to wait until the end of the presentation for any particular questions you would like to give to the presenters here. Okay, we have a question there.
Hello, this is Angel from Indra. I would like to ask something. I'm involved in the EPP usage in ground TPs, and I would like to know your view on the extended flight plan usage on the ground TPs when there is also information about EPPs. So it's obvious that the extended flight plan will be very useful for network management, for demand and capacity balancing before the flight has taken off. But once the flight has taken off, what else can we or could we find in the extended flight plan?
Okay. The logical answer would be to say that first we take, of course, the extended flight plan, and when we have an EPP, we override, in fact, the information. That should be the logical way. After that, I think there is still the need to do some further validation on this topic, probably. But I think that's, I would say, the logical scenario. Huh? Yes. And also something important to mention, probably we mentioned the extended flight plan, for example, Lufthansa system and the Sabre, which were the two CFSPs participating. Basically, currently they represent something like 80% of the traffic, or at least a very large majority. That means, I think during a very long transition period, there will be a lots of flights for which we will have extended flight plan and no EPP, I think, I guess.
Maybe to explain a bit to the audience that does not know what is EPP. So EPP stands for extended projected profile. It is the 4D trajectory sent by the airplane. I'm really already tired, isn't it? So, and this is sent by data link to the ground once the airplane is airborne, but it can also be complemented by a dynamic exchange of flight planning.
Thank you for the challenging question, because I have my different view about that. Extended flight plan is first on the planning phase, ground-to-ground, let's say, interoperability, where EPP is, let's say, aircraft-to-ground predictability to improve that. There are two approaches, and we definitely have to think about the future, how to optimize both concepts together. From our perspective, the Flight Operation Center has the ideal information, the whole picture, to predict the trajectory best as possible, because the FMS has, from our perspective, some limits, and we should find the synergy, how to make the prediction for all stakeholders best together. I'm not saying that one is better than the other, but we should really think how we can combine them and how to benefit from both concepts, either in execution phase or in the planning phase, so that the information is what should be shared at the end to ATC is from the best quality, and that I think both partners should work together.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, Urban. Any other question from the audience? Okay, we have a question from the deployment manager.
Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Heiko Tepa from the SESAR Deploy Manager, and thank you very much for both very interesting presentations. The first question I would have is for Urban and for the other gentleman from Eurocontrol concerning the extended flight plan. You told us that you did some validation exercises, and I would be very interested to know whether you already started also to include the ANSP, as we are facing, from the ANSP point of view, a very challenging time with implementing trajectory-based systems, ATM systems in lower airspace. And I think this extended flight plan could help us a lot.
Maybe I have to give the first answer, and then Gérard will complement. It was from the beginning for me essential to take ATC into account and to cooperate with them together. However, we focused at the beginning first and together with NM, because this is our first interface to the ATC world and ATM world. And afterwards, it's sure that this deliverable should come to the ATC centers, where Eurocontrol is doing some further exercises, including our trajectories, and handing them over for their predictions at ATC perspective. Maybe you explain a little bit more what the chain was following after we sent information to you, Gérard.
Yes, for example, the ATC exercise I mentioned, in fact, already Maastricht look at the information, and is already still going to look at how much it can integrate the information in his own systems and improve his own trajectory prediction. So Maastricht is already involved. In SESAR 2020, we have planned a validation next year with SkyGuide as well. So, and I guess some other NSP are also, at least they have already mentioned their interest, not yet confirm any concrete participation to any exercise, but at least manifested their interest, yes.
And one thing to complement, we had a very large exercise together with SkyGuide this year in the area of reroute operation, where it was quite easy for SkyGuide to implement and B2B interface to get our extended flight plans. So that was very promising on a swift, smart way to hand over this information. The ATC was very easily able to implement it at their side. So this is giving me really the optimism to get a deployment ready as soon as possible.
Yes, and I would like to comment on this because you can see here really a good example where this collaboration is really made possible through the SESAR validation and the SESAR exercises. We have here a clear representation of operations, industry, putting together validation exercise, maturing a technology, and then assessing the benefits of this and compile it into a concrete solution for the community. Maybe I have a question for the panel here. So we've seen really the benefits of this, and it's clear, it's obvious that the best equipped, best served, you have a great service out of it. So what does it take exactly to move to extended flight plan or to the improved OAT? So what does it represent exactly?
I may start with the improved OT flight plan. Well, of course, it first needs a harmonized military approach. I mean, it doesn't make sense to start with an individual idea and then later on the militaries come around the corner and say, well, we not. So we do not want this. So there should be no fragmented approach, which, as we all know on the military side, is always quite a challenge. But this time we made it a little bit differently. So we came up with some kind of guidelines, some initial document that has been sent out to the military world in order to ask for their advice if this is correct and accepted. And once this is agreed via the mechanisms that we have built into Eurocontrol, like CIMIC and the military ATM board and all these groups, once we have an agreement there, then we have a solid basis on which the project in SESAR 2020, which will actually do it in the end, is based. And there is an additional document already available in a draft that is addressing the issues that need to be changed in the current flight plan format. That needs involvement of NM. And NM, of course, has already been agreeing to the first volume that I was talking about, so the harmonized approach. And this is the way ahead for the time being for the improved OT flight plan.
So what about the extended flight plan from...
Okay, for us, in fact, for sure, now the extended flight plan is quite a mature topic, and I think all the actors want to go to implementation as soon as possible, both NMs and at least FSP. And I think some airlines are also very want to go to implementation. The real, at least still open issue is how we synchronize that with the implementation of the future ICAO flight plans. Just to mention that clearly, the extended flight plan has been developed first separately, but now we are really converging, but it will not be a full convergence with the future aviation. The whole question is, do we do a first implementation ahead of the future ICAO flight plan implementation, or we synchronize the two? That's basically currently the main open questions about the extended flight plan.
Maybe we can take a last question from the audience, if there are. Mr. Alain Sibert from SESAR GU.
Thank you, very interesting. And if I may, along these lines, if you would think of the next steps, bringing it into implementation, would international, global type demonstration help bringing several regions together in view of the ICAO aspects you just mentioned, and if yes, would that be feasible within the next 2 years?
Thank you, Alain. I think we would approach step by step, and let's say take first the European level, where we have so much experience together with NM, and where the interface is quite well defined. I think it's getting more difficult to bring it to the FAA, for example. If you're saying on a global level, we discussed it, and they are taking a look on our concepts. They are trying to implement, let's say, somehow about the fix some opportunities. But I'm a little bit personal skeptic that this will take some more time. We are more or less ready to go. We need the go here. Let's make the success story first here in Europe, if possible, and then show the global level that it is working. And for sure, global validation exercise would be then a very valuable vehicle to demonstrate the global interoperability. I would appreciate, definitely.
Okay. I think you need to change and go to the dinner, so I suggest that we... Oh, we have a question from Airbus. You're definitely not going to the dinner.
Well, it's just a question, how does this extended flight plan relate to the flight object and the EOP, which is under standardization?
Okay.
Very good question. Okay. Thank you, Patrick.
Basically, at least it is planned to, in fact, in the SESAR 2020, in fact, the extended flight plan will replace basically the ICAO flight plan currently in the ICAO object, in the flight object in the future. And this is something that should be viewed like this, in fact. The extended flight can be viewed, at least in the first step of implementation, as really a more detailed flight plan. So basically, what should be done is to upgrade or to change the standards, the ED133 to enable to include all the new features that are in the extended flight plan. And this started already to be discussed, so it's already in discussion.
Okay. I think that SWIM and IOP are really the backbone of the information exchange, isn't it? And we have these placeholders for flight object-related information, be it flight-based or ground-based. And the idea is to make sure that this concept does take into account all the potential inputs that are available to improve all what you had shown in terms of predictability and airspace management.
Maybe one last. Yeah, because it was a little bit a tricky question from Airbus, for sure. From my perspective, we are sharing information from airline to the ATM stakeholders, where the IOP, from my understanding, is an ATC internal concept which is quite complex, and it took a long time to get acceptance also from all stakeholders. So not to fight against each other, but I think our FPL concept is already mature enough. We validated, take the quick win, use it, and give the chance to the AOP to further develop and to get the benefits, let's say, within the ATC perspective, getting more mature. But I'm not an ATC guy, so I'm not the right to take a look on that, let's say, from my perspective.
Okay. As a conclusion, I would say that we've seen here that things are on the table that are validated. Of course, we did not finish everything, and this is why we are doing research, and this is why there is SESAR 2020, so to finish what needs to be finished. Thank you very much. I would like to give a big applause to our presenters for the hard work on the presentation. Thank you for staying till the end, and enjoy the dinner.